Sweet. We've got Alan Jackson signing on, who's actually pursuing freedom. He is down in El Salvador right now, so attending the Adopting Bitcoin conference. So it'll be cool to get a live update from him. I've been jumping in and out. They've been doing a live broadcast. I thought it was pretty cool. I've been jumping in and out of that. I listened to Stacy for a bit, so he'll be logging on here in a minute. Justin, what's up?
Hey man, sounds good. So Stacy is speaking right now down there.
When I was trying to multitask. I was trying to co-host Fred's Space for a minute, and then that's another story. And then trying to do some things around some some things that I always put off because of spaces and because of Bitcoin. So unfortunately, I didn't get to hear everything. I didn't get to hear all of Fred's Space either. But yeah, Stacy was speaking when I popped in there.
Gotcha. Hey, how about if I play a couple of minutes of music, get some more people in here?
Sure. Sorry. I was trying to bring on Dallas as a speaker, and we'll see if Pretty Blue Eyes wants to talk. So I'm just going to try to throw some more speakers up on the stage too. So come on up, guys. We'll do Free for All Friday here because we kind of missed it on Fred's Space today. Hey guys, actually, Eggman's up here. Justin, can I ask him a couple questions while we're waiting for
No,
Fred?
sorry, this is a live
Yeah,
version of Train
I'm
Kept a Rolling.
sorry.
It's 15
That
minutes.
was pretty good.
Yeah.
We got to play the whole thing. We can't stop
Sorry, man. I didn't mean to
it.
step on that, pee on your parade. Oh, we got Pubby in here too. Can you let him up, Justin? Hey, Eggman, I find a consummate expert on some of the things that I don't know a lot about. He's definitely a financial guy. Eggman, what are thoughts on the options? What's going to happen? Can we actually hit a point where a big player like iBit won't be able to procure the coins at the end of the day? What kind of a scenario is that even a possibility? Or well, pursuing freedom's up. So quickly answer that, and I want to get a live update from El Salvador. Go ahead, Eggman.
Well, I'll just say, what we chatted about, and that is the intensity is so big. I mean, the flows are so big with the ETFs. Call it paranoia, but I just kind of wonder if at some point they're going to have difficulties with the way Bitcoiners hold their coin. Is there some frictional moment where the traders from TradFi world are having a hard time getting procuring the coin? I wonder if anybody else has a thought on that. They're
Hey,
they're
I
mandated to have it. So I
oh
yeah,
mean,
go
man,
ahead, Puppy. Dallas,
yeah.
feel free to weigh in. We'll just free form
Oh,
it and just flow with the
Eggman,
conversation.
Eggman, this is just like right in my wheelhouse. Is this game theory unfolding? Of guess what? There comes a point, and I was just looking back, just a 5-year chart of people that has watched Sailor come in and kick everyone's ass. 280,000 Bitcoin later. Guess what? 5 years up 935%. There's going to come a point that I'm thinking, why in the world? Why am I ever going to sell this right now? Why am and we just hodled. But yeah, I'll tell you what, that gradually then suddenly is a real thing. And that's the game theory that I'm waiting to see is that the more corporations and companies that come out and ETFs at some point. I don't know how, I don't know. Look, I'm not naive enough to know that there's not any paper Bitcoin, but I don't know what percentage they have to keep on the books. Even somebody as big as BlackRock, they got to keep a certain amount on the books. And yeah, at some point they got to come to the hodlers for Bitcoin. Yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. I have no idea.
Well said, Puppy. No, I agree. It's going
So
to be interesting when we have. Sorry, I'll just quickly jam in here, Dallas, and I'll let you go. when we have a real true supply crunch mixed with an ever growing demand, it's going to be interesting dynamics to watch unfold. Go ahead, Dallas.
Yeah. So I don't want to. Just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding the question. So you guys are just asking about, is there a potential with the options that exist now on iBit for BlackRock to not actually have Bitcoin to support
Well, Dallas,
people closing out the
it's more
underlying option on either side?
it's more like this. Who knows over what time period? Possibly within the next 12 months. Um, the way these ETFs are structured, they need to procure X amount of coin based upon whatever that daily inflow was for buyers of the ETF that day, and they have a certain amount of time to do it. What if, during
The
said
God
point,
candle,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
exactly,
the
they're
God
unable
candle.
to do that? Will they do things like freeze trading the next day, or because they'll be out of compliance with the rules and regulations set up for the ETF itself? So could we see that? I mean, Eggman and I think so, and it'll be interesting to see if, how, and when we cross that bridge.
May well be paranoia, but it just strikes me as, I just know what I've learned about the old time Bitcoiners is they just don't sell. And I also hear from a number of them that they get calls from, various desks kind of soliciting their coin. And I just wonder, so you have one of those days where I haven't seen since, because I'm basically a less than a couple year guy. So one of those just absolute God candles. What happens on the trading desk when you have a bunch of tradfi traders that are scrambling to fill the coin?
Yeah, I
Yeah, for
mean,
sure.
I don't want to sound as if I'm, have some like position that I've got like faith in BlackRock and some of the legacy actors to be like good actors always. But I mean, I will say that like, is it possible that they get caught off sides? Sure. I mean, they are obligated by law not to be. There are tools that exist so that they can, you know, take positions one direction or the other to, like sort of hedge for that and that kind of exposure. I mean, obviously, I don't know, there's kind of this idea that like there's just these like brief moments or some moments will happen where like, nobody wants to sell or there's just like not enough coins. And I just don't really buy that. I mean, I think maybe at, the final death blow of like the dollar, whenever that is, however many decades or centuries from now, but like between now and Bitcoin being, a few $1,000,000 a coin, I just don't think there's no lack of ability to be able to get Bitcoin from different market makers and people across all the different order books and the places get it. You just have to pay a higher price for it, which pushes the price up everywhere gradually. And so, I think it's possible, but I just don't think that that's like high probability that they like get caught off sides and are just like unable to actually satisfy the supply for people.
Yeah, it'll be fun to watch unfold. Super cool. Hey guys, there's nobody in here, so come up and talk. I want to hear from everybody. I want to hear from UKST. Please come up. Puncher's weighing in from the airplane. I don't think he can speak right now, but he's chiming in about the possibility of that as well. We're waiting for Pursuing Freedom, who's down there already listening in. He's probably watched Stacy. Chris, come up here. Tell us about. I want you to talk about real estate. Maybe talk about the possibility of having a meetup in PR or a getaway there at least. I know Puncher's giving me the thumbs down. Come up here, everybody. We want to hear from you. I know some of you guys might be at work or doing other things and can't talk, but this is a great space to. There he is. Okay, cool. We got Alan up here. He's down there. Alan, are you able to talk right now? Because it'd be cool to get an update on what's going on on the ground down there. Floor is yours, buddy. If you can speak, go unmute and take it away if you can.
All right, cool. Yeah, there's the attitude. The place is humming down here. I had to walk way far away from the venue because there's so many people talking. We have workshops going on. I just heard Max and Stacy. Incredible what's happening. They made a parallel analogy that the red ocean is being taken over by the blue ocean, and the Bitcoin country El Salvador is the blue ocean of freedom. Incredible. There's people from all over the world. I see many. I saw Luke Grauman do a great presentation on nation state adoption, how, where the nations are in relation to each other. what percentage of Satoshis people have to meet, the average per nation state. I mean, clearly El Salvador is number one, but the U.S. is up there too. And we're the nation states that want to do Bitcoin, what they're buying. Bhutan's a nation state, the U.S. is buying. Anyway, yeah, incredible energy, people here, a lot of great things going on. Do you have any specific questions about adopting Bitcoin conference here in El Salvador?
No, hey, you know what I'm interested in? I know Alan happens to be part of my local meetup group, which I'm super stoked for because he's an awesome guy. We did something, I don't know how long ago, a couple of years maybe, or a year, where we sent stuff over to Mary when she was starting her meetup. Who else like Mary? Maybe even give a background on Mary. Have you met there, and maybe just a lowdown on the networking you're doing down there?
Yeah, that's a tough question. Yeah, so Mary is Nigerian, and she started the first Bitcoin meetup in Lagos, the old capital of Nigeria. So our local group said, dude, let's participate, send some Satoshi, so help her buy some drinks and food. And they had about 50 people there, which is really amazing for a first Bitcoin meetup. But as far as people I've met, you meet a lot of. I went to the the Unconference with Me Premier Bitcoin the day before the Bitcoin conference started. And they've now done a number of those in Nashville. They have an unconference. And Me Premier Bitcoin is tearing up the whole educational way they teach. They have taught 35,000 students now in El Salvador through a specific Bitcoin curriculum. The Bitcoin diploma, now translated into more than 12 languages. They have taught, onboarded, and taught 8,000 teachers, I believe, and they're now teaching Bitcoin education through the curriculum program in all the high schools in El Salvador. So, Bitcoin was introduced by the visionary President Bukele. There was not a great education to accompany that, but that is changing rapidly. And so now many, many kids I talk to are using Bitcoin. It's incredible to see what's happening.
Hey, Puncher just sent me a message. He's in here listening. He's on a plane. He's heading down to the conference as well. I know you got a T-shirt from him. You guys are both pilots.
You're breaking up. Can you hear
I
me?
think it's you actually. You were. It's probably the fact that you're sharing limited cell service with a ton of people where you're at. But yeah, I can hear you just fine. But Puncher said, hey, he's going to be looking out for you and wants to meet up with you when you're down there. He's on a plane right now, so he should be there fairly shortly.
Oh, for sure, for sure. So on Sunday, we are actually renting some motorcycles, our group of Freedom motorcycle riders, for the Freedom Tour, El Salvador 2024. And we're going to ride into El San Salvador, meet up with some other bikers. We have put together the Freedom Convoy. So we're going to convoy motorcycles from the southern part of San Salvador through a beautiful mountain route down to the beach, El Zante, Bitcoin Beach. And so, yeah, there's a lot of interesting satellite events happening all around the conference.
I don't know if you cut out or if you stopped speaking, but I was just going to throw an interesting side note in there. Do you guys remember Captain Sig, who did the motorcycle? Hey, Alan, you're breaking up, so I'm cutting in and speaking over you. Anyway, Captain Sig's motorcycle before he moved to Thailand or wherever he moved was actually purchased by our friend here that's speaking, and he Puncher wants to know if he can drive his Vespa in the motorcycle. Yes, sir. You can drive any. You can ride a bike. You can ride an e-bike. Anyway, Alan, who actually lives down the street from me, purchased that bike, so I do get to see the old Sig's motorcycle that he drove around all the meetups. He did take the tanks off first that were on display at various conferences. But anyway, that motorcycle resides down the street. Hey, Alan, you were breaking up, so I just told the story of you purchasing the motorcycle of the tour here. So we can hear you again, so take it away.
Oh, perfect. And so actually, we're toying with taking that motorcycle of Captain Sid's, the famous Bitcoin Harley motorcycle, and I'm looking seriously at riding it.
I could fill in the gaps on that one too, because I know the story. He's actually thinking of riding it from Northern California, where it exists now, all the way down to El Salvador. So that's one I think I would pass on personally, but we have different risk tolerance, obviously, when it comes to are live. So, hey, you're back, buddy. Yeah, you got cut off again.
Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to share just a little bit of what's happening here.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, I would love to hear from KST, Christopher, anybody. I'm just looking through Santa Barbara, buddy. Come on up here. There's not many people in the room. We want to hear from everybody. Get up here, and we're gonna have a free for all Friday. I want to know what people are gonna do when Bitcoin crosses 100K to celebrate. Ideas, please.
Hey, Lauren, I don't want to put anybody on the spot. Boy, you have a famous surfer
Do
listening
it.
as well. So
Put him on the spot. Send him an invite.
we need
Let's
some people
go.
coming on up here and
For
telling their
sure.
story. Also about Puncher, he's on in a plane. Can we confirm that is not an F-16 circling the
Touche.
counting stations in Pennsylvania who are counting illegal votes right now with 2
All
Sparrow
right.
missiles armed and ready to go? Can we please confirm that?
It's an F-18. He's corrected me many times. So apparently he flew F-18s, and he's also let me know he's landed them 460 something times on aircraft carriers, which as a pilot myself, it's very impressive to say the least. And also at night, which is even more insane. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey,
Oh
welcome,
man,
Santa Barbara.
that's
Hey,
a yeah. Go
thank you
ahead,
for
guys.
hosting, Lauren. It's always nice having you. You know, it's like you really moderate rooms very well. So I appreciate
I
it.
love
So
you too.
yeah, I'm gonna share something that I hope I don't get roasted too bad. But I'm actually taking some profits, like not a lot, but I am not like the rest of you guys. You know, that are millionaires. I am fiat poor. So I am taking some off the table. I'm buying my wife a small business, a very modest operation, and I'm doing some home renovations. So I've been thinking about it a lot, even when it was around in the high 60s or 70s. Um, been thinking of taking those profits. You know, I my stack is pretty old, so I'm way above whatever I bought. So being the a maxi like the rest of the room, I just wanted to put it out there. It's like if you guys think I'm the biggest sucker, I understand, but I can also use some empathy. This is for a quality of life. I cannot wait
Man,
until it reaches a million because what for? I'm gonna be older than dirt. I want a nice patio for my dogs and my kids. So it's not much.
don't
It's not even 2% of my stack. But I am taking profits.
don't don't listen to the haters, man. Don't listen to and maxis get put into this. I like what Lauren's doing with the guys at Bitcoin First. Don't listen to them. You know what Bitcoin's meant for? It's for you to enjoy, man.
I just
Everyone's
feel like
got
the biggest
you.
soccer, man.
No, man. It's
Listen up, listen up.
2% of your
So,
stack. You're good.
so on 2019, I I bought I had a car loan, so I paid off a Prius. I'm not gonna say how much I sold to pay that off because I hated having that debt. But that is like the most expensive car ever bought. But I guess we live and learn.
It's okay, man. I just bought a new car 2 days ago, 2025, and I bought a new car last year. So don't feel bad, man.
I'm looking at new cars this weekend. I look. I babied mine for 20 years, man. 20 years in stack. But don't, if anyone here listening, don't let anyone tell you um, what is the right way to stack your sats and how to spend it. Everyone's got a different life situation, and yeah, man.
Exactly,
And
exactly.
if you're
I
just
cannot
starting,
wait
yeah, man.
until it reaches, like a life-changing uh, measure because to me it is already been life-changing. The only thing that I regret is I stopped stacking years ago, but I'm going to keep stacking. Just like for the future because it feels good.
The most important,
100%, man.
yeah, the most
Bitcoin
important
is
thing you
here
can
for
do.
you. It's a tool for humanity.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like I don't have the amount of money that Fred does or Wayne or all of those well-off guys. I'm an immigrant. I had a rough beginning, so I feel very grateful. And if I don't do it now, why would I do it when I'm old, it's like I need to enjoy it today. I wish I could have like, and I'm not that sophisticated like Grain of Salt and the other guys playing with the options, etc. To not sell my stack and create you know a non-taxable event. Getting some. So I just wanted to share that with the room. I like to have the if Puncher could say something. I always value his input, and I
Puncher is
thank you
have
for
him
his
DM
service.
you. Yeah, have him DM you because he's I can't read all of his DMs fast enough. He's been trying to convey messages through me, but I'm horrible because I'm trying to do 14 other things at once. But yeah,
Oh,
he is responding to you, but just try to
oh, I
message him
see.
directly. He's on
Oh,
an
I
airplane
see.
and he can't
Oh,
talk. So
okay, okay, okay.
yeah, I want to hear from Christopher too. And then if you guys want to jam in here, just put your hand up too, so we don't overlook you, because sometimes we have a tendency to just jump all over each other. What's up, Chris?
Hey man, how's everybody doing? Good afternoon, good morning, whatever time zone you may be in. I wanted to try to maybe circle around and connect some of the dots that I've just been listening to here. And one thing, don't worry about spending some sats. That's not a big deal. I think it's fun to do. I think it's educational, and I think we all ought to do a little bit of that. But I just got back from Suriname, and some of you probably know Maya Parbo. She is going to be running for president there, and she wants to follow Bukele's lead and make Bitcoin their primary currency. And they've got a huge devaluation problem there. But we spent a week there, and we went around signing up street vendors to accept Bitcoin, and it was so much fun. When Bitcoin was down in the low 80s or whatever it was, and then all of a sudden, overnight, after we'd signed up a bunch of vendors and we were paying everybody in Bitcoin, buying food and drinks and whatnot, to see, to get text the next morning saying, "Oh my God, I have 20% more money than I had when you bought this." And I'm looking at my sats and my Lightning app, and I've still got more sats than I had before I even started spending sats the day before. So that's a fun thing. But I'd like to ask everyone to take a look at Maya Parbo and support her in any way you can. There's a GoFundMe. I think if she can win this presidency, and even if she doesn't, she's going to bring so much attention to Bitcoin. There's only 600,000 residents population in Suriname, but I think she's got a good shot at it. I'm going to be helping her a lot, and I know a lot of other Bitcoiners are. So that's
Chris,
what I'm
that's
doing.
exciting, man. I've been following along and just seeing her interviews and stuff and
Yeah,
what's going on with that. That must be amazing to actually go down there and see what's going on. And
yeah, it was fantastic. So yeah, we've got a group together, and if anybody wants to try to help do some fundraising, or if you got any ideas, DM me, or I'll give you my email or my phone number. Anybody can text or reach out anytime. Lauren and I talk a lot. Sometimes we talk about things, that we probably shouldn't be talking about, but that's okay, right? Right, Lauren?
That's a true story. Hey, Chris, can I spill the beans on the PR
Yes.
stuff?
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, Chris is the guy who actually volunteered the prize. So he owns a lot of real estate, and he has a lot of interesting takes on real estate, having been in the biz a while and having a pretty substantial portfolio of real estate. And so it's been fun to pick his brain as somebody who is not familiar with that real estate and whatnot as much. And so he's definitely giving away the prize, guys. It's real, and I've seen a lot of the properties he owns down there, and they're pretty spectacular. I was also putting a bug in his ear and saying, "Hey, let's have a little meetup down there and just enjoy each other's company. Maybe not as cool as Fred could put on with all the swag and all the neat stuff, but we could be more chill where we're just up down there as a bunch of Bitcoiners having a great time, maybe playing in the ocean, swimming with the turtles, talking Bitcoin, eating some good food." So we're still throwing that idea around, so we're not going to count that one out. It might be, who knows, Fred? Fred's in here, so maybe we can make it a Bitcoin first event. Maybe not. Doesn't matter. We'll just play it by ear and see what happens. I know Puncher, who's listening, would love to just chime in right now and say, "Cool, we're going to do one in Scottsdale too," which is cool. But yeah, thanks to Chris for all that awesome stuff. The prize and the potential to cruise down there is just a big bunch of Bitcoiners having a great time. So thanks, Chris.
Hey guys, I
Fred.
just want to celebrate the trend line in ETH BTC as
Yeah.
reported by Justin today. We had a new low.
Woo! Hell yes.
BTC is going to zero.
Fred,
It is one of
that might even be
the more
better news
exciting
than hitting
things I've
100K.
seen.
Yeah.
Can I ask Chris a question? Chris, you've been to Suriname. Did you by any chance have your real estate glasses on when you were visiting the country? Because I'd be really interested to know, what you found of the country.
That was not my focus to be there. My focus was,
Cool.
to meet all the Bitcoiners there and get to know Maya better and see ways that we could help support her. But I plan on going back, and next time I'm certain I will be paying attention to real estate. But it's a real mixed bag just from what I saw, But I didn't do any pricing or anything like that. So
Yeah,
Hey,
she's been communicating some of that, like really relevant information on it. Obviously, she's trying to, reel Bitcoiners in, creating the new, Bitcoin paradise over there. Yeah. So, but I was just from that perspective, wondering if, if you had a look at that.
not yet, but in the future, very close.
hey, Fred, I think that that wonderful information that you just gave us is probably more exciting than us crossing 100K. But
What information?
100K. Oh, ETH,
Hey,
ETH
I gotta pay my
crashing.
taxes with ETH next year. Everyone relax.
Asteroid, what's up, buddy? Where
Hey,
have
how
you
you
been?
doing?
Great.
Man, I
Hey,
don't know.
100K party. We gotta. This may happen quicker than we know it, and I would love to celebrate with other
Where is
people,
it gonna
even if
be?
it's. I don't know, Fred. Any ideas, buddy?
I don't know. Michael Saylor's yacht, and
He
I
said he's
think
gonna
that
have it at
might
his
you.
mansion, but who's
Yeah, you
invited?
may be
How do we
invited
get a
to that,
ticket?
Fred, but 90% of us in this room will not be, I would imagine. So we might have to do our own regional things. I'm in Northern California, so I'm willing to travel. I mean, I was eyeballing maybe Tahoe if it's snowy and nice. I don't know. Who's in? Who wants to celebrate the 100K, guys?
I'm in. Wherever. I'll go wherever. I don't give it. Let's have a good time.
Fred, we could hit Aspen. You love Aspen.
yeah, I mean, I'm up for 100K party, man. It's not every day you get
Aspen it is.
100K. Like, I
Let's go to Aspen.
definitely think we could go Dumb and Dumber style in Aspen.
Yeah, for sure. We don't need to get all crazy with plans and stuff. We can just kind of wing it. Those people that want to go skiing, I love to ski. I'd be down to ski. We could all have food after, sit in the hot tub, just chill, celebrate Bitcoin, have a couple drinks, non-alcoholic for Fred. So yeah, I would love to celebrate with the tribe, with the Bitcoin homies and girls.
But we have to know. How are we gonna know when it hits it? You just
Well,
want to
no,
wait
when
till it hits it and
Joe
then book?
Carlosali starts crying because he has a bet. It won't. Well, his bet, he timed it that it won't hit 103. But I
Fred,
guarantee you he will cry like a baby.
But
Fred, be careful. If you
what's
say
the
his
rule? Do
name
we
three
just have to
times, he's
touch
gonna
it?
pop into this space. He'll don't say it two more times because he'll pop in. We know it. That's the rule.
Do
Beetlejuice.
we just have to touch it and then he
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
below, or do we have to
Beagle
stay
and
above it?
I have extracted this bet from him, and I got to tell you, you have no idea what it's like being in a DM with Joe Carlosali and Beagle because every single day he just tries to tempt us, like you guys are going down, like today he's like showing us these poly markets where now the chance that it hits 100K dipped from 80 to 60%. He's like, see guys, see.
Fred, it sounds like even Alaska is excited about the Bitcoin price action.
Yeah, she's excited. I think 100K will be a sight to behold. I mean, it will be. I mean, it'll probably just bounce off there, to be honest. But but if it does get through 100K, man, wow. I
You
mean,
mean when?
I was just
Fred.
good.
Yeah.
when is it going to do it? I
Hey,
mean,
Fred.
do
Sooner
we
than
think it's
later.
going to happen in
By end
November?
of year,
Potentially.
end of year, and you're right. There's going to be such a sell wall at 100K of people. It's going to bounce off there for a bit, but once it blasts through, Jesus, it's only blue skies ahead, in my opinion. I don't know.
Hey,
Blue
Fred, when
skies.
they announced
Eggy, go ahead.
the Treasury Secretary, that's not going to hurt.
Who's the
They
Treasury
announced
Secretary? What?
Well, it's going to
and they
be
were going to
Lutnick
blow
or
through
Bissett,
100.
right? I mean, it's favorable to Bitcoin for sure. Diamond's out.
Simon is
I'm,
out.
ex- I'm excited to see when these options on iBet start trading too. I think that might introduce some more juice.
When is this now? Because they were saying it was last Friday, but they're still not available. So I think I think there will be a ton of resistance at 100K. So we're likely not going to stay above it, which will. So I guess that being the rule to have the party probably means we're not going to have the party. But I think Joe made a point on his space yesterday that once we get over 100K, there's really not much. There's really not many people who are going to sell until we get to like 200K. So he thinks we're going to blast right through it, which sounds reasonable to me, given that there's probably not a lot of sellers because people are going to be like, oh, if I didn't sell the 100, I'm going to wait till 150 or 200, right? Like you're going to wait to kind of a round number.
I think the suddenly is going to kick in, and if we don't make the mistake of selling a significant amount of our Bitcoin at 100,000, actually seeing with our own two eyes and six figures Bitcoin, we're going to be very, very relieved. I just think, I mean, the top 1% have no interest in Bitcoin right now. When the top 1%, what are they interested in? The best in the world, the most rare, that's Bitcoin. When they get interested, they already own half of all assets. Wall Street, I mean, the amount of money that is moving right now, it's like a displacement of Bitcoin from weak hands to Wall Street and entities like BlackRock. It's a black hole. It's a vacuum of Bitcoin. So when it goes there, it's not coming back. And now states buying Bitcoin, Michael Saylor buying at the top forever in billion-dollar increments. I think selling at 100,000 would be a huge mistake. It's going to be tempting for some, but I hope none of us do it.
Yeah, Fred, maybe you can weigh in on that because you were talking about now is not the time to trade. Now is the time to just buy and hold.
Yeah, I mean, listen, 100,000, it may be a psychological level, but I mean, what kind of level is it? It's, it's 30% or 25% overall inflation adjusted all-time high. It's ridiculous, especially when we have a Bitcoin reserve. We have the first time in history that the administration is pro Bitcoin, and we have kind of TradFi that now has the option to buy Bitcoin and participate in this rally. I think 100K, selling at 100K is just, it's going to go down as one of the stupidest things you could possibly do, in my opinion. In any kind of size. I mean, unless you need the money for, a kidney operation or something, in that case, yeah, better than dying. But
or a porch or a new car.
Yeah, I mean, I just would say, if you need a Lambo, I get it. I understand Lambos are important, but other than that, I really, I don't see any reason why you would even think about selling at 100. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
I would
There's a lot of
recommend. I
This
would
has been
recommend a 1/8 scale Lambo personally.
that could be.
touche, Chris, touche.
This has been, Fred, as you know, a victory lap for many hodlers like myself. From 3,000 to this, and you're right. Why? This is why we always preach about don't leverage, pay as you go, because then you're at a point now. Look, if you got a job, you got a salary, you got other things going on. Why in the hell am I going to sell now? Why in the hell? There's no way, dude. I'm here for the long term. I'm going plus to 100K.
Toby,
Let's
are
go,
you at the
baby.
pub? Are you at the pub? Are you having a pint right now?
I am.
He's always at the
Oh,
pub.
nice. Good
I
for
am.
you. Hey, the planets are aligning,
How many
and the shit's
Publord, how many drinks in are you? How many beers in?
Just started on. I had one pint and just ordered a second. But I can tell you the advantage sometimes of having some beers is that I once smash bought some Bitcoin and I had a few beers in me and it didn't seem to go through. So I smash bought again. And after the third time I smash bought, I realized there was something wrong with the app. And yeah, basically I got 3 times the Bitcoin thanks to some beer. So let that be a lesson for you, sir.
that's a truly
You still
smash
have
smash
cash?
buy.
You still have cash to buy from me? What are you doing?
Always got to have cash, man. And I said that.
Beetlejuice.
Well, Santa Barbara's like, look, man. Look, everyone's got to have your own thing, have your own plan. And when he wants to take 2%, he's got 2% and he wants to start a business for his wife, that's fine. You know why? Because everyone's a sovereign individual. Do what you got to do. You got to have some cash on the side for other things in life. Enjoy life and love
Cash on the
Bitcoin.
side. Hey, Pubby, Joe's here. I'm sure he was listening to Fred talking about the DMs going back and forth. I'd be curious to hear the other side of this, the other perspective of all of this. Sounds like shit talking, really.
We
Back and
weren't
forth.
shit talking. We're just saying it's difficult being in a DM with Joe because he pulls out these like trial lawyer techniques, and he says this is like expert witness stuff. He's like, I said
It's
this is
hard to
not
argue with
fair,
a
and he goes,
lawyer.
no, it's completely fair. In trials, we have these expert witnesses, and this is how I'm using my expert witness to kind of like.
Yeah. So you want to hear the panel? So here's the members of the jury. We
Oh,
will be
love it.
calling several witnesses. Fred is trying to prove his case how rates will come sub 2% under the Trump administration over the next 18 months. Now, I strongly dispute that claim. And on my side, I will be calling the following individuals that I will qualify as experts in their field, qualified by knowledge, skill, and experience. Number one, Paul Tudor Jones, noted investor. Number two, chief investment titan of the world, Larry Fink, who thinks rates are going to remain higher for longer. And number three, not to be outdone by either of these esteemed individuals, current chair and remaining chair of the Federal Reserve for the next 18 months, Jerome Powell, the esteemed Jerome Powell.
He'll be fired.
You use the word esteemed and Jerome Powell in the same sentence, and I have a problem with that. Joe. I have a problem with that.
Testifying. Hang on a second. You'll have your chance.
Those guys get stuff wrong all the time.
Testifying on behalf of the plaintiff, Mr. Krueger, who has the burden of proving his claim of sub 2%, will be Larry Lepard, the amazing James Lavishing, and some other Bitcoin guy that follows Fred. I think it's Giovanni. Okay, so members of the jury, who are you? Who's more credible?
I love the way I have the burden of the proof. For what I thought we were like innocent until proven guilty, and now I have the burden of the proof. The court of Carlasale is like, I mean, it's like Wyatt Earp in the old West. You know, you're guilty until proven innocent. I mean, this is a really.
Hey, you wanted Trump to shake up things, isn't that what you want? Like just guilty until proven innocent sounds like a much more efficient system. Trump's angling for major reforms. Why do you want to stick with the old system?
All I can say, Joe, is you're realizing your 100K 103 bet is in trouble. You know it. You know it's in trouble because you're starting to post things like, "Yay, we're going to get to 100K." You know this is in trouble. You know we have 45 days, and you're going to go down, and you're going to have to publicly apologize to Beagle and myself for being so incredibly wrong.
I'll add in a free public apology to both of you. I think it'll make you feel better.
It would be nice.
Listen,
it would be great.
No. I'm in a recorded space here on Bitcoin Today. I will promise to personally apologize for losing a bet to you.
I don't think this one's recorded.
I think there's a little dot in the top left-hand corner of my screen.
Oh, yep.
It is.
Sorry, Joe. It is.
I trust you, Lauren. Puppy's been drinking.
We weren't recording until Joe came in, and then we hit the record button.
Right. We're like, oh shit, hit record.
Look. Let's talk about what's really exciting today. What's really exciting right now is you've got a major dive in the Nasdaq and the SPOOs, and Bitcoin's positive on the day, guys. That's really exciting. Obviously, it's just one day, just a snapshot. But years ago, if the SPOOs were down nearly 1.5%, Bitcoin would be down like 4% or 5%. So
Joe, can you get closer to your mic? I can't hear you. You can't.
Sounds like you're in the bathroom today.
Oh, any better now?
That's Puncher.
Hello?
Hey, Puncher wants in on the bet too. He's with Fred and Beagle.
Is
So
it
he's
better
trying
now?
to text
Did I
me.
fix my mic?
Yeah, way better. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yep.
What I was saying, I appreciate you letting me know. Sometimes it's hard to tell with the mics, but So listen, like years ago, if we were down 1.5% on the SPOOs, we would be down like 4 or 5 on Bitcoin. And that just comes with improved liquidity. So that's really bullish, guys. That's really exciting. I couldn't be happier with how Bitcoin is performing today.
Hey, Lauren,
I will
can I
note.
break
I
in for
will
a minute?
note, Joe, that Ethereum, however, is down 2.8% today. So, if
You spend way
if
too
you're
much
a
time
bankless
fixated on
guy,
you spend way too much time fixating on these altcoins. They're nothing. They're worthless. Just ignore them, Fred. Don't. I see you tweeting out the rage tweets about Cardano every day, and I'm like, just let it go. It's not going to hurt you.
I
Hey,
disagree,
Joe
Fred.
wasn't
Please never stop doing that.
Joe wasn't here. I also like that, Fred. Joe wasn't here when we were talking about the 100K party. Joe, what are you going to do for the 100K party?
Well, I'm going to put on my hat. That's the first thing. I've got a hat that says 100K on it. So
Yes.
I'm going to put the hat on, and I might just walk around for a bit. I might just go to a store and just walk around with my hat on and see if I
Ooh,
get
I
any
love it.
eyes or notice. Probably not. And then I'll get kind of more bullish, right? Because people will be like, what's that weird symbol on your hat that says BTC? And by the way, I was talking to a guy yesterday who still had never heard of Bitcoin. How is that possible? I mean, can somebody explain that to me? Like, like, where have you been? Like, how do you not even know the name Bitcoin?
Where did you talk to this guy at, Joe?
Supermarket, the supermarket.
Was he a financial advisor?
No, he's just a guy. Like, a literally guy I was just talking to. I talked to
Why?
people. Yeah.
Why did it come up? Were you discussing Bitcoin with a random stranger?
Because I have a Bitcoin hoodie that has a B. First of all, if you're making Bitcoin, sorry for the tangent, but if you're going to make Bitcoin apparel or merchandise, it should be subtle. It should be very like discreet. It shouldn't be like this big giant Bitcoin all over your shirt. Like, I think that's so obnoxious. But for the record, I have a hoodie that I went out getting groceries in, and it's got a tiny little B logo. And the guy asked me, "What's that?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's Bitcoin." He's like, "Huh?" And I'm like, yeah, Bitcoin. Have you heard of Bitcoin? And that was basically the conversation. No idea. Totally clueless.
I have MicroStrategy swag, and not one person has ever asked me about it ever. Never.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, do you come across as approachable as a person if you're like in a room, or are you kind of not do that?
I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not sure.
we weren't actually talking about my clothing to begin with. I was talking about how I struggle sometimes to select avocados. They either seem overly ripe or they seem rock hard. Like, I can't ever find like a decent. Like, I have to either. I generally elect to get like the avocados that are super hard, because then by the time I can judge that they're good to eat, like it'll be a couple days later. But if I get like the ripe ones, then for some reason the next day they're all black. Like, it's awful.
Joe,
Joe,
it took
I
me till my 50s before I could actually pick out an avocado. But I wanted to extend the invite to Joe because we're actually trying to rally the troops in this space to perhaps go somewhere like Aspen or maybe Tahoe to celebrate the 100K party. So keep that in the back of your mind and bring your freaking 100K hat because we may be celebrating together.
Yeah.
or we could hit Joe. We could hit an Indian casino near Chicago. Might be fun.
Yeah, we don't have any Indian casinos. We have regular casinos,
Wait.
and
Displains. Displains has one.
Elgin, the Grand Vic is my usual hangout. That's where I was the other night.
Fred, that
Gary,
wasn't like
Indiana is
their
right across the border as
Indian
well.
casino.
Yeah, but you don't want to go to Gary, Indiana. You don't. I
Joe,
mean, no offense, but
have you been to Rivers Casino in Des Plaines?
I've
Is
been to
really nice.
Rivers. I've been to Rivers. It's nice. Like I said, my preference is the Grand Vic. I don't know if you've been there, Asteroid, in Elgin.
Long time ago. I barely remember it, but yeah,
So it has the best poker rooms.
So
I'm guessing.
if here's what I'll promise. If we do in fact go to have a 100K party,
When?
the book is like done, just waiting on the agents, publishers, all that junk. I will do an exclusive reading of the first several chapters of the book, which I think you guys would enjoy.
We may have to smash a few beers with Pubby, but that sounds like a good time.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey guys,
man.
thus far I have not doxed myself, but I live in Cabo San Lucas about 10 months out of the year. I've got LA on my profile there, but if we want to think about doing something like that, maybe I can be the leg man down here.
That's awesome.
I'm told, Justin. I'm
Yeah, that's
told that
great.
there's fishing expeditions in Cabo San Lucas. Might be a good time to go fishing. What do you think?
There's a few fishing expeditions going on here, and I actually go to really remote places where there's no gringos.
Right,
If
might be a
anybody
good
wants,
time to bring our treasures and go fishing. What do you think?
that's right. Yeah, and it gets really deep right off the coast too. So hopefully no devastating losses of Bitcoin right before the end of the year that would be somewhat of a tax, haven there. So speaking of where I live about 20 miles, 30 miles south of Todos Santos, which is a surfing location. And you guys might notice we have a guy on this panel here who is on Fred Spaces every single day, who I don't think I've ever heard talk. And I thought this guy was an imposter because you see Luke Davis, and I've been following this guy because I love surfing on Instagram. And the guy's a world famous professional surfer. And I don't want to say too much about his life, but look at Instagram. I mean, the guy's young and good looking and professional model, I believe, as well. Luke, how did you get into Bitcoin, man?
Yeah, I've been lurking in these spaces. I'm kind of a noob, so I've been sitting in the background, but love these spaces. Thanks for doing them all the time. I don't know anyone that's into Bitcoin, so it makes me feel a little less crazy.
Man, I didn't think it was you. I thought somebody was an imposter, but it's you because I saw on Instagram the last few days you've been posting charts and stuff.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah.
You got the APSK 32 chart on your profile. I just saw it. I noticed the chart.
Oh dear.
Oh
Here
dear.
we
Oh
go.
no. Power laws in the morning.
Power
Is it gonna
law in the
break?
morning. Yeah, look, it's Joe
Are we
Carlos
thinking?
can't believe it because he's
Are
anti-power
we?
law, but
Joe, just
Hey,
chime in anytime because we're just kind of
what?
free. It's free form Friday, so
Okay.
whenever you want
Well,
to.
I don't want to take
No,
away
you're good. You're good.
from
Yeah,
Luke.
just roll with it.
No, I have a question, and maybe I can get Fred's objective take on this. So, back during the yen carry trade debacle, I put on a bet with our famous Mario Spaces guest. I don't know if you go into Mario Spaces ever, but his name is Dr. Danish. We originally made it for 1,000,000 satoshis, but then we went a 10x. We did a Grant Cardone 10x it, and we have a 0.1 Bitcoin bet by the end of the year. And I want to know if you think I'm going to win it or get my head handed to me, Fred. The bet at the time was that, and at the time the S&P was 5130, and I said by the end of the year I don't think it's going to break at any point, break below 5,000. So for me to lose the bet, all that needs to happen is it needs to stay above 5,000 by 1031, and then I'll win a tenth of a Bitcoin. So am I gonna lose or win that bet, Fred? What do you think objectively? What does the power law say?
I want to weigh in and just
why does
say
the
you've got to
power
have a
law have to do with
spreadsheet.
that? That doesn't have anything to do with the power law. But yeah, okay, you're going to win
Can
your bet, Joe. Bravo.
Will I? Well, I mean, okay. So anybody think I'm going to lose? Because I'm getting a little nervous here
Joe,
at this
I'm more
price action.
concerned. How in the hell can you keep track of all of these bets? You must have a spreadsheet going. I was still.
No, so Twitter has this function where, and I know this because this is basically Hala Magoo's entire life, and he clued me into it. It's a function called the bookmark, and I don't really use it effectively, but I do bookmark all the bets that I make. So then if I go into the bookmarks, I can see every bet and when it was made and who it was made with and all that stuff. So that's my only feature. Hodl Magoo bookmarks like any statement of any import on Twitter, so that like when somebody invariably is made a fool,
Pure
he can
autism.
just get this.
Pure autism.
Yeah. He can literally find the tweet like that Pomp made in 2016's thing that Ethereum's going to outperform Bitcoin. He can find it probably in 30 seconds with his advanced filing system. It's like basically AI at this point.
Is he
with Magoo.
bookmarking Dennis Porter's breaking?
Yes, he's got a whole folder on Dennis Porter
Wow.
and Fred. Yeah.
There's a hard drive in
He's
the
got all
cloud.
of Fred. He's got all of Fred's EOS tweets, like categorized by month and date and statement and everything.
Gentlemen,
He's the one who clued.
gentlemen, I
He's
would
the
just
one clued me.
can I get some clarification because I have some very severe concerns. Your ideas of your 100K parties, going to Sedona and reading books with a bunch of men. Was this a real idea for parties? I don't know if you were joking or if you were trying to come up with the most sick and twisted ideas possible. Like, these ideas made me want to punch myself in the nuts with a ball peen hammer. We're gonna do that for a 100K party? Hang out with dudes in Sedona and read a book? I mean, what are we doing here, guys? Okay, what the fuck
With
are we doing?
Breedlove. You have to bring Breedlove into the equation.
Hookers and blow.
I feel like you haven't spent a ton of time around Bitcoiners. Have you been to like a Bitcoin event in real life or only on Twitter? Because I listen at the Bitcoin conference, somebody was trying to get me to play chess, and I love chess, right? But like it was a conference, and I'm supposed to be mixing and mingling and everything, and they were actually trying to get me to play chess, which I ended up playing for the record.
Hurry, everybody get in a circle.
I'm thinking of The
Hey,
Hangover, Bangkok, Thailand, knee deep in liquor and whores, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. There you go. That's a $100,000 party.
Sounds like the
Someone get a hold
Hangover
of this
Part
maniac.
5 with Bitcoiners.
I'm in.
And at 100K, everyone's getting girlfriends. Even your wives are getting girlfriends at 100K. Just like, you know.
Yeah, it's same with the merch we were talking about earlier. These whole Bitcoin get-togethers probably not going to be a great idea once we surpass $15 million a coin. You know what I'm saying? Like, you might want to keep a low profile there, guys. I won't be going to any more of these. I've kind of retired from the Bitcoin meetups personally, so yeah, just keep an eye out.
Tell that to Joe who's walking around with a Bitcoin hoodie. Are you crazy, Joe?
Yeah. Well, it's not. It just has a little bee on it, just a little tiny bee in the corner. Like I said, subtlety is everything. Hey, but Fred, I've never got a chance to ask you about this. Can you explain the thought process from the clip where How to Magoo clued me in with Raul Paul, where you were saying in 2020 everything was going to crash in price? Like, what was the thought process there? Why did you think everything was going to crash?
I didn't
Prices for
think the
everything was
Fed
going to
was
fall
going to
down.
like flood the market with liquidity the way it did.
But that was after the
Well,
Fed flooded the market with liquidity.
Answer the question, Fred.
Okay, I don't want to go on Joe Carlos Ali's night court. Every
This is
single
being
thing,
recorded.
every conversation I have with Joe is it degenerates into I have a witness. You're on the stand. I mean, I wonder how he is with his wife. Do you put your wife on the stand, Joe, or is that?
No, we just don't
Okay,
talk.
that's
We
cool.
just try to
That's
stay in
cool.
other separate rooms. No, Lindsay's great. She's awesome. If you're listening,
And
I
she's a
love you.
lawyer too. Does she put you on the stand?
No. She's actually a policy analyst. She analyzes healthcare policy for the American Medical Association.
That's cool. Yeah, I think I actually donated to her fund.
You did.
Yeah,
Thank you again.
yeah.
Thank you again. Yeah, she ended up we collectively raised like close to 50 grand. Gary Cardone donated as well, and many people in here probably donated. I'm sure it was awesome, and all for great purposes.
By the way, did you guys see,
cancer.
change the subject a little bit, did you guys see Grant Cardone's post that he's now going to do a Bitcoin real estate fund or something?
Well, he had a number. It seemed kind of strange. Like he was like, text here if you're interested.
He's
He
orange
posted
pilling.
laser eyes too.
I kind of think that was our idea. I think we should get like a
Absolutely.
commish, for
Yep.
that.
10%. No, for sure. We were dragging him into the spaces, remember? Yeah.
Joe, can you kind of paper that up, and then we'll get him to kind of agree.
Joe, you're a whiz at pulling things back from you said, what was it, thumb tagged or whatever you said. Get that pull that space back up, and we can validate that it was us that actually orange pilled the little brother.
Guys, can I just take a minute to push back on Arcade's irreverence there, poking fun at our get-togethers recently? 100 Trilly and I did a live broadcast from a pub in San Diego with Giovanni, and for 4.5 hours we talked advanced mathematics models, and I think we drank we probably drank as many beers as Publord has already had this morning. I mean, there was like 3 or 4 English ales we drank in one sitting, so it got. I just want to push back on Arcade there a little bit. We know how to have fun.
Smash by. And
I stand corrected.
hand in hand with that, we're actually
It's only 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm literally 1 beer deep, starting on my second. Take a
Oh, you
break.
got some drinking to
Oh,
do, my man.
oh man. Yep. Wait till you find me wait till you find me in 6 hours hosting a space. That'll be a good time.
Going hand in hand with Fred's idea of Aspen, the invites are actually starting to come out. At least there's a couple up in the nest there of our Dumb and Dumber party in Aspen. So make sure you get your outfits ready, fellas. Get your hat, Joe. We're going to Aspen.
Samsonite.
Gotta rent an orange tuxedo, just like Dumb and Dumber with that Bitcoin B on it.
I'm taking the mini bike.
This is better than Bitcoin. These are IOUs for Bitcoin. They're great, and they are completely and utterly redeemable.
Hey, Publord, one time I did an experiment where I got a bottle of wine and 400 milligrams of caffeine. I consumed them both and then did a spaces where I just talked for like an hour. I gained 200 followers. I'm not kidding. So I was excited. I barely remember it. I did it again the next day and I lost 400. And that was the last one I did. I'll never do that again.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, man. You know what's funny? It's like we were talking the other day. It is the Orange Sun. It came in, and they had finished because I wake up like at 2 a.m. to 4 a.m. And talking there, and I was laughing because man, I don't know who it was. It may have been Black Swan started this space, and I don't know how the topic of ayahuasca came up and hallucinogenics, but dude,
Robert Breedlove.
yeah, look, I've only had beer, wine. I get it. I enjoy a good shot once in a while. But people come in with these crazy stories, man. Yeah, oh yeah, cocaine. Yeah, oh yeah, coke. Oh yeah, did coke, marijuana. I never tried any of those things, but the stories were great, and the trips they were taking. That was 2 hours of just mind opening things. Oh, with my
If you
job,
have any
I can't
questions,
do.
just ask because I've done all those things. Okay,
Oh
so just let
man.
me know.
Well, yeah, this is. I don't want to go on a tangent down that way, but it was amazing how many people came in, talking about drugs. Yeah, 2 hours and there was no Bitcoin talk at all.
Yeah, well, it's
The way
amazing because those of
my
us
Bitcoin story, my road to Bitcoin involves mushrooms, okay? And maybe a little bit of cocaine as well. So anytime you guys are bored, we can all make a campfire, sit around, and I'll indulge you.
who have indulged in some of those pleasures, it's funny that we recognized during Kamala's, especially later on in her campaign, some of her behavior, and we could attribute it to very specific substances. And but you would talk about that, and nobody would get it. They didn't believe you, or but the woman was under the influence like 24 hours a day for the last 4 weeks of the election.
Remember when people thought Biden had a stutter for 3 years?
Did we lose Joe?
Yeah,
Fred, did you chase Joe away?
He probably
He
left
did.
in
I can
protest.
say the 3 words if you want me to repeat. He'll come back.
Belisare won.
are you guys watching
Yeah,
Mike Tyson fights?
what happened to Joe Biden, man? What happened to Joe Biden at the end? Do you see now that guy's a spring fucking chicken, jumping on stage 6 feet in the
Drink your
air.
beer, puppy. Drink your beer.
Okay,
Hit.
No, have
What do
another
you?
one.
What do you mean you enjoy
Somebody
a
buy a puppy
shot
a beer.
occasionally, Publord? Define
Hour,
occasionally.
no more than one an hour.
Another hour? Yeah.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
30
I had
minutes.
I had a existential crisis in my 40s, and I didn't even really start hard drugs till then. I've since quit, but yeah, I that list pretty much checked them all off the. But it was a tough time, and quite honestly, really don't regret it. But yeah, it's interesting. Hard on the body, but had some great times. Now back to that 100K party.
Nice. You didn't die. I'm glad. I'm glad you didn't lose your
No,
car or hurt
exactly.
anybody. You're still here. You're still hodling, so that's great.
Remember
That's a
that.
see. There's good drug stories too.
Right.
How,
Yes, it's a learning
there's,
curve.
there's a question for you guys. Is there a point that it hurts you to stack? And what I mean is there a point when you were stacking at a certain price where it's like a kick in the nuts? Like, fuck, I was down at 3,000 and I got to stack at 90. This is bullshit, man. Everyone's got
No.
to have that price at some point.
I stayed up
Yes.
late
Hey,
last night, literally overthinking just how hurtful it is of the amount of sats I'm getting now per dollar than what it used to be.
That's a weird way to. I feel like that's a kind of a distorted way to think about it. To me, it's just like my other savings account that actually doesn't decay over time. So whatever excess money I have that I don't put into other stocks goes right in. That's
I
the way I look
keep
at it. I don't
trying
look
to
at.
figure out what's the next piece of the game theory that we're missing because I feel like it's almost all in place. Like half of the shit that's going on right now was science fiction in 2016. Like when Elon mentioned Bitcoin, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. So what's the piece that's missing now besides every nation state going in? Like, because
They're
I'm
going in right now,
crazy
though.
bullish.
yeah, that's a great observation, I think. I mean, there's so many ships on the horizon, and it would really only take a combination of two or three of these to hit simultaneously, where it's gonna be a game changer as far as the dynamics go. We're not gonna be able to look at the history and say, oh, well, this is what Bitcoin did in the past. It'll be not to stomp on any models, or I know power law isn't a model, but it would definitely go in line with that, because it would just take off on the same hockey stick trajectory that almost all these models
I
show
think
anyway.
these
So
models, one way to look at these models is they're sort of a measure of disbelief or stupidity, right? Because look, Bitcoin's gone up 1 million x since the beginning of when the prices were recorded at 10 cents, right? So it's gone up 1 million x, and you know anything that's already gone up 1 million x has already gone through all these things. So are we going to go up more? Yeah, we're going to go up more. Is it going to go up in a certain unexpected way? I doubt it. I think we've seen sort of the way it goes, and it's roughly this power law. Roughly, it's sort of exponential, but going down a little bit. And I think even though we have the incredible, have all this conviction that this stuff, the average person doesn't. And the average person who is buying is still looking to sell 20% higher. I mean, I was orange pilled some kid who was an oligarch's son, and the guy's like, yeah, I'm buying Bitcoin at 87. I'm like great. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to sell it at 100. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I didn't teach you anything. You know what I mean? Like, so I think there really is there's massive disbelief. People who are on the outside just and there's a really good clip that was from CNBC. I don't know if anybody saw it, where you have like the whole panel is sitting there going, "What's the utility?" And the utility is to buy stuff and tokens and then sell it and then get out before it crashes. Like the entire panel is sitting around doing this, and this is like 2 days ago. So like these people are not convinced.
It's Stockholm syndrome.
Steve Weiss has been talking shit for a while, and he was like, "Oh, I'm buying it." He's like, "It's useless. It's just a speculative vehicle, but it's going to go up, and that's why I'm buying it." He's like, "The purpose is just speculation." Yeah, they still are not even in the neighborhood of.
They don't understand it at all. There's complete, and you still got the majority of the financial world still, even the guys who are like, at BlackRock or, what are being advised by, they're only buying it. They're sort of like, well, I'm going to get a little bit just in case BlackRock's right, but like even BlackRock's pushing Ethereum pretty much just as hard as Bitcoin. Like we are nowhere near to even like first base. I would say first base is not here. This is top of the first inning. That's where we are. Okay, we're top of the first. Maybe bottom of the first inning, but like we're nowhere near the second inning. I think.
Fred, I've been wanting to ask you. I haven't been able to get on the spaces, but you and I see Thomas as well. Like, if you want to call them retail, they have no interest, they have no understanding, they have no conviction. Is the suddenly part of gradually then suddenly going to basically eliminate retail from having any significant impact on supply or demand this time around?
No, I think retail. Look, first of all, retail doesn't look at Bitcoin. They're going to look at the price of these ETFs, right? That's what they're going to look at, right? So they're going to look at IBIT, and I bet they're going to look at it and they're like, oh, okay, what is it, 50, 51? They're going to go, it looks pretty good at 51. They're not even looking at Bitcoin, to be honest. And I do think retail is going to get involved, and I think just like with everything else. And so I don't think this is cutting out retail or anything. I just feel like most people are very uninterested in this thing yet, And what are they interested in? They're interested in maybe AI, right? They're interested in self-driving cars because they've been in one, now, or they have a Tesla or something. They can try out Chat GPT. That's cool. But they don't see any need for Bitcoin whatsoever. Most people in the US are like, why do I need Bitcoin? No need. I can pay my bills with Visa. I don't need Bitcoin. They don't get it. They're vaguely aware of inflation, but I don't think that this is top of mind for most people yet at all. And even if it goes up to, let's say it doubles from here, right? Early next year. Let's say we get to Bitcoin almost 200,000. You know what people are going to say? Yeah, it's a bubble. That's what they're going to say. It's a bubble, and I need to get out.
They always, yeah, totally. I just think that a lot of the estimates that I've heard from like across the board, I'm like, man, if everything is in play the way that it looks like it's going with the government and these nation states, like, I don't know, $1 million Bitcoin, I think, is what we're going to see 2026. I don't like, where's the breaks? Where's the sell off? Where's the big sell off? Because the floor has risen so much now. Like, if all these nation states buy into it, why the fuck are they all going to dump it? Like, it's not, I just don't see it going through the same 4-year cycles it has in the past.
Well, I agree that look, okay, so Arcade, I totally don't think we're going to go through a 4-year cycle, right? I think halving makes no difference whatsoever anymore. It really doesn't. And maybe it didn't last term either. I think the reason we puked is because of Sam Bankman-Fried and Terra Luna and all that stuff. That's why we went down, right? It's not because people were preparing for the 2024 mining, not at all, right? So, I think, and it's not because we got tremendously overvalued in, April of 2021 either, So I think that there's very likely that we go into a multi-year bull market here. And I also think that people selling next year are probably going to miss out most of the bull market because I think it's probably going to go on for 5 years. If I had to guess, I think we'll have a, TradFi will start warming up to this. It'll warm up. We'll have a very good next year. We'll have an excellent 2026. We'll have a good 2027. And everybody who sold in, August of 2025 because Giovanni told them to sell is going to miss. Okay. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I honestly think putting these trading signals, and the worst thing is the worst thing will be if you sell and go short, right? Which some people will.
Oh yeah.
Because they're not going to get the upside on they're going to lose confidence in the upside. They're going to try to make money playing on the downside, and then they're going to get completely and utterly wrecked. So
just crushed. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we likely go into a multi-year bull market. And then the question is, are we going to spike to some crazy level? I kind of hope we don't, right? Because I think our best bet is if we have another year like we're having this year, right? We double again next year. How great would that be, right? So we get to about 250K by the end of next year, or 200K. Fantastic. Where people are still saying, well, it's supposed to go up. Yeah. And people are like, well, it's kind of you said it was going to go much higher, but it didn't really perform. Now it's kind of expensive. Great. We are setting ourselves for an amazing 2026, and maybe it goes up 30% in 2020. Fantastic. So I really think all this talk of God candles and all this stuff is not great, because if we do go to $1 million or something, we'll probably have a sharp move down. Everybody will lose confidence. We don't need that. What we want is for this thing to look more like the stock market on steroids, right? To go up 40-50% a year for 10 years consistently. That would be the best scenario for Bitcoin. I think if we have this massive move up followed by a sharp sell-off, which there will be if we have some. If we somehow go to $1 million a coin next year or the year after, we will have a massive sharp sell off. It's just guaranteed. So I don't know. I definitely think that the power law probably has a really good shot of holding, quote unquote, meaning, the power law sort of says that we're probably going to stay under 500,000 next year by all. Well, and yeah, maybe that's fine. Look, I'm not going to complain. I would love that. I'm not planning on exiting next year.
Yeah, no.
I think it'd be
I
great.
would be fine with that. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna do a little housekeeping real quick. Let's go to hands again because there's a bunch of people I can see their mics popping off. Dallas is actually next, but try to keep it a little shorter too. And if you want to ask Fred stuff, we're super lucky that he's in the space. He probably doesn't have a lot of time, so we'll try to maybe hit him up with some stuff. But before anybody says anything, Fred, if you don't want to talk about this, it's no problem. But I was just curious about the whole power law man himself and what transpired there and what the deal was. If you feel free to talk about that. If not, you can shoot it down. But I was curious. I hadn't really heard any public statement or anything that what happened there. But I noticed there was some blocking and stuff going on. Do you care to talk about that at all, or would you rather not? Did we lose Fred?
We lost Fred.
You just scared him off.
He's like, no, I will not talk about Giovanni. Hopefully we can find him. He often dropped because he would be driving or jumping in an elevator. Elevators killed Fred's spaces a lot. So Dallas, I'd love to hear from Eastside, man. I haven't heard from you in a long time. So there he is. Fred, you're back.
I'm back. Sorry, I clicked the. I thought I was.
Did you hear my question before we start turning it over to some of these other guys?
What was your question?
I was just curious about Giovanni, and if you, this is just my own personal, interest, which is if you don't feel like talking about it, whatever. But I noticed there was maybe some blocking going on. I didn't know.
Listen, here's my thing with Giovanni.
Yeah.
Is like I feel like, I think Giovanni was. The fact that he discovered this power law is great. He's a super smart guy. I like him, but I just find that some of the stuff that he's doing now is, if it's all in private, that's one thing. But if he goes out on people's spaces and or tweet feeds and starts, posting in the and wrong, all this stuff. It's just a little rude. That's the only thing I will say. And so, I just blocked him because he was just sort of invading my feed. And, I just feel like, I think probably at some point, in a month or so, I'll just unblock him and, just sort of like, okay, you're kind of warned now, please. I'm happy to go and talk in spaces or whatnot, but like, you can't be that, that sort of out there and say everybody's wrong and blah, blah, blah. And I would say this, I do think we have to be a little bit humble about what we say these math stuff tells you. Like, what does it tell you? I think math tells you this power law says there's this wide range of outcomes that can happen in the next couple of years. What it does not tell you is that the market's going to rally in November, or it's going to end. The rally's going to end in October of next year, or buy my trading course because you're going to be able to make twice Bitcoin. All this kind of stuff. So that's where I'm sort of saying, listen, I like Giovanni. I wish him well, but I don't really want to endorse anybody's trading courses or anything. I think it's a little, it's counterproductive, guys. Like we're not here to like sell people signals or jump in and say, we don't know anything. All we know is that roughly speaking, Bitcoin does seem to be growing at this sort of decaying, slowing exponential rate. That we do know, and I also think that, look, we got kind of lucky with this election, right? Like, what if Kamala had gotten in? Where would Bitcoin be right now? 50,000? 50,000.
Yeah, what if Trump would have taken a bullet?
do
Fred,
think
but
that the election
Giovanni
matters.
said he's selling the
Matters.
course to make his to make revenue. He said he needs revenue. That's why he's selling the trading course.
Hey, easy Asteroid. No, I totally respect that, Fred. That's I feel 100% the same way. And like you said, it's not personal or anything. And I have rubs with some of those same areas. But we're gonna let Dallas, who's been patiently waiting, and then followed by Luke. Go ahead, Dallas.
Oh man, so much to split up. I mean, just on the point earlier, you guys were saying, what hasn't happened yet. I mean, there's still, I think MicroStrategy is the 150th biggest company by market cap in the U.S., and the other 149 above them basically have no Bitcoin exposure. So that's something that's certainly going to change, hopefully rather quickly, but maybe not. But that'll be a big catalyst. But I was going to ask Fred's thoughts. Like, I'm certainly on board with you that like a lot of people, a lot of retail will buy the ETFs, of course. Like, I mean, passive flows and whatever other sort of like retirement things are sort of automated away for them. But at least in my world, like I know a lot of people who fit, I think that demographic of people who either have some exposure to it or, will have some exposure to it. But I don't hear any of them talking about the price per share of the ETF. They all still, whether they have exposure to it or not, really care about the price, the actual price of Bitcoin. And I don't know if that's ever going to really go away until it's like so big that it's sort of hard to discuss. And I think we're pretty far away from that. Curious if you guys have any thoughts on that.
I don't think Dallas. Here's the thing. Look, I'll give you an example. My wife owns the ETF, right? Does she follow Bitcoin price? Vaguely, vaguely, you know. But she's got, she put a bunch of money in the ETF. It's done really well for her. And a lot of people don't follow Bitcoin that much. They check it maybe once a month, So or they'll check it if they see it on TV or something, But they're not looking at them. I think that at the end of the day, this is going to become a mainstream asset, right? It's just so not a mainstream asset today. It really isn't, And I think it's gonna take a little longer than people think because I just don't think I think we haven't even started. And I think 5 years from now it will, people will probably have, we'll be at probably a 10x the penetration of where it is now. Now I would estimate right now it's 0.1%. That's kind of how much I would estimate the market is today. And I just put super ballpark estimate is you got $100 trillion of assets in the U.S. right now, which is just stocks, cash, and bonds. Forget real estate, right? Just those three. 100 trillion. And those 100 trillion, they own, little less than 1 trillion in the ETF. Okay. That's it. That's not 100 billion in the ETF. That's it. So it's on order of magnitude 0.1%. We're not going to be at 0.1% a decade from now. We're going to be at multiple percentage points. And, Saylor says we're going to 7%. I think that's kind of reasonable. At some point we're going to see single digit percentage points in Bitcoin. So I think that is really the entire story. It's not like nation state adoption and stuff. It's just traditional financial. It's the wall of money that's owned by everybody. It's owned by retail. It's really three buckets, right? It's 1/3 retail, 1/3 institutions like pension funds, and retirement accounts. And then 1/3 is managed accounts where, it's people managing money for wealthy people, right? So, and those three buckets, we are just absolutely at the very, 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 very beginning. They don't care. They are not going to be scared by a price of Bitcoin at 100,000. They're going to like a price of Bitcoin at 100,000. It becomes much easier if Bitcoin's rallying. They are not interested in cheap Bitcoin. They want expensive Bitcoin. That's what they want.
Last question for you. I want to ask you real quick because I got to run in a bit too. Let's just play out the crazy scenario. Let's say Lutnick, it becomes the Treasury Secretary, and then sometime in 25, the federal government officially announces that they're gonna, they're gonna essentially do a strategic reserve. Where do you think we get to with given the game theory like by end of 26?
I kind of think 500,000, is kind of that's the kind of look. I don't think we're getting to 1 million in anytime soon. I think we might get to 1 million in 5 years, maybe, but I don't think we're going to get to 1 million. I think we have to get our sights a little lower, and I think something like 500,000 would be an amazing achievement. I could be wrong, and maybe things are just going to explode upwards, and we're going to get like it it it's going to be amazing, right? Maybe, but we're talking already, $1.5 trillion asset, right? So for this thing to get to a $10 trillion asset, $15 trillion asset, I don't think it's going to happen in 1-2 years. I really don't. I just don't see that. But if it does, great. I will be there, and I will participate in this thing. I'm not planning on selling, but I wouldn't count our chickens before they hatch. I'm in the egg business right now.
Fred, my apologies on starting the hand brigade here because
Hey,
look,
Puppy,
there's so many.
Puppy, it's where
Yep.
Luke is up right now. We got a billion hands in the room, and Luke,
I,
our professional surfer, has been
yep.
patiently waiting there.
Oh, I
And
thought he
then,
was just talking before Fred. My
no,
bad.
sir, that's Dallas. So you're going to be, we're going to let
Yep.
Thomas go after that because Thomas hasn't said anything yet. And then there's other
Sure.
people like Big
Oh,
Sean's in here, East Side. I'd love to hear from all
yep.
these people. So
Got
professional
it.
surfer Luke, yeah.
Hey, yeah, just a point on kind of adoption and that whole aspect. I was at a dinner the other night with about 11 people, all in their 30s, and the price was busting through 80K, and I was stuck on my phone, and no one even knew what was happening. Nothing. Nobody mentioned anything. So I think we have a lot of room to run still with adoption. Like people are asleep at the wheel. And I think the way that most people are going to get in is just whether it's like target date retirement funds or MicroStrategy and the S&P, like people are just going to be passively buying into these funds and not even know it. So yeah, I think we have a lot of room to run still. No one even knows what's happening. So
Yeah,
bullish.
I'm gonna jam in here before Thomas takes the floor, but 100% agree. Fred almost got me divorced. It's not your fault, Fred. He was just having these long, amazing spaces, and my wife was giving me the evil eye, which turned into the evil talk. And then I realized maybe my obsession is like impacting my relationship with her. So I tried to punch out, and boy, oh boy, did I pick the wrong time. So we went on a trip, and took in a college ball game and saw some ball leaves turning, and yep, it was right when we were just running like crazy. My phone's going off in my pocket, and I'm trying my hardest to not reach down and pick it up. But yeah, so I definitely understand what you're saying there, Luke. So I think we got a lot of room to run, and it's so exciting to watch price. Even though, in the back of my mind, I try to tell myself it's not all about the price, but it's hard when it's running like that not to think that. Anyway, Thomas, go ahead.
So we've all heard the Michael Saylor talk about the 4-year planning horizon as you think of an investment in this asset class. So when we think of the $1 million price point, it is a when, not an if. And so, and the people who are the big money that is going to enter the game here, that's the way they're looking at it. They're saying, this is going to be $1 million. So coming in and smash buying is not necessarily the right. What they want to do is come in smartly and not upset the apple cart. Now, here's where I think we have a risk, not a risk, it's a good risk, is there's a bunch of players who have the big money who want to get into this exposure, everything from nation states to corporations to whales. Think of, and again, I'm speculating here for purposes of bullshitting here. There's a detente across that of that group of money that says, let's not all go crazy and ruin it for everybody. Let's walk our way in here, because the difference in price between 80 and 90,000 or 90 and 100,000 is irrelevant in the context of $1 million future price point. when you're looking at this. So the scenario that we could see is the gradual, call it that crab walk up to $1 million over 4 years. We should be so lucky, right? But the alternate scenario is there's a break in the ranks on the big money, and people say, if I smash buy first, everyone has to follow me and I'm going to make money. So it's an interesting psychology thought experiment to think about how the big money is going to behave here as we move into the fact that the U.S. really is not going to be able to move until February, until Trump is in office.
Yeah, for sure. I think Santa Barbara has a question for Fred. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's probably we probably already moved on from this conversation, but I
No problem.
I
Today's
cannot
free for
DM
all
Fred any
Friday,
longer.
baby.
He unfollow me, so I can't. But like, this is regarding Giovanni. So Fred, you know, most of us in the room are here because of you. Thank you. You've been such a landmark in the Bitcoin space. I don't think you get credit enough. And it's because of your demeanor. It's like I said when I started coming into your spaces. It's like you have a vested interest. You speak from experience, not only from your academic credentials, but you were successful in Wall Street. You killed it in traditional finance, and you transition into this. So my props to you. You are a hero to me. Regarding Giovanni, uh, I don't think you realize that how annoying he can be, but I think you blocking him, you pretty much ruin his life. You can tell he's a very humble man, and
What?
it's just all the damage he did it to himself. But I think by you removing him from the space, he's gone. It's like all the metric content. It's it's pretty much it's been improved by Plan C and Cena and a bunch of other guys. Just as
Here's
an
the
act
thing,
of
Giovanni. Here,
as an act of kindness. You have a great heart and you're richer than
yeah.
shit.
Listen,
Just throw him a
I
bone.
will
That's all.
unblock Giovanni at some point. Here's the thing: it's just sort of like, if you have a kid and the kid does something bad, you basically say, "Go to your room," and you can come back out of your room at some point, right?
Yes.
And I think Giovanni, unfortunately, is a little bit, he's a little bit acting a little bit like a kid, right? Sort of like, no, Giovanni, bad Giovanni. You need to go to your room a little bit. You can come back out in an hour, but you can't watch TV right now. You're not allowed to watch TV with the grown-ups right now. And I feel like, look, I've been around a lot of very smart math people, and a lot of them are,
You are
unfortunately,
one of them.
I am one of them. But you know what? I got to tell you that I'm not sort of an autistic kind of, a lot of these math guys they're very autistic, and they actually don't converse well with other people, right? And they can't accept that somebody else might be right. And look, when I posted this thing, and part of this thing is I knew that Giovanni was going to get really upset at me, because I was listening to, this is an interesting aside. I was listening to Rob, from Rob Klassen, who I really like. He was a VC in Silicon Valley, right? And he was saying on one of our spaces, Fred, I think that these power laws in tech, and I was listening to him, and I'm like, what? I think you're right. I think there are power laws in tech, and I want, and Giovanni's like, no, they're all these tech companies, they're all these exponentials, they fail. You have to read this book, blah blah blah. And I just went back and I started doing my own research, and I looked at Microsoft, and I'm like, no, Microsoft is a complete power law, right? It's a power law in exactly the same way that Bitcoin is a power law. And then I looked at Apple, and then I was like, well, Apple doesn't look like it's as very good a fit of a power law. However, if you look at it since Steve Jobs came back in 1998, it's a complete and utter power law. Okay. So, all that, you can say whatever you want, and Giovanni immediately went off about this not scale invariant, blah blah blah, And I was just sort of like, Giovanni, look, I'm just trying to relate this thing to making money. And I'm saying, I think, the fact that, you can say Bitcoin is an amazing innovation. It is. But you know what? There's been a lot of amazing innovations in our history, in the history of technology and history of America, right? And I go back and I'm reading a lot of history right now. And, look, the steamship was an amazing historical thing. Before that, you had sailboats, right? And now you have steamship, and Cornelius Vanderbilt built an empire and became the richest American. And by the way, when he died, the amount of money he had was equal to 5% of the entire money supply of the United States, right? How did he make his money? In steamships and railroads. Rockefeller, I'm sure Standard Oil, I'm 100% sure that Standard Oil was a power law. John D. Rockefeller built Standard Oil into the first modern corporation. And Rockefeller had 90% of the entire world oil market. And if you look at kind of the remnants of Standard Oil, they're alive and well today. Exxon doing fantastic, So there's and others, right? So I'm 100% sure that Bitcoin is just the latest and greatest innovation of mankind. But it's not, I don't think we should look at it as something that's completely outside of tech. And I feel like, when I realized that, I was like, okay, I'm going to put this thing out. And I know Giovanni's going to completely object to it because he's going to say, no, Bitcoin is completely different, has nothing to do with technology. And I just feel like that's just probably not true. And in the same way, I also think that, try to time Amazon or Microsoft. If you've been in tech and you've owned these stocks like I have and like other people here have, it's very hard to time. How would you know when to go buy Amazon? You know what? There's, as kind of Michael Saylor said, there was only the time to sell Amazon stock is never, right? You should have bought Amazon stock and never sold it. And that's sort of the same thing with Bitcoin. Analyzing it too much for possible exit stuff is not a good idea. So I have a fundamental disagreement with where Giovanni's kind of going with this. And, I don't want to hurt Giovanni. I appreciate his math stuff, but I would like it to have more of just a more a normal way of dealing conversation. That's it.
Hey, Fred. I spoke earlier about the little event that we had in San Diego. It was like a pub key type event. I think we probably had 30 or 40 people come, and there were a couple of us who talked for an hour. We were broadcasting live, and then Giovanni came an hour late. And I just want to tell you my experience with Giovanni, which I think probably matches up with yours because you've had some interactions with him, is that the guy is really kind and generous and a dignified guy. And he's genuinely interested in people. He would go around afterward and was like talking to everyone. He was buying us rounds of drinks. I mean, really nice guy. And when he sees that you have interest in power law and the things he's talking about, he's flattered by that, and he's so happy to talk about it. But the second there's any pushback at all, like one thing that I thought it would be funny to say that British Huddle had just come in. Actually, Giovanni, I don't think we mentioned British Huddle is here as a guest, and you could see the guy got angry. Or if you try to be devil's advocate, Giovanni, some have said this or that, you can see the guy's whole demeanor will change. So I think, I'm not sure Giovanni is normal in the way he communicates or deals with any pushback on what he has so much faith and conviction in. And I think that's really hampered him.
Unfortunately, you're correct.
Yeah, no, I think we've done a pretty good
deep
summary.
dive into Giovanni. Let's
on Giovanni, and we all like him. It's not personal, but yeah, a lot of great points were made, and it makes perfect sense what's going on. So,
hey, who's Giovanni?
Exactly. I just wanted to maybe I have been getting some messages saying who's Giovanni. Maybe we'll just call him the godfather of the Bitcoin slash whatever power law. So pretty much even before Fred was aware of it, he's the guy who kind of pointed out the fact that power law, uh, there's a Bitcoin power law. Anyway, enough said. Go
Can we get a shout
research it.
out that Bitcoin's over 90K, by the way?
Yeah, I was just gonna shout that out. Yeah, yeah. All right, and hey, Pubby, have another beer for us, man. Bitcoin just went.
Have a
You're up
shot.
next.
Two
Yeah, have a
shots.
shot at a beer. Yeah. Anyway,
I'm
Pubby, you're up next. But have your third. Are you on your third beer yet?
No, I'm still on my second. I was going to ask Fred because
Wait.
no, I'm just curious, man.
Barkeep.
Fred has this great bridge between Bitcoin and Normie World, as we would say, I think in TradFi. And I'm always curious after 7 years, right? Let's just go back 5 years. Here we are, we're coming into COVID, Bitcoin is dipping under 5,000. And now, like you said, it's coming up over 91. What is the difference between is it the technological part of Bitcoin, where Sailor starts in August in 2020, El Salvador starts in 2021, and that's what Bitcoiners. This is what we have. Our biggest corporation and biggest country are MicroStrategy in El Salvador, and I'm curious what is the hesitation after 15 years? What is the mindset of these people that watch Sailor just roll up 280,000 Bitcoin? I don't understand the mindset. Have you ever heard of an asset or anything that
Well,
has been like
here's,
Bitcoin that
I'm going to pull
I
up
don't get it?
Robert Klassen again. And you know what? I think Robert makes a good point. He says, like, from the point of view of tech people, MicroStrategy is, among, if you had to rank it kind of in terms of tech companies, it would be, wouldn't even make the top 100, right? Like it's that small on the VC list. So it's not really. So, and in finance, they've sort of heard of him now. Now they've heard of him, but like my point is, in 2021, it was sort of like this failed tech company, of which there are millions. I mean, not millions, but there were thousands of them. The companies that do $500 million a year in revenue and are barely profitable, or just make a little bit of money. There are a lot of those companies. So I don't think Sailor was on the radar. And I think, El Salvador is not, it's just not viewed as taken seriously by most people. So, I think those two things don't matter for most people. And I think the only thing that matters is BlackRock and Fidelity, right? That matters, right? Because that's normal. That's Wall Street. That I get. I can buy it in my, if I can't buy the thing in my brokerage account, it's not real. That's kind of where I think most people fall. And so I think Bitcoin started 11 months ago, from my perspective. It's when that ETF hit, that's when Bitcoin started.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to shout out a couple people in the room. Pink shirt guys in here. Shat, who is the author of a famous MicroStrategy book, is coming out with a new book that is, I believe the title is either, this is either a paraphrase or directly what the title is. Should I Buy Bitcoin is the title. Anyway, he's in the crowd. Oh yeah, thanks, Wayne. We're actually going to hands right now just because we had so many people that were trying to speak. So Wayne, and then Eastside Tony, I can't wait to hear from you, buddy. It's been a long time since we've chatted. Go ahead, Wayne.
Hey guys, I just wanted to echo what Fred said from a slightly different angle. So I remember when the Gemini guys they filed for the Bitcoin ETF back in 2013, and Barry Silbert and Digital Currency Group were investors in my company, and I remember watching them build out DCG, Grayscale, Genesis, everything, every part of their business. And one of the major assumptions all along the way was that the GBTC product was going to be able to convert to an ETF, and that was going to be the catalyst to make Bitcoin go mainstream on Wall Street because they were interested in Coinbase stock because they understood buying a stock. They were not that interested in buying Bitcoin directly because they felt like it was exotic and difficult to hold, and many of them had agreements with their LPs and other entities that said you're not going to buy anything but these types of assets. So they were constrained in some sort of way. And if you just go look at the Bitcoin chart, I mean the chart is pretty much like straight up since the ETF approval. And I really think what Fred said echoes true. It's not a real thing unless it's approved by the government and you can buy it in your brokerage account. And that's not just true for retail. I think that's true uh, for everybody. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. We had a paradigm shift when the ETF got approved, and I think we'd be much further along than where we are right now if, let's say, back in 2018 or something like that, the spot ETFs had been approved. I think that's really the major sort of catalyst. And you can machinate all you want about price movements, political, appointments to agencies that are affiliated with the Bitcoin industry. Just the fact of the matter is that it has been legitimized as an asset class, and the floodgates for capital to come in are opening up. And if you're going to try to time when you get into it based on your interpretation of all those micro events, the chances are you're going to miss a big opportunity.
Yeah, I think the main thing is the big picture here. What's the big picture? The big picture is the ETF and traditional finance. That's the big picture. I think everything else is conversation.
For sure. Sorry, I was trying to multitask there. East Side Tony, what is up, brother?
What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. I originally got in because you guys were talking about drugs, but let me fast forward a little bit. One of the things that I wanted to point out.
That's fine. You go back to drugs. Feel
Oh, I was
free.
going to say that the cocaine.
Talk about Robert Breedlove while you're
The
at it.
cocaine bag found in the Oval Office was actually Kamala's, and Hunter took the fall for that. That's what I was going to say about that. But besides that, one of the questions that I always ask people that come to the meetup or friends of mine, right? Like I'm a blue collar guy, but I think it applies to everybody. And there's sort of like a Stockholm syndrome with the dollar. And I always ask, how do you denominate your time? Because that's different for that's different for everybody. But a lot of people, they love, what's keeping them hostage is the dollar. They go back to the dollar. So they can't comprehend holding Bitcoin and keeping it because they're like, well, okay, well, what is it in dollar terms? So that's just one thing that I always think about. It's like, well, how do you denominate your time? And people really don't know how to answer that for the most part. Another thing I wanted to ask just everybody up here is, what do you guys think about this fair accounting standard that's going to go into effect? I think it's on the 15th of next month. Open-ended question.
Fred, you got anything on that?
I'll bite on the FASB stuff because I've had to deal with crypto accounting and
Go.
Deloitte and stuff like
Yeah,
that for
man.
a while.
Yeah.
I think it's huge. I think that this is a real catalyst. I can remember a time where it was difficult to get one of the big four accounting firms to work with your company because of all the ambiguities and uncertainty around Bitcoin. Um, I think that it is it's not going to catapult companies into the stratosphere. What it does is it just makes so that there are sensible accounting practices applied to companies that hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet. And when you zoom out, what that's going to do is it's part of a whole collection of phenomenon that is going to make CFOs, fund managers, and other people just more comfortable with holding Bitcoin. So you don't, before, if you went to buy Bitcoin and you wanted to hold it on your balance sheet, even if you were outsourcing all the technical issues to a qualified custodian like Coinbase or BitGo, you still had to deal with like, oh, it's kind of like an exotic accounting treatment where if the price went down, you had like a permanent impairment on that price and you didn't go back up on your books until you actually sold it. So adding Bitcoin to your balance sheet, especially if you were a publicly traded company or if you needed to communicate out to investors who are not really paying that close attention, it could make you look bad. Because they're not going to dig into the weeds and be like, oh, well, they just hold some Bitcoin and their business really performed well, but the Bitcoin price went down. Therefore, these financials are okay. They don't look as bad as they are as they look in these statements. And I think this was a intentional um, move by the regulators to make it difficult for people to hold Bitcoin on their balance sheet and adopt Bitcoin. And now that obstacle is gone. And I think it's going to just make things a lot easier. A lot of people, one other thing on this issue, a lot of people talk about how much MicroStrategy's earnings or how much better their balance sheet is going to look when they apply this new accounting treatment to their business. And while that might be true on paper, I don't know if the market is going to digest it that way because they're going to know this is a one-time event accounting rule change. So some of the hype around that I think might be overhyped. My 2 cents.
Can I pile in on that a little? I want to jump in front.
Hey, Ben, I believe that your hand was up next. I'll give you a proper introduction. We love this guy. He has TDS pretty bad, but we love his perspectives because we can learn from each other. Ben, take it away.
Yeah. So I think
No
along.
comment on the introduction?
Oh,
Ben.
can you hear me?
No. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know the TDS thing. Yeah, it's nice to be past the election. But yeah, regarding the FASB rules, and I think it goes to something Pubby was saying earlier because he's like, explain it to me. Why do we have
Ben, if you're talking, go ahead. I can't hear you. I don't know if anybody else can.
I'm mute.
Yeah,
He was talking, and I could hear him.
My mute came
okay,
back
go ahead.
on. Sorry. The biggest country we had, Pubby was saying, is like El Salvador for 4 years, and the biggest company we had was MicroStrategy for 4 years. And he's like, well, why hasn't everybody kicked into overdrive? Why aren't they all following the very obvious benefit wins that these guys had? And I think those guys are kind of like, it's like they're a Trojan horse, and they've been like built all pretty. They're huge. They've been standing outside the castle, but the castle doors are kind of like the regulatory mafia that is making it so hard. And FASB is one of those pieces of the door. It's a spike on the door, right? And all of these things, not just FASB going away starting January, it's the whole, like, the whole wall had a big ass bomb blow through, and like now they're rolling in the big old Trojan horse. And I think when all the little companies and all the little nation states roll out of the Trojan horse, like, they've been given the keys to the castle. They are in the castle now because of what we're seeing right now with the strongest regulatory regime being the US dollar, the banking system of the world currency, right? That has actually, I mean, the wheels are coming off of that bus, and we're behind the gates now. And I think what we're about to see is going to be at least a 10x. They say every cycle is a 10x. I mean, I think you could easily make the case this is a lot more like a 40x, in adoption. So that was my response to what Pubby was asking earlier.
Yeah, but that's the question to ask is because most hedge funds, most anyone, they would kick their grandmother down the stairs to make a buck. And I'm sitting here for 7 years, right? And I'm watching everything unfold with MicroStrategy for 4 years. This guy, I don't care about where he custodies his Bitcoin. He's got 1.3% of the supply, and no one's even tracking. It's I just didn't understand it. That's why I was asking Fred. And moving forward, yeah, retail will come in a little bit, but that's why I'm a big believer in that gradually then suddenly, because other companies are going to finally say, okay, Sailor, you got 1.3%. We're going to come in. He just got $26 billion basically in Bitcoin. Anyone that's going to come in to buy the same amount of Bitcoin right now, I think would take about $65 billion. And yes, there's corporations that can do it. I'm just wondering why everyone is asleep at the wheel. I just didn't get it. Look, it's not that I'm angry or sad, because guess what? It's still cheap sats for us, if you can believe it. 90,000 is still cheap. And that's the amazing thing, watching this process unfold and the game theory unfold. I just never knew if it was a technological thing, what they were afraid of, regulatory measures. I don't know. I like that analogy of just having the at the gate being closed. You know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth as it rolls up to the gate. I don't know. I don't get
Nice.
it.
No, I
Yeah.
think that's it. Like the water, the soldiers, the tip of the spear has been inserted into where it needs to be, and everybody sees it's okay. And they were seeing it for 4 years. You can't make up these. I mean, when Saylor does the victory lap of like, yeah, we'd like to be like Nvidia, but actually, we were just sort of beating them. Now it's not even funny. That was his recent quote, and I mean, that is so getting slapped in the face of all the other companies who are like, why the hell aren't we doing this? Like at board meetings are going to be like, what's up? Oh, P.S. It's not going to be a scary thing to do anymore, because every news article you see right now is, it's actually borderline talking about the Secretary of the Treasury becoming like a Bitcoiner. Gensler's getting fired. The whole climate is going to be like
Let's fucking
embracing
go,
you.
boys. Let's fucking go.
Yeah, man.
I don't want to make a stupid prediction, but I'm going to go make a stupid prediction. I think we're going to make 100K next week, so you better get your Aspen clothes on.
That's not a
Get
super
your
prediction.
Aspen clothes, everybody. You heard it
It's
here
gonna happen.
first from Fred.
Mark it.
Yeah,
All right, let's plan for Aspen.
I'm
Aspen
in.
sounds really good. I mean, Aspen just sounds nice.
At 100K, we can afford it, guys.
I'm going to tell
First
you how.
class, baby.
So I'm trying to put together a Mount Rushmore of just Bitcoin truths. I've got two. I got many in consideration. My first two is one, you get Bitcoin at the price you deserve, right? That's number one. What do you think number two is?
Have fun.
Scotty Pippen.
Have fun staying
Never
poor.
sell.
Have fun staying poor.
That's a good. I have. We are so early. That's my number two. Yeah, have fun staying poor is a good one, and I can tell you how early we are. Is the other night my wife said, "Hey, I saw a thing in Bitcoin. It looks like the price is going up. How much do we have?" So when your wife asks you how much Bitcoin you have, one, you never tell her, okay, because it's more than she knows, and two, you never tell her. Okay, that's my life advice.
Awesome. Yeah, it gets hard in the bear markets with the old spousal unit.
These Bitcoin spaces or Bitcoin meetups are a little bit like Fight Club, right? A little bit. First rule of Fight Club is you never tell how many Bitcoin you have to your wife.
Absolutely.
Fred, this is the thing. If I'm ever divorced, it's like how can you marry someone else that isn't a Bitcoiner? Bitcoin has divided many families. I know this. Thankfully, she's blissfully unaware, which is cool in a way.
You're
just
married?
do my thing. Whoa! Who said that?
That was
No, I'm not
funny.
married.
What beer are you on? Are you on 4 yet?
You got to unlock level 5. No.
Yeah, let's go to 5, baby. Who's buying Puppy?
Forget about the beer.
Who's buying Puppy's next beer?
Talking about
Somebody
divorce.
Forget about the beer. Hit a shot.
Or beers.
Asteroid, why don't you pay for his next drink? Puppy, send Asteroid an invoice. He'll zap you some sats. for your
$100
next
away
number
from
5.
91.
I want you to hit a shot. I want you to hit a shot at Everclear or Bacardi 151.
I can tell that
And then
I'm
I'll send
easily
it to
the
you.
smartest man in this room.
I know I'm always the
It's
dumbest.
not that difficult.
It's easy for me.
I have
way, Ben
Bitcoin.
Sigmund
And I've never been married. Okay, so easily.
Ben Sigmund and I are planning just for fun. We thought we might do like a scavenger hunt with giving away book copies. And so you're gonna go to a website at a certain time. You're gonna have some time to answer certain questions. Then those questions, if you get it right, will direct you to another website. You're gonna have another stuff, and then there's gonna be books if you get the thing right. So I just thought we could do something a little fun, like a treasure hunt, scavenger hunt kind of thing like that.
Fred, what if we want one of those nice beanie sock hats?
Yeah,
What
those
do we?
beanie things are amazing, man. Like we got
They're
we got
so
about
nice.
30 of them. We got 30 of them left. They're so cool.
How do we get one? I have one, but like they're just so nice. Like it's my favorite hat.
Yeah, no, I really like them too. And I never really liked beanies, but I actually like wearing it, especially indoors. And then people look at you like you're a complete lunatic.
We call them toques in Canada, but yes, I enjoy mine. I take it jogging on crisp mornings. It's wonderful.
Hey, Lauren, just another quick spotlight on someone we have in the audience is
Yeah,
Daniel White. And
Daniel, come on up and talk to us,
yeah,
Daniel.
I sent him an invite if he wants to talk. He actually just recently released a book he's been working on for a long time called The Great Realignment: Power, Money, Greed, and Bitcoin. So I made friends with him in Prague, and we hung out a good bit. And the guy is really smart. I think has a law degree, also knows history and economics, and of course the magic part of that potion being Bitcoin. So I got the book ordered, and he's a smart guy, good speaker as well.
I love it. Hey, and also, as Fred always says, if you come up on the stage, we automatically assume that you have something to say. We've been just kind of free balling on Freeform Fridays here, having a great time. So if you are afraid to interject, like most of us are not, just throw your hand up and we'll get to you. So GCBTC and Justin, I see you guys down there as speakers. I love your pictures. I love the suits. So we may call on you as well. But for now, we're going back to Ben. Ben.
Yo, so it looks like, I mean, aren't we over 91 again? I wonder if the traders are afraid we're going to have another 12K weekend. They want to get in.
That's great
100K by
insight, Ben.
Monday.
You mean
Yeah,
Joe
thanks for the
Carlasale? He is kind
Joe
of
Carlasare. Joe Carlasare. Joe Carlasare. He'll be in here in 3 minutes. Go ahead, Fred.
Nice to see us uncorrelated with traditional markets, because all the other indices
Yes.
are definitely taking a breather.
100%. No, it's nice to see that.
Yeah, I think the pumps are going to be coming in on the weekends, guys.
We just passed 91, everybody.
It's about time. Yeah.
Get your plane tickets ready. Aspen, here we come.
How much?
Up
I'm getting a
130
nosebleed
million
already
percent.
from 91. Is anybody feeling a lack of oxygen here? I'm getting a little bit, a little dizzy, a little lightheaded.
Put your mask on, Fred.
Probably is too.
We're going all the way.
First time, Fred?
Fred, did the numbers bother you, Fred? Did
Yeah,
do
you know
feel
what?
numb yet?
I usually, when I'm at these kind of altitudes, I usually use oxygen. So now I'm going to ascend without oxygen to 100. I hope you guys are okay with that. I like to do it old school.
The best thing about bear markets is you get beaten down so hard, the numbers don't matter anymore. They just don't. You know, going through
feel
2018.
nothing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
My
I feel absolutely
third
nothing,
cycle,
dude.
I feel nothing.
Yep, I feel zero.
So funny,
Kind of like my
funny
old
story.
marriage.
One of my normies' heads like exploded. He does pretty well. He's got everything paid off. He owns a home. And I was telling him, hey, you guys might want to buy some Bitcoin. I've been telling you guys for like over 10 years to buy Bitcoin. And he started trying to tell me to buy life insurance so that when I die, my family will get $1 million. And I'm just like, what? It's just so out of whack. Like, wow, dude, you are so, it's kind of fucked up, right? It's like your friend's telling you that. Like, what?
Yeah, that's
He's
funny.
doing it for your
Would he
own
want
good.
himself to be the beneficiary? Because if he did,
Yeah.
then you might have some questions for him.
Uh-huh. That would be wife number 3 for me, Fred. Literally scary. Maybe that is another story to be told in Aspen over 4 or 5 drinks. But yeah,
Lauren, you're not kidding
no,
about how many wives you've had? I thought.
no.
Tell us when we have our circle party.
Well, not the pantsless circle party, please.
No, yeah, that one.
Are we
Come on.
inviting Breedlove to this event? Because
We're gonna invite
I think
Breedlove.
we should.
We're gonna invite
God,
Kiss.
yeah.
We're gonna invite everybody. Bitcoin doesn't care; it loves
Does
everybody.
that mean you sold your pants for Bitcoin?
Something like that. I want to ask Puncher because I know he's dying to weigh in on a lot of these things. He's trying to text me and have me be his voice, but there's no way I can read all these messages and interject here. But yeah, the pants free thing was a joke when we were down at Pacific Bitcoin, and we tried to interject it into the. A bunch of us stayed up super late, 1 a.m., had some drinks and started telling some jokes, and then we were trying to actually incorporate them into the sessions the next day, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, so then we tried to incorporate them into spaces, and then we're like, hey man, you actually managed to mention blah 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 in the next space. That's pretty cool. Good for you. Kudos to you. So anyway, I know Puncher is dying on the airplane right now or wherever he's at, wishing he could interject here, but got you, buddy. Pantsless man. Anyway, I will shut up and let Justin take the floor. Justin, feel free to please right the ship. Or yeah, not. So Justin, your hands up. I don't know if you're wanting to talk, but
God damn it,
Cubby.
Justin.
Justin,
No,
Cubby,
He's
I
getting
don't
his
have to
can I
pants
get
say.
your
off.
thoughts?
Give him a
What's
second.
that?
He's getting his pants off.
He's like, what? No pants? I
Hey,
gotta put my pants back on. Darn
hey,
it.
a shout out to Eastside Tony and Bitcoin, and I talk about this all the time. Whoever went to in price, the quality people I've met along the way is goddamn priceless. Eastside I met in 2021 at a conference, so get down there. Just a fantastic person. Had a great breakfast together. He and his wife. Actually got up early. A few Bloody Marys. We were right as rain. So get out there, meet the people that you think that everyone on stage is anyone. No, we're not anyone. We're goddamn plebs. DM people, go meet them, and they're the best people that you'll ever meet because they're truth seekers, they're Bitcoiners. Yeah, that's my public announcement, and I'll land the plane there. Thank you.
Speaking of landing the plane, did we get lucky and get Puncher in here?
Gotcha.
What's up, guys? How are you? Can you hear me okay?
10-4, rubber ducky.
Awesome. So I just landed in El Salvador to a torrential downpour, but driving up to the city now, going to the Adopting Bitcoin conference. Going to have dinner with Chris Hunter, partners with Dallas, and just talk about a couple things. But I really just got to say, I love this format. Fridays, having a beer with Publord. It's hysterical. Actually, I was laughing out loud on the plane, and everybody was staring at me like, "Who is this lunatic?" So happy to be here, guys, and I'm just listening. See ya. Have a great weekend.
Hey man, you too. Report back. Let us know how it is. Daniel, floor is yours. Daniel.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? And thank you, Justin, for that really kind introduction. I appreciate it. Yeah, super happy to be here, and I've been really fascinated by this discussion so far. One of the things I haven't really heard discussed, though, was in terms of rates of adoption and things like that. I think there is what I call sort of economically important actors, like those sort of mid-tier people that are going to be coming on board, I think, in droves pretty quick here, simply because of the fact that, with the inflationary pressures that I think are going to be coming in terms of the amount of money the Fed and related central banks are going to have to print in the very near future here just to kind of paper over the holes they've created. I think it's going to become a sort of thing where if you're not holding Bitcoin on your balance sheet at some level, and I'm talking like county governments, city governments, smaller corporations, mom and pop shops, not just, individual investors and not just the Wall Street people, but I think writ large, there's going to be this sort of tidal wave of people that are coming in, just recognizing that that is the safest, Bitcoin is the safest, best place to protect yourself from those inflationary pressures. And I think that's going to be a large driver moving forward of this rate of adoption. And when I hear like 100K, 200K, 500K, whatever, I think it grossly underestimates the amount of adoption that we're going to be facing just from structural pressures coming into people. So that's sort of my 2 cents on the conversation thus far. Really fascinating stuff, really thoughtful people up here, and really happy to be here. Thank you.
Daniel, you brought up something good, and this is one of the things. Being American, of course, I love my country. Family serve my country. My country does a lot of shitty things as well. Okay, which I can admit. What is interesting, like you say, not only the cities by state, we got 50 states, man. 50 states that can. Hey, who's going to start this thing first? Who's going to take some Bitcoin and put it on their balance sheet? Then you just got 50 states in America that are going to be just sort of Well, wait, what? Wait, how are they? Wait, what's the price of Bitcoin? This is what's going to happen all over the world. The game theory, man. Look, enjoy your Bitcoin if you're here. If you've been here for a halving, you've taken your stripes. You've earned the term Bitcoiner. But yeah, watch this unfold because it's going to get crazy, and that's what's going to happen. Is the dollar? Fuck, we got $36 trillion in debt, man. 30. Guess what? Plot twist. We're not paying it off. We're not. We're going to kick that can down the road and print our asses off. This is what we're. And I love Trump. I love the fact that he won. He's not solving that problem right now, unless he actually goes all in on Bitcoin. Perhaps we have a chance. But yeah, what you're going to see unfold here is going to be nothing short of glory. The corporations, the states, the countries that are going to come in to get an asset that right now at 3.125, okay, that's our halving price, 164,000 a year that are going to be out there. And Sailor has this much. He's got 280. Man, like I say, just sit back and enjoy the ride.
I
It's gonna happen
suggest,
here, but
real
gonna
quick,
say it's go
go
ahead,
ahead, go
Esau.
ahead.
You got it, bro.
I was just going to say real quick, if you guys haven't read it yet, check out the Bitcoin Dollar by Mark Goodwin. And his theory is that the US dollar is going to try to inflate into Bitcoin via Tether. It's some interesting stuff.
Yeah, it makes sense. Stable coins are probably one of the things that'll extend the dollar for another like 50 years beyond whatever its death would have been. But I was gonna say what's pretty crazy, just the gradually then suddenly sort of view. Like Bitcoin took 4 years to go from 1K to 10K, right? From 2013 to 2017. Then it took 7 years, assuming we hit 100K before end of year this year, to go from 10K to 100K. Does anybody think it will take more than 7 years for Bitcoin to go from 100K to a million? Probably
Can I
not, right?
can I share a tweet in the nest? I got to look it up, but hang on.
I would say probably not due to supply shock.
Yeah, I'm on the bullish side of that. Less than 7 years is what I'm thinking, from 100 to a million.
And they said we'd have diminishing returns. Come on.
Oh,
But that
screw
violates.
those.
I think that violates the power law, though. So it's not possible.
Exactly. No
Along
offense.
those lines, a question for you guys. I've tried to shine a light on what I think is Dennis Porter's glory hounding. I know the guy does a lot of work and much of it is lighthearted, but do you honestly believe for 1 second that states in the US and nations who are accumulating Bitcoin would want Dennis Porter to know about it? I mean,
No,
if
absolutely
Dennis is
not.
aware of nations and states doing that, think of all those who he doesn't know about. And I got a DM from somebody who we all know after one of my posts about that, and he said, "I know who Dennis is talking about," and it was a rather obscure nation. He swore me to secrecy, so I'm not going to say who it is. I really don't think he was making it up. And he said that he's got proof of it, and he had wallet addresses and all that. And I talked to Sani about that, and he said, yeah, it's a very good possibility. Nothing like a top 5 GDP nation or anything like that, an obscure nation. But that just goes to show you who in the world would want someone like Dennis, who posts out, constant announcements and big breakings and all that. So there are nations doing that, but think of all those who aren't, who are smart and accumulating steadily. And so just all adds up to the part of the suddenly, in my opinion.
They can hide. Look, it's like a child. It's like a kid. You can push all your toys under the bed for a little while. Ultimately, your parents are going to find out. Your parents are going to find the toys, and you got to clean up your room. That's what's going to happen to Bitcoin, man. Ultimately, guess what? People will self custody. You can't hide. You can't hide those toys anymore. And just to respond earlier about the price, I threw it up in the nest. The best thing about Twitter is the dates don't lie. 8 December 21. I put it out there. When Bitcoin hits 100,000, it goes to a million within that year. So You can call me a lot of things, but look, I put it out there 3 years ago.
Oh,
Look at that, baby.
I
Justin,
like where your head is.
Justin, nobody is reaching out to Dennis to tell them that they're buying Bitcoin. None of it even makes any sense. Like we're buying it now. Like let's let you know. Covertly talk about it on your Twitter feed. Like what?
Yeah, knowing that the second you get off the phone with Dennis, he's just going to tweet about it. I had another phone
It's like,
call. Another nation, another state is accumulating. Like, who in the hell would do that? Not a single nation in the world would do that. So,
I've heard from other people too that though it's a small country. The reason I somewhat am skeptical is they would need like $80 billion of free cash to become that top 5 wallet, wouldn't
well,
they?
interestingly, the nation that I heard about is a tax haven. I won't say more than that, but that kind of got interesting as well because,
Oh,
well, I probably
interesting.
said too much already, but if you start
So it
going
is
down,
Turkey.
I'm sorry.
So it is Turkey. Okay.
Man, in DMs, you've asked me basically 250 nations, and I've said no to every one of them. There's like 3 left.
I figured if I would list every nation, you'll eventually be like, well, I can't say.
It's Djibouti.
Hey, you weren't supposed to say. We got Djibouti on record now.
Yeah, I think I might have to block Dennis. I can't take those.
Hey, by the way, do you guys remember, or maybe Dallas? I'm thinking your name for some reason, but Bhutan, like, didn't we have like it wasn't the Sultan, but it was like some really big name who would come on these spaces, and I think he was one of the pivotal guys in the Bhutan mining efforts. Am I thinking this? He was like the king or the Svorin. It was some huge name, but I think he's died. But
No, you're thinking about that guy in the South Pacific.
Fujitua or something like that. Lord
Yeah, from
Fusi,
Tonga or
or
somewhere,
yeah,
Micronesia.
he's from Tonga.
yeah. Oh, thank you. That rings a bell. He's like Lord Fujisama. Yeah, that's the
Fusitua,
guy.
Fusitua.
Oh
Thanks.
yeah. Oh man, you guys
Then
are
he,
taking me way back
then
now.
he became a
Yeah.
shitcoiner though. Started selling NFTs and shit.
Oh, damn it. Okay. Well, my point was that I bet you a lot of the people come to, lurk in these spaces who are probably huge players on the national stage to getting different, nations into this stuff. You never know.
You know what's funny? It's like the nations can be doing things on the sideline. Okay. I don't know how they stack. I don't know how corporations stack. And anything, I know, like with Lauren here, Dow's been around for some time. Ben, anything we ever said was, you know what? If you've been beat down, put down, punched down, the one thing you can always do, you don't have the weapons to fight back, except there's a weapon called Bitcoin, and it's always a simple message of, hey, stack sats, all right, stack some Bitcoin, you get value outside the system. That is a weapon in life, man. And I don't know how many years we got to go on saying this. I'm on 7 years, almost half the life of Bitcoin. It's the same message I'll always preach. I hope there's another generation that will definitely continue this. That the class of 2013 was one of, I mean, those guys rode that. They rode Bitcoin down from 1,200 to $200. I was like, damn, because I was feeling bad. You start at 20,000 and you're down at 4,000. And thank God there are people like Hodl or not. And I mean, Twitter was a ghost town. We didn't have spaces. There wasn't much around, but those guys hung around to let people know, guess what? There are brighter days ahead. So it's been my pleasure. Just like, man, I took that beat down. I know others have, the ones from 21, the class of 21, 69 to 16. You guys taking your beat, just pass it forward. Pass it forward, because the only thing that's been true in
What
life
I
to
miss,
me,
guys?
the only thing
I
that's
had an
true in
appointment.
life
Is somebody
is
talking right
Bitcoin.
now? Can you?
Yeah, Pubby's talking.
Oh, puppy. Oh, sorry, buddy.
No, 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 no. We're
I
good.
had to
No,
step
no,
out
we're
for a
good.
second.
I'm
Oh,
just
you're
saying.
good.
I'm just saying, pass it forward. Everything that you felt, everything, the balls it took for you to come in here and find this thing called Bitcoin and keep moving forward. Just pass it forward. I know the class of
Yes,
2013
pass
are
it forward.
tired. Pass it forward, man. Do
Pass
what
it
you got to
forward.
do.
Hey,
Yep.
PSG, you want to come up here? You're still in meetings. Elwinning. Elwin, you want to come up? And did we lose Fred? Sorry, I had to step away. Chris, are you busy? I see Eastside still here. Daniel, hey, did we get Justin up here?
Yeah, he was up, and I don't believe he ever spoke. Maybe he's having
Oh,
technical
shoot.
difficulties.
Oh, darn it. Yeah, because we tried him once before. I know he tried to get back up on stage again. Luke's not up here anymore.
They're probably
Chant, you
watching the
want to come up
chart.
here? I know, isn't it crazy?
Well, the stock market closes in what, 25 minutes?
Yep.
I think it's gonna.
Chant, you want to come up here and pitch your book at all?
Hey, well, we got a little bit of silence here. Just everybody don't forget, the only thing that matters is your Bitcoin balance. So if you think you're going to get smart, and we all think sometimes we're going to take profit or whatever you want to call it and buy back later, just remember, don't even look at price. Rajat Soni had a good post. His rules that none of us should break, and I think there were 10 or 11, 12, but one of those is don't even look at price, because all we're doing is buying and holding. So whatever price is a good price. And people who in the past have gone down that route, if they have a bunch of Bitcoin, they're going to take a little bit and buy back later. If you think you can time the market, that's a sign of a lesser intellect. So you can't trade Bitcoin. All that matters is every week, every month, however you do it, just have more Bitcoin.
Goes back to
100%.
Goes back to what I was saying.
Go ahead, Brent.
Denominate in Bitcoin, not dollars.
Yes. Amen, Tony. Go ahead, Brent.
I was just going to say, I can confirm that, Justin. My best friend, I thought he was on my level of Bitcoin maxi up until we were at about 62. He thought he can time the market. He actually did time the market. We dipped, to the low 50s, and he got greedy. He wanted to wait for a bigger dip, and now he owns 0 Bitcoin, and he tells me it haunts him every night.
That has got to suck. And you hear that story over and over and over again. You will never talk to a person who has that mindset, who says they have more Bitcoin now than they did a year or two or a cycle ago, because it just doesn't work that way. You think you're going to get rid of some and take dollars and then get it back cheaper later. It never happens.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, we got Justin back. Maybe we'll actually be able to hear him this time. Justin, how are you?
Yeah, hey guys, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Yeah, no, I just wanted to introduce myself. I've been in the game. I was a traditional finance guy, and then I had a really smart friend of mine back in 2017 who sold me on Bitcoin, and I haven't sold yet, and I've been buying. I rode it up to 20, came back down, bought it 3, rode it back up, and buying anything under 20. And yeah, I don't know. It just resonated when you said to pay it forward, because I've just gotten so sick and tired of like orange pilling people that I just don't do it anymore, except for like my girlfriend at the time. Whenever I am in a relationship, finally, and most of them know nothing about it, but after hearing me and I don't even sell them on it, they just hear me kind of like venting, and then they end up buying, and like I end up, I invested. I was like, why do you have $150,000 in sitting in cash? Like, let me invest this for you. And I invested, now she owns like 5 Bitcoin under 20,000. And she's like, and the same thing with my girlfriend now, same thing. And it's just like, you're right. I do need to like not be so, resentful
Are you
on
into
like,
dudes? Because I could become available for 5 Bitcoin.
I mean, that's another thing is that, it's like, I don't like to be I'm not a financial advisor, but like I'm okay with helping the ones that are not close to me. But I don't know. Just wanted to introduce myself. You guys are. It's a pleasure to listen to you guys.
Awesome, Justin. It sounds like you're doing it right. Yeah, the pleasure is mine for sure.
Hey, Brent, I stole a meme. I put it up in the nest. Send it to your friend. Don't say anything.
Oh, I send enough to him. I make sure he knows that he fucked up.
Hey, Elwin, buddy, you want to say a few words?
What's up, Lauren? How's it going, everybody? All I can really say is this past week and a half, 2 weeks has been pretty outrageous. here in Massachusetts, I don't really know too many people around me. Most of my friends just kind of know that I'm into Bitcoin. I don't know what they do with it, but I just feel like the with Trump getting elected and everybody coming into office being so pro Bitcoin, it's just phenomenal. And so I've been kind of reeling on the sidelines by myself, listening to all these spaces and enjoying the ride for right now. And I hope this just kind of gradually continues, and eventually we'll start to chip away at orange pilling each and every one of our friends over time. But taking the big and small wins equally along the way.
Yes, my friend. I had the pleasure of meeting this gentleman in person. Great guy. TC just jumped up on stage. How you doing, TC? Take it away.
So, fellas, I'm in the studio at my desk working on my new app. Exciting stuff. I hope to have it out soon.
Pitch it for everybody, because I'm not sure that everybody in here realizes or knows
Well,
who
I
you
mean,
are
I'm
and what
not
your
going to
app is.
pitch my new app. I haven't even fully
Well,
properly
pitch your old
announced it
app then.
yet, but I will pitch my existing web app, which is
Thank you. Yeah.
timechaincalendar.com. If you've never looked at it, I encourage you to take a look. I jumped up because I wanted to just chime in on the whole conviction, orange pilling, like what happens with the more normies in our life that we attempt to get them to see Bitcoin, and that's such an uphill battle. I just know this is the cycle. I just completely quit. I'm not orange pilling anybody else. I've had way too many people in my own personal sphere who fail spectacularly at getting this. And it just comes down to conviction, because without conviction, and let me caveat that by saying conviction is understanding, it's not just belief. It really is not about you have someone in your life that you trust, or someone that you think is really smart and you believe. That is all crap. That's bullshit. None of that is conviction. Conviction is you actually take the concepts and the ideas and you process them with your own brain, and you think about it and you actually understand it and it resonates with you and it actually makes sense. That's conviction. And most people in my life that I've tried to orange pill, that I've tried to share with them what Bitcoin is, why it's important, why it's special, and all the other things that lead up to, hey, maybe you should put some money in it and save and use it as your savings vehicle. It falls on deaf ears because so many of the people outside of Bitcoin have just been inundated with so much propaganda against Bitcoin for so long, if they've even paid any attention at all. And so it's one of these things. Like I literally have family members that I talked their ear off last cycle. They finally capitulate and put some real money in, buy close to the top, then the bear market comes, they sell at a loss and get pissed off at me, and then now they're watching it again go up, and they feel like I pulled a trick on them. I'm not interested in this anymore. I also have other friends, like really close friends, people I've known since high school, where I've in previous years gifted them top of the line hardware wallets and tools for starting to use Bitcoin, with the additional understanding that, hey, you let me know when you want to get together and let's like sit down. I'll show you how to use this thing. I'll show you how to actually move some Bitcoin to cold storage. Nothing. I've given out like 3 cold cards to close friends, and not a single one of them has followed up with me. And so it's one of these things where it's like, what is the point? What is the point of chasing down people who are not obviously at a place in their life where it's a necessity, or it's something that they feel drawn towards, but their framework around investing, saving, or any of those concepts on a high level, and their own understanding of Bitcoin is just, it's so far from where they need to be able to actually do something meaningful in their life with it. So for me,
Here, here.
I just kind of give up orange pilling. My website, timechaincalendar.com, is a visualization of some of the most important aspects of Bitcoin technically. I'm trying to basically visualize Bitcoin. So for people that understand and appreciate Bitcoin, they should be able to come here and check it out. It functions like a calendar. If you just check it out each day, you see our progress through these cycles that we're moving through. We've got, a difficulty adjustment that's roughly every 2 weeks. That's the red circle on there. We've got the halving, which is roughly every 4 years. That's the bright orange circle. You can see the issuance of the total supply. You can see the distribution of blocks in the last 24 hours. There's all kinds of metrics in relation to block production, which is really the heartbeat of this protocol and of this network. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to help people see the concepts and kind of like visualize things so that they can kind of wrap their heads around them a little better, understand Bitcoin from a little bit more of the protocol perspective instead of just a price chart, and hopefully develop a little conviction.
Oh, I
It,
love it. Oh,
it's,
that's
uh,
100%.
I know
Your app is amazing, and I would definitely encourage everybody to go check it out. Sorry
I
to
know.
cut you off,
Oh
Puppy,
no, that's
but
okay.
I would
That was
definitely
that's
agree with everything that he said. I've had similar issues where people are riding my coattails of my conviction, and it ends up exactly the same way as TC described. So back that up, and then after Pubby interjects here, where it goes Dallas, then Daniel. So go ahead, Pubby.
yeah. No, look, man. I know what it's like when you're the host and you respect the hands. I get that. There's a quick response. And this goes back
If Bubby
to
stepped away, I'm happy to jump in. Are you there, Bubby?
yeah.
Oh
I'm still
yeah,
here.
hey Dallas, Pubby
May,
was speaking,
may
so
run
he'll
it.
just interject really quickly, and then we'll when you see his mic go off, we'll turn it over to you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he may need to jump down. But these are the
Yeah, he
people you
can. Just go
meet in
ahead and throw
Bitcoin.
your 2 bits in there, and we'll turn it over to him.
Listen, this is what you find in Bitcoin, not just price go up, that the quality people from East Side to TC you get to know for years, okay? And get to know Lauren and Puncher. You get to know these people. They change your life, man. They keep you grounded. They keep you grounded in what's going on. But TC's right. When it came to orange pilling, I'm done with that, man. You can't carry somebody to a marathon. If you trained for a marathon, you've read the books, you did critical thinking, and here you are, and you found Bitcoin. That's you. It's not on you to carry every family member across the finish line for 26.2 miles. Okay, so don't feel bad. If you really care in a way, fuck, just stack some sats on your own on the side for them. They'll never get it. They just will not get it. Okay, I'll land the plane there.
Dallas, you're up.
Yeah, I had to drop off a second here, Bubby. Man, I certainly respect the view of some of the OG Bitcoiners. TC, good to see you, bro. It's been I think a 1 year anniversary since I got you a nice spot to stay in El Salvador. We had some fun about a year ago. That was awesome. But yeah, I mean, look, I kind of have a different view. Like, I am not at a point where I'm like tapped out and think that like people shouldn't orange pill people. If people don't want to, that's totally on you. But for me, I'm sort of like always in a mode and always down to try to talk to anybody who I think might listen or I can help, because I've just seen it change a like high number of people in my life basically, and so I'll make time and have some patience for anybody who might be savable, but I don't chase anybody, and I'm certainly emotionally disconnected from somebody taking an action or not, because ultimately it's going to be on them to do it. But if people make that choice to not, I totally understand that. But yeah, I mean, we're trying to grow the pie. Like, I want more people to know about what the fuck's going on here, because it's great. And I think in many ways, you can't save everybody, but if you can save, one person for every 10 you might talk to, that person will, I'm sure, whether they acknowledge it or not, or aware of it or not, or will be super appreciative that you actually did that. So I just, for people who feel the desire to go down, maybe consider that. And if you still decide you don't want to, well, good on you. But I will remain vigilant with my orange pilling.
All right. Yes, we got Daniel, and we got Pink Shirt Guy. Are you in here still? If not, we'll pull you up. Go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, thanks, Lauren. I very much relate to what TC was saying, and I think I kind of fall more into Dallas's camp. Like, over the past couple of years, It was just a little ways back. I kind of went full on into Bitcoin. Like I just put everything into Bitcoin, and I said, enough's enough. And kind of inspired by Jeff Booth's words of like, what are you really doing? Are you hedging with Bitcoin, or are you actually doing something to sort of further the network, further the cause, further the revolution? And once I sort of went full on that way, like the enormous amount of change that's happened to me just personally, just in my personal life in terms of like my health, the way I'm taking care of myself, the way I'm eating, all those metrics improved dramatically. And whether that's coincidental to my full on adoption of Bitcoin or not, I haven't quite reconciled yet. But what I would say is that, I found when I'm orange pilling people, I've had great success with it, partly because I recognize that like it sounds like a sales pitch, like everybody is inundated with, hey, check out this amazing thing. It's going to make your life great. All you have to do is buy, and people get immediately turned off by that. And it sounds like the same hustle when it's coming to Bitcoin. You say, hey, this is going to change your life. It's going to make everything better. All you got to do is fork over like 70 grand and everything's going to be great. And people, I think, intuitively sort of shy away from that. And once I kind of recognize that, and I just, my whole thing is like just getting people off zero, and then just being a place for them to come back to if they actually decide to go down that rabbit hole. Maybe 1 in 10 will actually go and start researching it, but in the meantime, I've got 10 that are at least off zero. They got $100 in, they got a little skin in the game. They might check a chart once in a while, or they'll see a news story and kind of reflect on it. But I think all those little incremental changes, ultimately my large thesis on Bitcoin is that everybody's life improves regardless of whether or not you're an individual holder of Bitcoin. I think with the economically important actors and the nation states and whoever, all the large actors that sort of get into the Bitcoin revolution are going to naturally cause conditions to get better for the people that aren't interested, can't think about it, aren't capable of thinking about it. I think their lives all improve just because balance sheets improve and things kind of get better writ large. But for those few people that I can help along the way, I find it tremendously rewarding. And I totally get TC's exhaustion with it because it can be very frustrating. And I've been burned too with like, hey, you should buy some Bitcoin. And then next day it goes down 10% or something. They're like, hey, man, you just lost me a bunch of money, so I'm sympathetic to that. And yet I think the overall mission is, to get as many people we care about or even people we don't know off zero, get them down the path and kind of grow the army, so to speak.
The best orange pilling thing you can do is like say, hey, give me your phone, download an app and send them some fucking Bitcoin. Then you find the people that, hey, do they have some intellectual curiosity? What is this thing? How did you just send me value? How did you send me value outside the system that didn't go through my bank account? Man, this is why I love TC. He and his truth, man. You've been here when you're here for so many years. You got to have people that if you're going to orange pill them, they got to understand there's a problem with the system. If they don't understand there's a problem with the system, you'll never orange pill them. Or if you do, you get them. You know you force them to buy some Bitcoin, and if there's a run up, then they sell it. Okay, but yeah, fuck it. Just what? Download an app, download a Lightning wallet, whatever. Send them a little bit of Bitcoin, and say, hey, this is the future. This is the future. Feel free to explore. But yeah, the days of trying to spend hours talking to people that don't even admit there's a problem with our system, I'm done with it. I've run my race, man. I have run my race. I mean, I'm here. Look, man, I'll be here in spaces all day, every day, as much as I can. But of trying to convince people of something they don't want to be convinced about, I'm done with that. But good luck to everyone else. Move it forward.
Hey, I just want to point out that we're pumping hard into the stock market close here, and I think it's going to rip after we close.
Love it. Hey, Pink Shirt Guy was going to have his hand up, and then we're going to go to Brent. Love it. Let's go PSG and then Brent.
Hey, peeps. Loving the conversation so far. I also am wearing no pants, so that's pretty awesome. Pants are
No
awful.
Pants Friday, baby.
Yeah, no pants is the way to rock life. I can resonate with all the stuff you guys are talking about. I don't want to be the annoying guy in the room always talking about Bitcoin or trying to push ideas and narratives, and that gets taxing on me and also probably the people listening. But I take a little bit of a different approach. I do wear a pink shirt just about everywhere I go when I'm not in my TradFi suit running around. I've been wearing the same pink shirt Bitcoin shirt to the gym for about 5 years now, where people just kind of see the Bitcoin logo from the, really big Scandinavian looking dude lifting weights. And then I think people kind of get drawn to questions. I think you can pull people out of a crowd like that just with a more passive approach, wearing gear. And I get people's concerns over getting doxxed and stuff like that, but it's just getting more and more out there, advertisement in the ether, thing like that. But my thing is really about focusing on who is worth it at the end of the day, and what are my expectations. If I'm 50 years old and retiring young, or 60 years old, whatever that looks like, who could I not stand to live without at the same level? Who do I? There's a lot of people where I want to be really, really rich and kind of stuff it in their face because that's just juvenile and that's how I am a little bit. But there are people where it would actually legitimately break my heart if I was set up for the rest of my life and they weren't there with me. So those are the people I kind of tend to focus on. And the last thing I'll say about this is just expectations, right? Imagine Simon and Garfunkel are playing to 1 million people in New York City, and that just represents the population at large. How many people in 1 million are going to actually have an intellectual curiosity, an intellectual honesty, a desire to learn something new, a capacity to learn something new, and then have the character traits and the high level of quality character that most Bitcoiners have? Like, we go to a meetup and there's 150 or 180 people at Bitcoin First, which is freaking awesome. But like, how big would a crowd have to be before you could pull out 180 people like that? Million? Like 5 million? Like, it's a lot of people to synthesize down one Bitcoiner or one future Bitcoiner. So some of this just comes down, I think, to our expectations too of who's willing and open to receive the message and who has capacity for it. So focus on the people that we want to be next to when it all goes nuclear. PSG out.
That's awesome.
I was just gonna say the most wisdom-ist thing I've ever heard in Bitcoin is people orange pill themselves. I know Eastside's been around when I was attempting to teach people about Bitcoin, and I know a lot of the Bitcoin that I gave out to people was sold for Dogecoin. So, in order to not burn yourself out, like, I post a bunch of shit on my Instagram and stuff, and it's like, if you want to learn about it, we're all here for you, but you literally cannot stress yourself out and just thinking about giving out 10K sats, 50,000 sats, 100K sats. What's that going to look like in the future? Especially if these people are just selling it to Michael Saylor. So people orange pill themselves, man.
Valo.
Yeah, the conviction is something like people talk about the conviction and trying to create that. Like, you cannot subsidize somebody else's conviction. The conviction any Bitcoiner has is going to be proportional to the amount of work that they did to get there. So the best we can hope for is intellectual honesty and intellectual curiosity and point people down the road. But there is no way to subsidize conviction in another human being.
That's been my experience 100%.
100%.
I've gone through every level of orange pilling effort, starting with, in my opinion, was for most is doing really dumb stuff like giving books away. Hey, this book changed my life. Here's the Bitcoin standard. Please read it. You give all these books out. Nobody reads it. Nobody returns it. And it's really, really awkward when you bring it up because you're putting them on the spot. They're like, I have no freaking interest in Bitcoin. Why are you giving me this stuff? I've tried giving people sats, and the same thing happened in El Salvador. Everybody sells it for freaking El Salvadoran peso, and nobody has any left. So I'll tell you what I did. I bought 7 $1,000 increments of Bitcoin, and I sent it to wallet addresses. And I told 7 people closest to me. I wrote a list of who I wanted to do it with. 7 qualified, and I said, "Here's an address. It's got Bitcoin in it. 1 year from now, you have the option of giving me $1,000 for it or declining it. If I don't hear from you, I'm keeping it." My dad was the only one who did any research at all on Bitcoin and on 6 of them didn't even bother to set up on their phone a reminder to check the price 1 year later. So that was all I needed. I had about 5% battery left on my orange pilling, and I went to a family reunion over the summer and I used up the final 5%. I was so excited because we probably had 12, 14 people in the room, and most of them are really intelligent people, which most of us have probably come to realize has nothing whatsoever to do with whether people get Bitcoin. And the short story is that my nephew was there who is extremely smart. He's a data scientist. I thought, okay, great. I've been looking into the power law. Like, let's talk about this a little bit with this guy and money and what the Federal Reserve has done to money and the devaluation of money, it got really awkward and really quiet in the room, and it felt like people were like giving me the side eye, and I'm like, it got weird, and that was it. I'm done. I'm not going to try to build conviction in anybody else. So what I do now is very, very briefly mention things like, I can't believe what they've done with the dollar. I researched it a little bit. Man, I'm so excited about Bitcoin. I leave it at that. I'm not giving anything else away.
There's a common thread with that whole experience with so many really intelligent people. They just genuinely lack intellectual curiosity. Like you have to actually be asking some questions yourself, or else I guess people feel that someone Bitcoiners just talking at them or lecturing them, and people tune out. And that's what happens again and again. You cannot get somebody to see the same perspective that you see, and these things are very large topics and they get very complex, and it's kind of why you got to just do your best to maybe plant a seed, and when somebody really does grow their own sense of curiosity about the topic, they know who to come to. And it's a sad truth, because I think any good person who's social in nature is going to want to bring along their close friends and family with them if they feel like they're heading in the right direction. And you can't do it. It's that horse to water, you can't make them drink thing. And it's really profound with Bitcoin, because there's so many fundamental truths people assume in their life that have to be broken down in order for them to re-examine things and build the proper framework.
You see, if you want to know somebody that's going to be sad, someone my heart is breaking for, he's a little puppet. He's yellow. And this may be the last week he ever runs a show called Don't Stop Believing. And my heart breaks. I know his heart breaks. Or glad. God damn it, Yellow. How are you, sir?
Does Yellow even have a heart?
Yes, he's
No,
got a big heart.
I actually don't have one. I pretend to have one. Thanks, Pappy. I'm here just to announce that the rumors that are going around that the DSB spaces will extend to 200K are false. There will be no extension. I was tricked to read that ad read by Craig and Rope and Barry. I was tricked to read that ad. It's not true. It's until 100K, and that's it. Okay, thank you very much.
Wait. I heard that Yellow Spaces was sponsored by Swan. Is that true?
No.
Okay.
What did you hear that? What the fuck is?
I made up the rumor.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Don't stop
I
believing.
gotta boogie you
Bitcoin
guys.
Cash.
The only reason why I'm wearing pants today is because I'm going to the gun range right now. But I fucking love you guys, Eastside, Hubby, TC, all of us. We fucking made it. Yeah, I see you down there. And then for the people that I love, literally, I'm just stacking. I'm not telling shit. Like, I'm not going to expect my 18-year-old niece to know shit about shit. Like, load up an open dime. I'll see you in 10 years. Love you guys. Be safe.
Yeah, no, that's the way to go, honestly. I think that's like the ultimate strategy. You identify who you care about, who you want to have a life vest or a lifeboat, and set them up. Just keep some addresses separate, or even spin up separate private keys. In the future, you can just hand those private keys to that person that you care about, and you're basically giving them Bitcoin, hopefully at some point in the future when they understand things better. And that's probably the most productive thing that you can do for the people you care about, is just stack on their behalf.
What do y'all think about time lock? You think that's ever going to come into play as far as something like this goes?
I mean, it could. You can also foot gun yourself pretty easily with that stuff.
Yeah, and I don't quite understand how that, just because of changes that hasn't happened yet, or
well, I mean, say you set time lock to sometime like a decade in the future, and then 4 or 5 years from now you need access to it. There's also technical aspects of things. A lot of times time lock is based on a certain block height. What if
something happens and the block times slow down, or I don't know. It's just one of these things. The further out you go into the future, the more uncertain the potential situation at that time could be.
Hey, I just wanted to let you guys know I'm gonna be running some errands, so I won't be on, but I'll let Publord and Justin take over and moderate if you guys want to keep rolling. I'll just leave the space open.
Let's keep it rolling.
So there's no like glitch or anything like that has anything to do with the down people not supporting time lock as
Well,
much
you don't
as
know
they
what you
used
don't
to?
know, right? So in the future, some bullshit happens, then
Right, and that's what we're going with, though, is that it's cool now as long as nothing happens that we don't know about, and everything goes your way and you're alive to collect this shit.
Why would you want to lock it though? So you don't spend
Well,
it?
so pretty fucking much, man.
Oh,
Pretty
okay.
much.
Well, okay, I get that then.
Pretty much to keep myself away from this shit.
Just got a notification from CoinGlass saying someone just transferred 75 million from a Tether wallet to Kraken. It's maybe a good smash buy coming in.
Professor Bitcoin, welcome up to the stage, sir.
Hi there. I think I have just some more, another little story that kind of just relates to what's going on right now and just kind of like solidifies more or less what's being said. I have in my business, I have to hire contractors. When the ETFs came out, one of the guys that was working for me, I go, okay, so here's the deal. Buy $500 in the ETF. If by the end of the year it goes down, I will pay you double what it goes down. And so obviously we all know what started happening, and I kept on checking in with him, and I was trying to give him the little tips that we all know about buying and accumulating, and I could never get him out of the zone of, well, I just look at my investments every month, and if it goes up, then I buy a little more. And I saw him today. He's working for me today, and I go, have you looked at your FBTC lately? And he's like, I have not. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. Take a look. And he comes back to me later in the day. He goes, wow, that's really gone up. And I'm like, and all he could do is look at him and go, nothing takes hold. Nothing. There's an epiphany that all of us have had that you can't give it to anybody else. And no matter how much you try to gift them, no matter how much you try to do, they just are not getting there. So I just thought I'd share that real quick because I'm getting a laugh out of all the people who have tried and they've just given up, and we're all just like riding the wave.
I want to add to that. I got my daughter crushing cans in April 21. She was a wee one, and then that Lily Knight, that little girl, she was talking to Michael Saylor about buying Skittles or something like that. And that's what I used to try to orange pill my daughter. And I was telling her, it's like, yeah, if you don't eat the Skittles and you save the Skittles, you get more Skittles. So we just opened her wallet 2 days ago. And let's just say she's the richest fifth grader in her school. And another guy, he's he's in his 50s. He's a teacher. He used to work in tech here in the Bay and became a teacher. Now he's the teacher that drives the M2 around. And, we went out to, I helped him out with a construction project. And we went out to eat and we were splitting the bill and I didn't have any cash on me. I was like, hey, guess what? How about I send you what I owe you in Bitcoin? And he's all sure. So he was open to that. And I, opened up a wallet, sent him some Bitcoin. And he just calls me yesterday. He's like, hey, man, I got a new phone and I wanted to transfer the Bitcoin over, but I lost my seed phrase. I'm like, you still have access to the old phone? He's like, yeah, okay, well, just send yourself a payment on the Lightning Network. And then I asked him, I was like, well, hey, out of curiosity, how much has it gone up? And it basically doubled. And I'm like, yeah, see, that's very easy math that, a teacher should understand right away. And an idiot like me found this out back in the day. And I'm like, welcome to number go up. You know what I mean? And even then, like it's people are just like he just kind of was like perplexed. It's like what? And along the lines of orange pilling people now, Puppy does spaces. I do physical Bitcoin meetups. I've been doing them for years now, And I have a joke that is my philanthropy now. Like that's my philanthropic endeavor. There, it's just like, hey, I'll spend one day out of the month at a meetup, and anybody that wants to learn, just come to the meetup. And if they don't want to fucking come to the meetup, I'm not going to waste my time on them.
You know what we all sound like sometimes? We sound like religious nuts, you know? So it is what it is, and we're all doing great by and large. If we're all on this podcast, we're all in Bitcoin in some way, matter or form. But sometimes I step back and we sound like alcoholics at Alcoholics Anonymous. You know, we sound like we sound like crazy people to people who don't understand what we've all stumbled upon or researched about. It's wild stuff, man. So I kind of get it in a way. I'm like, yeah, I sound like an idiot every time I open my mouth. I'm turning the conversation to Bitcoin, whatever, you know. And people, they just roll their eyes at me at this point, you know. But it is what it is,
Not for long, man.
right?
Yeah, I was
It's
gonna
kind of
say.
like the same fanaticism that I've seen with people who do like CrossFit or some kind of extreme fitness plan, and they can't shut up about it. It's just one of these things. Like, you know, you see something so meaningful as far as the perspective. You've benefited so profoundly as far as the increase in purchasing power and the effective savings, and you flip the script on basically the phenomenon that's affecting everyone in the world. It can make you sound like a doomsday person, not necessarily with the content that you're speaking, but the emphasis and the urgency that you speak with about it. It's just one of these things where you 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 recognize this flaw with the world. I mean, when I think back about my headspace over the last 7-8 years getting here, it's just it's a process of a teardown of my worldview. It's nothing short of a just complete like wrecking ball to the framework with which you see how the world works. And then you see this phenomenon about fiat money and all of these downstream impacts as far as people's time preference, what they're incentivized to put energy into and time into, and then a lot of the problems in our society all of a sudden get laid bare. It's like, oh yeah, there it is again. There's that same effect influencing people to behave in the same ways and make the same poor choices. And lo and behold, you have some undesired aspect of society. So it really goes deep. And I think that that's why it's so captivating to us, but it's also why there's so many opportunities to bring it up, because it touches on so many different like subject matter. You could be having a conversation about almost anything. You could be walking around doing almost anything on any day, and you encounter these corruption and fiat malincentives and misappropriation of investments and misallocation of resources. You see this everywhere. So it's kind of like it's one of these things that's it's really easy to slip into that same frame of mind again and again. I really do think it's critical that you don't overextend yourself, that you just let people know like who they can come talk to about it, and they'll have their moment. I think everyone is going to at some point in the next decade have this moment when they suddenly realize, oh wait, that thing I thought was crazy is actually pretty important, and suddenly they feel maybe a sigh of relief because they know you, and they're like, oh yeah, I got my Bitcoin friend I can call.
Right, exactly. You know, I agree with you completely. I can't tell you how many times I have to make myself shut the hell up where I'm like, oh yeah, you know what I'm about to say, don't you? And they look at me, yeah, Bitcoin, right? I'm like, exactly, and and it to all of us, as we watch society change right in front of our eyes, you can't believe what you're looking at. You can't believe that everybody doesn't see it, but we are in the smallest of percentages, in the smallest little corner. seeing everything evolve right in front of our face. It's heady stuff, man. It's cool.
I just want to say to Eastside Tony, I did the same thing to a guy. You know, he didn't need the money, but I didn't have any cash, and I was like, well, hey, you got Cash App? Let me give you some Bitcoin. And as soon as that Bitcoin hit his phone, his face lit up. I mean, he looked at his phone and just turned around and walked off and was like, all right, thanks, man. You know what I mean? Like he was like, no way. He's like, all right, thanks. Not like it was it was a lot of money or anything, but it was just like, it just hit him. Some like, whoa, okay, now I do get Bitcoin right now. It was a wild experience. Just saying that's a good way to do it. If you owe somebody money, try to pay them in Bitcoin.
We call it FM where I work, like something you try to run a computer program and something's not working and all of a sudden it kicks off again. We call it FM. Fucking magic. FM. And that's what you see. I mean, you can spend 2 hours talking about the fiat systems being debased and look, you just send them a few sats and all of a sudden a light bulb goes off in some people's eyes. And again, I don't orange pill anymore because you know what? Fuck them. They've had 7 years like I have to discover this thing. But yeah, just send them a few sats and the people that get it or want to find out more, they'll go for it. Okay, that's all you got. You own not. You know what's funny about Bitcoin? Have you ever seen anyone go after one about gold? Oh my God, you got to have gold. Get some fucking gold. Get the no one ever does that. No one orange pills anyone on gold. That's what I laugh at. Is like I mean, maybe we are a cult in a way, but no one ever orange pills anyone. Oh my God, I got this stock for you.
Hey,
But people in Bitcoin go
Bubby, that would be a
after it.
gold pill.
we're in the
It
greatest
could be.
math cult ever.
Oh
But
yeah,
no, but you see, nothing happened. No one does that shit with any other asset but Bitcoin. I've never seen this passion before in my life for anything.
yeah.
Imagine
And
this.
nothing ever even close.
Cheerleading money seems insane, but here we are.
Brent, what do you think?
I got two things to add. One to go off of the walking down the street, and basically everything you see is messed up by fiat. To add to the Mount Rushmore of Bitcoin sayings, I think Bitcoin fixes this is a good one to add. Also regarding the people think you're crazy until they really see what's going on. I got a text to read from my uncle that I think all Bitcoiners, it's their favorite thing to hear. So it's just 3 sentences. My uncle said, "Why didn't I listen to you a long time ago?" I told him, "I know I sounded insane," and he said, "Haha, not anymore." I don't know, just it hit heavy.
Priceless.
Thanksgiving is going to be good for many Bitcoiners this year. I can just say that. People are going to be high stepping, pimp walking, going into Thanksgiving, saying, "Yeah, you like me now, bitches." That's how people are
And
walking
we
into
should just
Thanksgiving.
be silent. Like, yo, just downplay the whole freaking deal. Just be like,
That's
yeah, it's
because
pretty good.
nobody gives a crap still, dude. You're going to Thanksgiving, no one's saying nothing because
I'm betting this one will be different.
you think I don't know. I say no way.
I mean, the president just happened. He started saying Bitcoin. Now we're hitting hard numbers. It's going to wake some people up that didn't listen for a long time.
Yeah, but
Hey, I see
most
we
most
have.
of your normie family members don't even have a clue, like a price reference. They don't know like where it was earlier this year or last year. Like they're not following it. You have to actually follow it to have that context of something's happening now.
Right.
I've definitely
And they also
informed my
say,
dad, but
go ahead. I'm sorry. They also say
no.
that you may say Bitcoin's 90,000. The response is, but you haven't. It's not realized. You don't have it. So there's a tit for a tat no matter what you have to say. So they're gonna bring you down, bro.
The government's going to take it.
Yeah, I got
Still
a
not
text the
yours.
other day. It was the first one since the pump. I kept hearing everybody else was getting texts and phone calls and all that. I finally got one, and it was, all it said, I haven't talked to this guy in a whole year, but the scope of our conversation was 100% about Bitcoin. Got a message from this guy. I'm like, oh, okay, he's going to say he bought some. And all it said was unrealized losses, bro. Unrealized losses. I mean, gains.
Right.
Yeah,
So I'm
right,
like,
right, exactly.
yeah. Hey, we got Chad as a speaker.
So
How's it going, Chad?
Yeah, I've had all the same conversations too, and even one recently. I was on a client back about a year and a half ago, and when Bitcoin was 20,000, and I was talking to the partner of my company about how I'm still always stacking, and now is the perfect time to be buying Bitcoin in this bear market. And he's like, huh, Bitcoin, huh? He's like, I think that ship sailed. That thing's gonna go to zero. And now I messaged him the other day about it and said, hey, have you checked the price of Bitcoin and everything? And he's just like, he said, yeah, I still don't think, I think that's a bubble waiting to happen. And I heard him on another call saying that he brought up the tulip argument again. I'm like, oh my God, the tulip thing still. But yeah, I mean, some people they just will never learn. They just like to be stuck in their ways.
Yo, I want to say something about the tulip thing, man. I've done a lot of traveling. I've been to Amsterdam. I want to tell you something, man. The tulip business is a billion-dollar business. It's huge, still to this day. So I just felt that's an aside. That's a crazy one for sure.
Hey, Michael, what's going on, man? If anybody is on,
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
okay,
I'm here. How's everybody doing?
doing good. What's going on?
Winning.
Nothing. I am taking a look, and I had said all week I thought that buying would start to pump into close on Friday after last weekend and how crazy it was. I don't know if we're going to see the same thing this weekend or not, but I mean, it just seemed like that little bump we got here at the end of the day Friday was folks not wanting to be sidelined, knowing what happened last weekend. So I don't know. I'm hopeful we have another big weekend. I agree with what Fred said. I think that we got a good chance at 100K next week. We'll see. But I don't know about you guys. I'm feeling good.
Feeling good, man. Hey, Tao, how's it going? I haven't talked to you since you went to Fred's event in Santa Monica.
Hey, Justin, Pubby, and Lauren. Wow, a lot of good vibes. I jump in here, I can just already feel it, right? A lot of good vibes from everybody, and I think that's due to the price being up as well, of course. Just a comment with what you guys were talking about with people reaching out to you suddenly. That has happened to me too a few days ago, and yeah, someone that we haven't texted for probably over a year at least, and he finally texted me and say, "Your Bitcoin to the moon," and I was like, "Ha ha ha, funny." And it's just so weird. Like the way I think about it is, these people, they know about that this is out there, and for some reason, like again, like you say, why they dismiss it or whatever. But I think one of the primary reasons why some people dismiss it is due to their ego. Now, I'm saying this is because I was actually on the same path many years ago when I heard about it at 300, and then my friend calls me and says, "Oh, it's 20,000." When he told me it was 20,000, then of course I had my ego. I was like, "Hey, you know what? I'm gonna say it's wrong because I don't want to. I don't want to be like wrong, right? I want to say it's gonna fail because I don't want it to be wrong, etc." But lo and behold, luckily, I decided to be open-minded and say, let's take a look here. Let's at least give myself a chance to learn about what this is all about. And that made all the difference. It's like you have to let go of that pride so much. I have friends who had heard about 10 cents, and that's the thing. They want to be right. They rather be right. That's what that they care so much about being right. They're missing like generational wealth and everything. And so once they understand, once they're open, then they will see the light, and they will come around with it, come around to it. But it may take much longer. So be patient, guys, and just just help them out when they need it. That's all.
I second what Tao's saying. My friends that argue the most are the ones that have done the best in our friends group, right? And they think they fucking know everything already. And they've done very well, but like the guy that I gave him money for dinner or for lunch, what the joke between me and his younger brother, because I know his younger brother, I'm best friends with him, is that we call him Old Economy Nate, because he's like, just do what I did. And it's like, well, you can't do that anymore. Like, that's why we're not doing it.
Hey, we have Satya. I don't think we've heard from you before. What's going on with you?
Hey guys, I just thought I would jump up and say a few words. I tend to agree with what Valo said earlier. I don't think you can orange pill somebody. For me, it was just hearing about it a couple of times, and then finally, I just thought, well, I want to understand what Bitcoin is. So I did all my own research and made my own decision. And at the time, I spent about 6 months researching it. And I mentioned it to a couple of close friends. And one of them, it was interesting. Her response was, I know how deeply you research things. And if you're going to do this, I'm going to do it. So there was somebody who like borrowed conviction from me, which I don't think is the way to go. And then I had other people who just thought I was nuts and thought it was, all the stuff they'd heard on the news and had no interest. But now, years later, some of those people, I think, are coming around. One family member in particular, who once the price started running in the last bull market was like, oh, you should sell all your Bitcoin. I'm like, no. I think it's time to do some more research. But I think the challenge for a lot of people is it's intimidating and nobody really understands it. Nobody really knows where it's going. We can have ideas and thesis, but for some people that just bucks them off, because they feel like they don't totally grok it. But I mean, we use things all the time that we don't totally grok, like electricity, the cars we drive. There's so many things that we don't totally understand that we use that benefit us. So I think we do have to have patience with people and just say, if you're interested, I can share to the best of my knowledge and understanding with you. And there's lots of resources. Thank God there's more resources now than there used to be. Anyway, thanks for hosting the space, Lauren, and nice to listen to everybody.
Hey, happy to have you up. Have you found something that works where you can naturally work it into conversations? Is there something you look for, or that maybe a subtle way you can weave it into conversations has worked good for you?
It comes and goes. Sometimes I've found myself trying to maybe weave it in too much, and then I realize, oh, maybe people don't want to hear about this. So kind of like somebody said earlier, we can seem like religious zealots with this. And if people are keen on whatever it is they've found, like TC said, CrossFit, or some people, their own religion, they bring it up and it's like, oh, it's been so great. You got to check this out. But I do think you have to just meet people where they are. And as we've all heard, like, okay, what's somebody's pain point? How could it help them? And I just tell people I've been researching it and I'm studying it. I'm a student of it, and that I've learned so much, and that it's brought something to me just in terms of like intellectual challenge and like reviewing your entire worldview and understanding the fiat system.
Okay, I don't totally relate to that. I've used that as well, because when you can try to communicate your own enthusiasm and interest in what it's done for you, I think that's pretty infectious. But if you're trying to kind of force that on somebody, it often comes across, you put them on the spot and they're uncomfortable. But if I say, man, a lot of people think it's boring, but I just started looking into money and what they do with it, and I cannot believe how they have devalued the money, and just leave it at that. And so many times people will say, what do you mean devalue the money, or debase the currency? What do you mean by that? Or fiat money? Like, wait, what? And then you tell them, the money, that $100 bill you're looking at right there, we're sitting here pretending that pieces of paper with different digits on it is worth something, but it used to be, but it's not anymore. It used to stand for something, but they took it. You know, you can get into the gold standard a little bit, but if you leave them wanting a little bit more, I found also that instead of getting the deer in the headlights look, you might get somebody saying, "Man, so when did that start up?" And how much is it devaluing every year? They're doing it on purpose. Then it can
Ju-
come across
it,
as
isn't
really
that
natural.
isn't that like one of Max Kaiser's favorite like sort of shtick and gimmick, just ripping up $100 bill? And there's a visceral reaction of many people. Dude, you're ripping up $100 bill, and he's proven a point, and it could be a shtick, and that's fine. You know what's great about this space, and as I talked about it earlier, was more than just the price of Bitcoin going up. As I'm looking down, you know, BJ's here, Tao, Satya, Eastside, Tony, people that I have known now cumulatively over 20 years. 4 years of knowing these people, knowing the quality of the people that are here. I'm not going back anywhere else near fiat. I understand because I know the quality of the people that are here in Bitcoin, man. I'm getting to know Fred and Lauren and everyone else. Quality people, man. Just surround yourself with quality people, and you got a pretty sweet life ahead of you.
Hey, you know, I want to bring up a point that Tao had mentioned, and I think this is something that I resonated with, which is, you know, I think a lot of people who've done very well in fiat have actually some of the hardest time with Bitcoin because, you know, they feel sort of superior. They feel like they've won the game already. And if you're telling them, wait a second, you won level one of the game, but level two, you know, your points in level one don't carry over to level two. And they're like, what? Wait, I've won. And you're like, actually, you know, you didn't because, you know, we've changed the unit of account now. And I think that's, and I've just noticed a lot of people that I know who've been pretty successful in fiat, you know, some more successful than me, and I'm pretty successful, but you know, I've noticed a lot of them really have this visceral reaction to like quote unquote starting over, you know, or quote unquote exchanging all this money that they've accomplished, right? And it's really hard for them to possibly buy into the idea that things actually are different. And so I just would like to say that I think perhaps some of the best people to get into, the easiest people that are going to have that trouble adopting with Bitcoin are younger people who haven't as much to lose at this point.
They haven't been brainwashed by the dollar and the dollar system and what that entails, right? To add to your point, Bitcoin is totally repricing everything that they've done with their entire life. And that is not a good feeling, probably, right? Like, I totally agree with what you're saying. And, you know, my father was one of the biggest opponents to Bitcoin. He thought that I was gambling. Buying Bitcoin. And I was like, no, well, you don't know what you don't know, Dad. Because, you know, my father was an immigrant. He came to America. He started a company. He died a millionaire in fiat terms. But when I was telling him about Bitcoin, he's just like, no, I don't believe you. And it's like, well, that's very arrogant of you to say that, especially since my father didn't know how to read and write. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, Dad, I read about it. You know, I've done a lot of study on this. And, you know, he thought I was a complete buffoon. Unfortunately, he passed away thinking that I was gambling. But, you know, I think about it now with these all-time highs, and I'm like, God damn it, Dad.
Well, also the other point to that is I think some of the same people have too much of a belief in the system is just invulnerable, right? They think the system is going to work, it's going to hold together. There's not going to be any kind of debt spiral, etc. And you know, the thing about being in Bitcoin is you also realize like how fragile we are. Our system probably is not going to last 30 years. It really probably will not, you know. So it's not like this is sort of just this optional get rich quick scheme. It's like actually we're about to head into something that is just not going to is not going to be sustainable. And I think you don't get that until you don't realize that because especially the well off, they just sort of assume. And I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of them voted for Kamala, because they're like, you know what, it's pretty good. I don't want to upset the apple cart. I'm doing pretty well. It should hold together. I know we've got this debt. I know we got this deficit, but come on, let's just hold everything together. And I think with Bitcoin, we've got more of a bullshit meter than the average person.
Definitely.
I think we have a tendency to sometimes over intellectualize. And the thing I think that would sway everybody, which is the one thing none of us are willing to do, is this question that you might get, which is, where did you start? Where are you at? How much you got? If any one of us was divulge that to the people that are asking us our question, that would be the one thing that would make them all open up their eyes wide. All the talk about fiat, all the talk about system doesn't land with anybody but like us. They're convinced already. So that's my take on it, So I know I don't say anything to anybody about what I got. Would never do it, So there you go.
BJ, welcome. What do you think?
BJ,
I think,
God damn it, BJ.
What's up, Bobby? What I do?
I love you. I love you.
You too, brother. Go ahead.
All right, give me 1 second here.
Yeah, go.
I know, man, because you always host with me. I was just saying, like Professor's saying, when we're going back to it, at a point you pull back from orange pilling, it goes back to the Mike Tyson quote: "Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face." And I believe that sometimes you just gotta pull back, let people get punched in the face, and then they'll get Bitcoin. BJ, man, how you doing, brother? Man, good to see you.
I'm good, man. Just on my way back from Boston. Fred is talking around something that is so vital and important to this, which is something that human beings love. We all love, and that is change. And I say that very sarcastically, especially when it comes to people's money. Who doesn't love the bank introducing new policies and new ideas and stuff? And I kind of equate trying to sell Bitcoin to like when I was a kid, my dad comes home with this IBM XT, and I'm like, well, where's the Commodore 64? He's like, oh, we got rid of it. This is a new thing. I'm like, what are you talking about? I finished every game on that. I know everything about it. Like, well, now you'll learn something new. And that is an emotional experience for human beings in general. It doesn't matter the discipline. We don't like it. It's similar to getting that feeling of being rugged. Like, oh, now we got to start all over. And look, I know a lot of high net worth people. I've been trying for years with Bitcoin as well. And like, what do I need it for? I'm secure. I got this system sorted out. They don't say that, but that's what they're inferring. But I think also, I had a back and forth with somebody today that I haven't spoken to we haven't talked in a couple of years, and we're reconnecting. And this particular individual, it just goes back to finding people where they're at. And, she's in her 30s. She's very worried about her economic future and her retirement plans and all that stuff. And we, did the hi, how are you, blah, blah. And I said, by the way, and remember, retirement and she always said her financial future. She would always say that. I'm concerned about my financial future. And these are the emotional strikes I tried to hit. I hope you ended up buying Bitcoin, because if you did, you would have 5x'd your investment so far. And this is when many of us have now 100x'd what we've put into Bitcoin at this point. And then I said, knowing she won't fully understand this, and there's a reason I said it. The United States is going to pass a Bitcoin strategic reserve bill, which means this may be the greatest transfer of wealth in human history, and the first time regular people worried about your financial future. I gave you the answer. I did all of that for a couple of reasons, especially the part about the strategic reserve. She'll have no idea what that even means. Not a clue. But it's a curiosity spike. And when you show people that these gains that were possible that I told her that she didn't believe, and boom, now and I also showed her a picture of the price, that now they're right there in front of her, Back to like what Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the face. That's the subtle cognitive dissonance punch in the face to switch people's paradigm and pull the rug out from underneath them to get them to start thinking about something different. That's the only way you'll get people, and the reason people of high net worth are so difficult to, and they're going to be the last ones, because they're just going to buy it as an investment. When they're finally convinced about it, they're not going to be like Michael Saylor. They're going to be like, okay, like Paul Tudor Jones. They're going to put 5% of their net worth in it. Okay, now I have Bitcoin. Everybody can leave me alone. Yeah, this is a great asset, and I can maintain the worldview that I had before Bitcoin, and I can utilize Bitcoin. But you're completely right, which is it's the younger people, the new generations, they're the ones that are going to completely change the world and make Bitcoin the dominant asset, I think, you know.
All right, Fred, you're back. Yeah. Hey, what page of the big Bitcoin book is that quote on, Fred? Fred, maybe not there. Hey, sorry, I'm just driving to my next appointment, and Puncher is trying to get on stage too. I don't know if one of you co-hosts can shuffle around to let him back. He must be on the ground, maybe getting close to the Bitcoin conference.
I'm gonna drop.
Yeah, if anybody's on stage that's done speaking, maybe just jump down because we got 3 or 4 who have been trying. And also, please understand if you have shit coins in your profile and nothing whatsoever about Bitcoin, we're probably not going to let you up. And if you have 25 followers, I don't mean to be rude, but there's good speakers waiting to get on. And if you have questions about Bitcoin, this probably isn't the space. I wish it was, but TC runs some great ones for that. But probably at this point, we'll just have to work through the other speakers who we know. Hope you understand.
I'll drop down, guys, so you can bring in some shitcoins.
No, I'm looking at the counts, dude. With 3 co-hosts, you have an extra like 4 or 5 speakers easily to bring up if needed.
Hey, Justin, this is Daniel. I'm actually going to step off. Thank you very much for having me. It was great listening to everybody talk today, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks.
Join us more often, man. Good to see you, Daniel. See you at the next in Prague, if not sooner.
Hey guys, Puncher here. Can you hear me okay? Or am I stepping on anybody?
Puncher. No, we can hear you.
Oh man, there's no rush hour traffic like San Salvador rush hour traffic. I just merged with I'm like, man, this guy is super aggressive. I'm in a Toyota 4Runner and he's in a fucking little car. And I'm like, I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up nose position. I'm not looking at him. I'm not looking at him. Fuck you. I'm not moving. I look over. It's a woman. She looks at me like, you little bitch. And she goes in front of me. She crushed me. But anyway.
You got to drive in. Go to Lima, Peru. Go to Lima, Peru, and drive in that rush hour for traffic, which lasts for 12 hours, man. That shit will change your life.
This is brutal. I'm headed to the conference, but man, I don't know if I'll ever get there with this traffic. But anyway, next on Bitcoin First Spaces next week, the 21st, I got a buddy that I flew with in the military. Jason Jones is his name. He's an outstanding guy, but I was trying to orange pill him forever. And I finally got him. So, but he's pretty new. He's smart. He's really going down the rabbit hole. So for anybody who's like a new Bitcoiner, Jason's going to be on the 21st and kind of asking questions. He's probably smarter than the average bear, but he'll be asking questions about just what a new Bitcoiner would ask. And if you have friends who are in that camp, probably a good time to invite them to listen in. And I just told him, like, he's like, oh, I'm putting together a list of questions. I go, dude, just have fun with it. Ask questions. There's no dumb questions. You got a lot of smart people who've probably asked the same thing and over the years. And then, and the only other thing I'll say, just because it's Friday, dude, come on, because it's Friday. I wonder if the XRP guys are in a group saying the same shit we're saying, and we're just delusional. I don't think so, but I always ask myself that question.
No, they're not.
That is a completely different mob, Puncher, man. That is.
They're the ones wearing no pants.
Yeah. Well, thanks, guys. I'm listening in. Thank you.
Hey, Puncher, anytime you have an event in Phoenix, man, let me know because I'll be the first one to sign up.
Yeah, I'm putting my hand up. So whenever Fred or anybody says we're gonna go, we'll go.
Fred's given the green
light
already.
Friday night here. Love you guys. Thank you, Lauren, for allow me to co-host, and Justin, Fred, you guys keep on going on with Bitcoin First. It's actually my profile, so love you guys. Keep it going, man.
Love you, puppy.
Keep
You
it
should get
going.
that third beer now, man.
Yep. Actually, yep. I
Fourth
just
beer. Fourth beer.
ordered my third. So you're right. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a nice Friday evening for me. But no, love you all. Hey, man, Bitcoin's going to Bitcoin. And I put up an S 3 years ago. Once it hits 100,000, it'll be 1 million within a year. So I called that shit 3 years ago. You can take the piss out of me later, but I truly believe that. Okay. Good night.
Hey, I'm going to my next appointment, but Thomas is up. Hey, Thomas, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Hey, this is a fun Friday. Listening to the conversations about orange pilling people, I have a similar frustration. And at some point, you just withdraw a little bit. You don't want to be that guy. What I've been doing more recently is trying a different tack when people will bring it up. Is this as I'll say, oh, you're probably too late. A little bit. I'm saying that it'll be in a little reverse psychology because it drives a different kind of engagement. I'm like, what do you mean I'm too late? And I said, well, you're probably not going to do what's required to participate. And I'm like, what do you mean? And you almost like you want them to draw themselves in. If you push the orange pill lexicon, to them, you sound crazy. But if you get them to draw themselves in through, basically indicating a different tack, it's just a different. I would try it. I've tried it a few times. It's a little bit more successful in getting people to engage. Then I think the other thing that people should be prepared to do, if they're willing to, is to show them some positions and trades. One of the things that's I found very effective is like some people are putting like some wild trades like Josh and a grain of salt. I save those pictures when they post those, and I show people some of the crazy money that's getting made on these trades. Now I tell them, I said, look, you're not going to do this. You're not going to bet $500,000 or $1 million on out of the money options. Uh, but these people are, and they're making a lot of money. And the issue is you have to decide whether or not you want to take the effort to figure out what they're doing and why, and how it might affect your portfolio and what your goals are. So it's just a different tact rather than try to get them to orange pill. It's almost to try to get them that they're missing out on something. And it's just I found it to be a little bit more engaging when I do that.
Is anybody talking?
I thought maybe I was just talking to my empty phone and then I got disconnected. Could you hear me?
No, we got you. Right? Can you imagine being short going into the weekend? Like
Oh,
that level of craziness to me is just
so
insane.
I'll just tell a funny story. So like I asked Josh, because I appreciate his insight on some of the short term stuff, and so I say, hey, what's going to happen, with the going into the weekend, because no one wants to be short or even I want to say not long, which is not the same thing as being short. You don't want to be not long going into the weekend with any dry powder to the extent it makes sense because you don't know what's going to happen. So uh, anyway, so I asked him what was going to happen specifically around the MSTR stuff, and you guys can go look through my feed and you can see what the chatter was. But it was, he said, probably going to trickle down all afternoon, and then in the last hour, it'll probably go up. It'll rally into the close. So I'm like, and he said, but I'm not going to trade it today, so I'm not particularly interested, so I'm not going to trade. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to trade that because so I I had some money in a retirement account, and they let me trade options on it. So I think I bought 25 contracts at 340 on MSTR, and I don't know, I picked them up for like $3, and I put an immediate sell order in at 10, and I figured what's going to happen is it's going to rally up from around the 340 range. So it was 337. I figured it's going to rally up and touch 350. I'm going to get my 10 and say, thanks, Bob's your uncle, the whole 9 yards. So I'm watching it and it hits 10. It goes up and it at 330. And then I look at my account and the broker liquidated my position because it was a retirement account. So I talked to the guy. I talked to the trading desk, and they're like, "Yeah, you needed 850,000 of cleared funds in the last hour, or we're going to liquidate your position. We don't know what the hell you're doing." So to me, the moral of the story was, if you're going to do some degenerate gambling in the last hour of options trading, make sure that the trading desk knows what you're doing or have ample liquidity to cover the contract exercise. It was pretty wild. I ended up getting liquidated. I ended up making a few bucks, but I'd have been really pissed if they liquidated me and I lost money.
Thomas, thanks guys for letting me speak. Coming back to the orange pilling, guys, a lot of people know me that I'm a student of Bitcoin and I study that since more than 7 years now. So I think I still will continue orange pilling people, especially people who I feel close to. And I think a good way for that is that I show them how I kind of try to integrate more and more Bitcoin into my life. And I definitely will challenge them on reading a white paper. Coming back to this phenomenal white paper. I mean, a lot of people I know, right, are not so familiar with the English language. They also do not use X on that kind of basis as I do, right? And understanding probably also what we mean with we are the media now. So I try to educate them, but they have also a lot of other things in mind. But coming to that, I mean, I think everybody is using YouTube to a certain extent to educate themselves. So I will definitely, in my orange pilling, push them on questions I have regarding definitely self-custody, because that is the innovation. And
the people that I hang out with, if I said read the white paper, I might as well say, let me punch you in the stomach for 5 minutes.
It's translated in so many languages, Thomas, and I just have made a screenshot of how we actually deconstructed the white paper. Okay, what we reading there with the hashing and all that stuff.
Alexander, so something else. I'm saying something else. It's not a question of language. People are not going to read that white paper. This is not going to happen. I mean, 1 in 1,000 people will read it.
That's I cannot understand that. Okay, I mean, again, how many pages is it? And what you read up there is just
Americans don't like to read. It's sad but true.
Many of them don't know how to read.
That's why we're trying to dismantle the Department of Education.
Yeah, it's more than just the reading. It's like our minds have been like this woke mind virus that's out there, especially in the younger crowd, under the 35 crowd. The virus, they got infected through the light squares that they look at all day, and that is a visual medium. It's not a written word medium. So you're just not going to appeal to people for the most part to go and read an academic paper like Satoshi's paper from 13, 14, 15 years ago. That's not going to happen. So you really have to try different things to get them to, you have to hook them so they'll invest the time to say, maybe I can learn something here, and this is going to be meaningful for me and my family going forward.
Well, sorry to cut you off, but I think I talk to a lot of young people, and they're like, money is bad. Oh, capitalism, blah. You know what I mean? So it's like, even if they did know how to read and they did know how to do the math, you wouldn't even get them to do that because they think that having some sort of wealth or having some sort of money is bad, which is
Money is
exactly
bad.
going to your point.
Can I have some, Dad? Money is really bad, but can I have some of your money, please? You're rich.
Exactly.
You got a lot of Bitcoin. Can you give me some?
They don't have any dads either, so that's adding to the problem.
Yeah, I mean, if they have a woke mind virus and they're saying shit like that, then just move on. They're not. You're going to find someone else. Just remember, half the people have an IQ of 100 or less, and when you think of it in those terms, you realize I should probably focus on the right side of the bell curve. I hope that didn't sound overly elitist. I didn't mean it that way. It just meant that, people.
I'm totally 80 IQ.
Does anybody
Yeah,
think we're going to hit an all-time high today? Because I sort of think so.
Yeah, I do, Fred. I think I think at any moment we're going to. I mean, there's not enough people willing to sell relative to the people willing to buy. So it's just a question of when they decide to pull that trigger.
Yeah, I planned my all-time high meetup for tomorrow at 5:00.
Hey, I see we have Alex with us. What's going on,
I want
Alex?
I want a little special credit for the nice little run up today because I put the hat on this afternoon and wore it all day in the house.
That really helped. So, thanks, Thomas.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy.
What's up, guys? 100K. Let's go.
I like Cynthia Loomis's post. I'm not partial to profanity, but LFG.
We're also blessed to have Larry Fink as a speaker. Mr. Fink, a brief comment, sir.
What if it was really Larry Fink?
I miss the RFK guy. That guy was pretty good.
I've been hoping he would come on. I can't find his username, though, to invite him.
He was funny, but he would go on and on and on. He wouldn't stop. He just didn't know when to quit. Hey, Fred, we were talking earlier about fund flows into ETFs that on a God candle just can't get down on the Bitcoin trade from the ETF side. Are they effectively short Bitcoin and trapped if they can't immediately, if they get caught on the wrong side of holding that money?
You have to deploy that money within 24 hours, I think. I mean,
yeah, but even 24 hours, you buy it at 88 today, and now all of a sudden it shoots to 92 in 3 hours. You're like, yeah, well, what do?
They don't care. They're not short. They're just doing it on behalf of the fund. That's it. They don't care.
Okay.
Wait, what was the question? What was the question?
I don't.
The ETF. So the ETFs, the way they work is, people buy into the fund, and then they give the BlackRock effectively cash, and then BlackRock goes and buys the actual Bitcoin from Coinbase. That's actually how it works. So the question is, what if the cash came in, and they can't buy it? Are they going to buy it at a higher price? Yeah, they'll just buy it at whatever price they can get it at. And it's sort of like, does it make a difference for the fund? Well, not really. I mean, there's almost $40 billion in that BlackRock fund at this point. So a little bit of difference for one day's input of cash is not going to make a big difference.
So I was just getting my hair cut, and I've been going to this. I'm pretty faithful with my hair salon lady, whatever, right? And it's just it's a bunch of people there, and she's like, "Hey, your Bitcoin's doing pretty well, huh?" It's like, "Yeah, dude, hurry up and buy. I've been telling you to buy for years." She just joked around a bit. I thought it was just hilarious. Did anybody else put off buying stuff to buy more Bitcoin recently? Because I 3 weeks ago, I was going to buy a new car just for funsies, and then I realized that I would be an idiot to do that, and I just bought more Bitcoin.
Yeah, I bought MicroStrategy. I put off buying Bitcoin to buy MicroStrategy. That was it.
What?
Small position, just to play. My
Okay.
degenerate gambler side, just The best way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it, gentlemen.
I just drove by a Rolls Royce truck. It looked very tempting.
Those are pretty tough looking. I'll give them that. They
It was
needed to do
that dark blue, that dark deep blue. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, okay.
They look kind of beefy, you know. They look pretty stout.
That sounds like really, really dangerous advice. The whole thing about the best way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it, man. Holy crap.
It reminds me of that Warren
happening there.
It reminds me of that Warren Buffett saying. The guy goes, Warren,
Is that the guy with hella wives? Is that the guy with hella wives?
Yeah.
Or ex-wives? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
So Warren Buffett, he was saying, how excited are you about the stock market? He goes, I feel like a teenager in a whorehouse.
Based.
That was pretty good.
What's that PJ O'Rourke said? Trusting the Fed is like trusting teenage boys with whiskey and car keys.
Yeah, Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Fred, do you have any MicroStrategy position?
I do. I have the 200 calls MicroStrategy, which are now deeply in the money. But yeah, I got some MicroStrategy, and not a tiny bit either, but relative to my Bitcoin, it's insignificant. So listen, I don't understand. I kind of go back to this comment Wayne made, which is, these things are not diversification, right? Like you may say, well, I got three things. I got regular Bitcoin, I got ETF, and I got MicroStrategy, but all three of those things are completely correlated, right? So, I mean, you can buy them like it's like Pokemon cards, collect them all if you want, but at the end of the day, you're betting on Bitcoin. That's kind of my view. And so, for a bunch of different reasons, one of which is tax reasons, considering my Bitcoin is bought many, many years ago, and I don't really want to take a big tax hit on selling it. I'm mainly long regular old hard cold storage Bitcoin, but I have a fair amount now of ETFs because I like to be in the system to some extent. And I think there's advantages to being in the system because you never know how long it's going to take you to sell those actual Bitcoin, like, transferring X million dollars into Coinbase to sell. That could cause a block and 2-week, process. So I like having money that's in the system.
Well, Fred, I have a 5% allocation to it only because I think the thinking around it is it's not like you're long a stock where you really think that Tesla's going to do well and have more deliveries this quarter than last. You kind of have a secret that you're pretty confident where this is headed. So why not put a little bit of your allocation in to get an outsized return? And I think that's particularly true for guys who are late to the game. They feel like they got to play catch up. I understand that it's a derivative and that's correlated to Bitcoin, but the confidence is so high that why wouldn't you try to take get an outsized
Well, for me,
return?
I own a lot of Bitcoin, and I see absolutely no reason at all. Because I don't need more Bitcoin. I got a lot of Bitcoin, and
Sure.
By any metric, I have a lot of Bitcoin, and so I'm sort of sitting there going, do I want to do anything different than what I'm doing now? Not really. What I want to do, I want to make sure that I don't, kind of foolishly sell it all at 100K. That's my main thing. So I want to try to occupy myself by whatever means necessary to not sell it at 100K, which we may hit next week.
Being in the system with the ETF, I was going to say being in the system with the ETFs is going to be more compelling next year when in kind, both ways starts to work, at least on the outflow, so you can take it out and put it in cold storage if you want. But the ability to generate yield, the products are going to develop. They're not out there yet, but they will, and you're going to be able to keep your stack, whatever the stack is, in any form, and generate yield, and put yourself in a position.
Yield on Bitcoin is going to be a small number, Thomas. You know it, I know it. You're not going to get 10% yield or 5% yield even on Bitcoin. You're just not going to do it. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think you're going to get that kind of yield. So to me, when you have an asset that's like growing at 40% plus or minus, 70%, I don't see a massive need for yield.
Well, Fred, to live off of.
Well, I disagree with to live off of, because to me that implies a compartmentalization of what you're doing, right? So
we'll say more. Go ahead, say more.
Yeah. So my view is, if anything, I'm more interested in borrowing against Bitcoin as opposed to providing a yield on my Bitcoin. I think I don't need to have a yield on my Bitcoin. Like if you give me 3% yield on, and by the way, I don't know, I'm one of those guys who actually did put, significant amounts of Bitcoin in Celsius back in the day, and I took it out, right? So I feel like I missed a freight train, by having, several hundred Bitcoin in Celsius. Just not all my Bitcoin, but I had a bunch of Bitcoin in Celsius. And, I feel like it's going to take me a while before I get confidence to give anybody a lot of Bitcoin. Now, if it's a small amount of Bitcoin, I think I could do it. So I'm just, everybody has their own reason, right? I think the best reason to buy MicroStrategy is you just can't buy Bitcoin. That's a totally good reason. Another good reason is I'm a bond investor, and I need to have my principal guaranteed. Okay, I get that. Those don't apply to me, but they might apply to some people on this call. I don't know.
Well, forget about MicroStrategy. Let's do a thought experiment. I have 100 Bitcoin, and I also, let's just say I'm all in on Bitcoin. So I need a yield to live in fiat world, to pay rent and live a nice lifestyle. But I don't want to really borrow against my Bitcoin.
Why not?
Because, well, tell me how that works. I would borrow against my Bitcoin only to have it pay it back. And in this scenario, I don't have any revenue being generated from the fiat world. How do I pay it back?
Well, you pay it back in 10 years. You sell off, you sell off one Bitcoin 10 years from now, and that one Bitcoin's worth $2 million, and it pays off all your debt. I mean, that's how you do it. It's not a big deal.
Why not live off the yield though? It's not. Why wouldn't I just live off?
Because
Let's say I can generate 4%. Go ahead.
The price. I mean, you gain more by just holding Bitcoin.
I'm not selling. I am holding Bitcoin.
But I'm saying, like, no, the yield is the at the rate that the price rises is more if you just hold it and then just sell it when you need to sell it, and you don't have to sell a whole Bitcoin.
I just think, look, I think this whole notion of yield on Bitcoin is it's for people who are coming to it from a real estate standpoint. Look, I had this conversation with a friend of mine when Bitcoin's about 50,000, and we were like, the guy's like, he goes, I'm a real estate investor. I look at yield. I really want, and it was like, what do you think? I want to get this yield off my Bitcoin. I don't want to ever sell my Bitcoin. I'm like, why do you care? You know what I mean? Like, you're obsessed with the number of Bitcoin you have. Doesn't matter. If necessary, sell off a little bit of your Bitcoin. Doesn't matter. Like, one Bitcoin is not one Bitcoin. One Bitcoin in 2035 is not the same as one Bitcoin in 2025. It's not. These things are different. So I'm not as fixated on, I'm not completely fixated on the number of Bitcoin that I have, because I know that over time that number is going to have a different meaning. And at some point, even a single Bitcoin is going to become a large number, right? I just don't, I think it's great. And I think people will rush to put products out that give you yield on your Bitcoin. My other real question is, if you're going to be giving up your custody of your Bitcoin to get 2 or 3% yield on your Bitcoin, I'm not sure it's worth it. Now, I think the one place I would,
time out. Let me define this, Fred. I'm thinking of something where, You have a fully reserved bank that's backed by, let's just say, let's take the Wyoming Reserve, for example. You got gold, silver in a vault, and you've got digital multi-sig custody of somebody's Bitcoin, and they want to act as bank to somebody who wants to borrow money. I mean, you're not giving up custody. I think you're just
Look,
exchanging fiat as
you
a
have to ask
bank.
yourself, and this is the question. Remember the question we all asked about Celsius and stuff. Where's the yield coming from, right? So where's the yield coming from on Bitcoin, right? Yield. Where the yield's coming from is very simple. People shorting Bitcoin. That's the only real place right now today where that yield's coming from. Because if people
No, if I'm a bank, if I'm acting as a bank, and let's just say in another business venture that I have, pop-up bagel, right? We're going to build up pop-up bagels and we're going to generate fiat. I'm lending to my partners and myself at a certain, say it's 6% right now, which we would take all day long, unless the business failed, which is a probability. That's the risk. I'm not giving up custody of my Bitcoin. I'm a bank, remember? I'm acting as bank. So the Bitcoin's still sitting in the Wyoming Reserve, and as is the gold and silver. But I have a charter as a bank, or at least the Wyoming Reserve does.
That bank is that bank for you to pay people on their Bitcoin, just to give you their Bitcoin and to do nothing with it, right? That Bitcoin has to have some economic value, right? And you could say all you want, it's pristine collateral or whatever. It's great collateral if you want to borrow against it, but if you're trying to earn yield on it, okay, the yield's very low, because if somebody says, look, I can't figure out, if somebody says to me, Fred, I'm going to lend you 10 Bitcoin, okay? But what I need back is I need 11 Bitcoin back, okay? Like, why would I ever do that deal with them? What am I going to do with the 10 Bitcoin that's going to make me 11 Bitcoin? Nothing. I don't have any need for that 10 Bitcoin. So if I right,
Fred, when I used the term yield before, I was using it loosely, not in the classic definition of it. I agree with you. It's a loan product that is going to allow you to
look,
borrow.
if borrowing against your Bitcoin, that's a great idea, right? Look, borrowing,
the ETFs, they're going to set these products up where they're going to allow some type of loan product where you're going to be able to keep a very low LTV and roll the loans.
Of course. That totally makes sense, Thomas. What I don't think, I think is, look, even Michael Saylor's got 250,000 Bitcoin. Is his Bitcoin getting a yield for him right now? I mean, is there a yield in this room, as they say? No, there is no yield in this room. The only yield he's getting is by, in fact, he's paying Coinbase to keep that Bitcoin right now. He's paying yield, right, for that Bitcoin, for the privilege of custodying that Bitcoin. He's paying. Right.
Now,
so he's paying. So there is no scenario right now where Michael Saylor is getting paid 3% for his Bitcoin. That scenario does not happen. It's also the same through with BlackRock and everybody else. So there really is no such thing as a, Bitcoin. Bitcoin is yield free. It doesn't. Now, it is true that if you have, and you talk to Josh Mandel, for example, and he's like, well, my GBTC, when I had it, right, he was like, I can lend out my GBTC, and I was getting a really good yield on GBTC because people were shorting GBTC. And so they have to borrow the GBTC and they have to pay Josh Mandel for the privilege of having his GBTC for a little bit. And so he got yield. So there's yield when people want to short Bitcoin. That's true. And where is that yield going to, best way to capture that yield? Through ETFs, right? Because that's what people do not want to set up whole separate agreements just for your Bitcoin. That your Bitcoin doesn't matter to an institutional player, but if they can swap,
not
yeah, I'm just saying, but if they can mop up enough of ETFs, and they can say, great, we're borrowing money you're borrowing your ETFs, great. That's useful because then the people can short the ETFs, and that works. So listen, I think the answer in all of these things is the ETF. Every single thing is going to all boil down to the ETF. And ultimately, you're going to be able to borrow against your ETF pretty easily. and it's going to be yet another reason to hold your coin in ETFs. I think there's almost no reason not to hold your Bitcoin in an ETF, really, other than you want to make sure your fifth ex-wife, as in the case of Lauren, doesn't get it.
Hey, Fred, let's welcome Grant Cardone. We've got, excuse me, Grant as the speaker. Hey, Grant, I wonder how often people tell you, man, you've got a beautiful family. It's amazing to see the relationship you have with your wife and daughters and the stuff you guys do. Just wanted you to know that.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Great compliment. But why would anybody hold their Bitcoin in an ETF? I don't understand that.
Well, Grant,
seems like I'd be giving my money to one of my cousins or something.
Well, no. I don't know. I don't know your cousins, but I would trust an ETF more than I would trust my cousins. That's just me.
But why?
Second that.
Why would I do that? Why?
Okay, so the reasons why you would put your money in an ETF is as follows. First of all, if you're going to hold your Bitcoin personally, I can tell you, I know a ton of people who have screwed up their self-custody. Okay, I'm not one of them, but I can tell you a ton of people have screwed it up. So self-custody is not for everybody. If you're getting up in age like Joe Biden, I would 100% advise an ETF as opposed to trying to remember a seed phrase. Okay, so the first reason is self-custody. The other thing is, if you have an ETF and the guy comes over to your house with a gun, he's not going to be able to get your ETF. But if you have a single Trezor and you just have all it's protected with is a password, and he's like, show me your Trezor, unlock it, great, give me your coins, otherwise you're dead.
I mean, he could just blackmail you and make you go to BlackRock, or he's gonna,
yeah, but it's a lot more. It's a lot more difficult, right? Like,
well, not really.
Well, it is. I mean, rich people are rich because you can't be blackmailed that easily, right? I mean, I'm just saying, I've had enough friends who've been, either lost money. I have a few have been threatened. Their houses have been burglarized, et cetera.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. If you don't. Totally.
I mean, I'm not
totally. I mean, it's a very real thing. So I think personal security is definitely a risk, especially for a person, anybody who's a speaker on this call, right? I mean, if you are viewed as you have a lot of Bitcoin in self custody, well, there are people who are interested in that. Those people they're not your friends. So. I think that those are all really good reasons to go ETF, in my opinion.
Yeah.
What about
go on. Go ahead.
And there's the kind of what Thomas is saying is, at the end of the day, if you want to borrow against your Bitcoin, the ETF is a good place. Sorry.
No, Asteroid, I think it's you.
Nah, it's not Fred. It's you.
Oh, is it me? Damn it.
The other thing I would say with respect to having an ETF is you really have to trade. It really becomes an arbitrage between your risk of operating the security complex of your stack or having someone like BlackRock or Fidelity do it for you. And to me, I would do both. Have a little bit of both and diversified. If we get in-kind distribution out of the ETFs, you can always pull it out. Now you can't. It's hard to do that today without a big taxable event, but I think within a year to 2 years, you're going to be able to do that. So, and the ETFs is where the products are going to be for these loan products that are going to allow you to borrow against it on a collateralized loan, roll those loans, and not pay tax on the use of it. Now, eventually, at the end of that rolling loan series, you're going to have to pay that off. But if you do that, you're doing it with hopefully greatly appreciated Bitcoin.
Yeah, I could see it for the loan situation, but other than that, yeah, I would definitely. I trust myself more than I trust the people who make money off making other people money. You know, just in the big picture of
Yeah,
things.
I just don't get it. Like I don't understand. I mean, other than me having dementia or somebody putting a fucking gun to my head, which hadn't happened for 41 years. I mean, it did happen to me, but it's been a while.
Well,
I don't
And
know
you
why.
got cash,
it's just dangerous,
cash that
Grant.
could
I
be
mean,
spent anywhere.
Grant, I'm
You
just
don't need
telling
it.
you, they didn't put a gun to your head because it's hard for them to get your real estate. But if you had,
It's easy to get cash out of them.
okay,
I mean, wouldn't it be? I mean, I'm just saying. I would if I was rich and somebody had a gun to my head and they needed a couple. Yeah, here you go, dude. Get the hell out of here. Like, what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, really, would you? Because if I'm
I mean,
dead, you ain't getting the fucking code.
that's true. No, nobody's getting it then. That's why I'm a fan of time lock. Short term time lock. Time lock, like 6 months ahead, 3 months, 1 month. Be like, yeah, have a seat, buddy. I'm not getting it for a month either. So we can both die and not get it, or you can wait a month.
you know, there's a couple in, I think it was in Connecticut. This couple had, I think they had on the order of magnitude of 2,000 Bitcoin, and this was, I want to say, about a month ago, and they had their Bitcoin, and they basically ended up getting scammed. Not that they people came to put a gun to their head, but they somehow convinced them that they were from Google and that they needed to restart their computer and everything. And they injected some virus into their computers. And I'm not exactly sure where these guys stored their Bitcoin, but they got all their Bitcoin. And this happened about a month ago. And you can Google it. It was a couple. They were very early miners, and I think they just had it, like running their own node. But this bunch of hackers, very, very technologically advanced group of hackers, managed to break in and get all their Bitcoin. It was very recent.
Do they have the keys, the private key on the computer itself?
I think that's what I don't know. I don't, that wasn't in the article, but if I find the article, I'll post it in the net. But it was.
It's kind of. I feel like we should. I feel like it's interesting to know because it's like, are the hardware wallets compromisable via some sort of like injection attack like that or not? I haven't heard anything really about them being compromised. But you never
An
know.
air-gapped one certainly isn't. I don't want to dox and talk about what
Well-
I do, but I'm telling you, a $5 wrench attack would not work. It would be absolutely impossible against me.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like an actual computer virus. So this is one reason why also that multi-sig is better, because it's harder to, like, if a wallet's compromised, it's not as easy for them to take it,
Yeah, too bad
Um,
nobody even knows how to do multi-sig. It seems to be too complicated. I mean, we're talking about self-custody and not trusting ourselves to hold that. What are we going to do with the multi-sig? I mean,
Hey,
I
Fred-
get it. I understand it, but I'm just saying.
Fred, we were at Bitcoin Nashville. We sat through this presentation on OpCat, where you could set your vault up in a situation where you can only release it to a second vault. So it was a play on multi-sig in the sense that if I want to withdraw my Bitcoin out of something that I control, it can only go to another address, which has a different set of protocols, which makes it very hard to hit both protocols at the same time. And that gap in time allows you to secure the Bitcoin with alternate measures. Can you talk a little bit about? I know OpCat's not part of the situation yet, but there is discussion about making.
Yeah,
that
no, look,
part
there
of-
are those vaults, or those kind of time lock vaults. Wow. Okay. So this is something which is called covenants, right? Which is something that has been proposed to Bitcoin, and Jeremy Rubin is a developer who has OpCTV, and OpCat's another one. And with these kind of covenants, you would be able to specify that the Bitcoin in a certain address would only be spendable. It'd be locked in a script and would only be spendable to a certain other address, right? So that might help something like this. It might, people have used this as this is a reason that we might want to have these things. One of the reasons we might want to have something like OpCat inside of Bitcoin.
Does that BIP also include the time locking feature?
Well, it enables this time locking stuff.
Okay.
I think it would enable it. I'm not sufficiently versed in this Bitcoin scripting, but I understand that it enables a lot of things like that.
I would really be interested in, go ahead, Grant.
No, I was just gonna. I'm changing topics a bit, but have you guys? I just noticed what's happening in some of these Chinese stocks right now.
What's happening, Grant?
No.
I mean, Alibaba rolled up to 120 and now it's down to 88. So Trump's having a negative impact on China for sure.
Hey, Grant, what
excites
you most about what's going on right now leading up to January? What you're hearing? What do you think's most exciting?
Bro, it's gonna be drastic. I think people are underestimating what's about to happen. So he's serious.
In what manner, Grant? Do you mean the cutting, the restructuring, the economy, markets?
Yeah, I think people are going to be shocked at the amount of destruction that he's willing to commit to in order to put order in.
Can you elaborate in detail what you mean by that?
Yeah, no,
I'm talking about a lot of jobs eliminated in government in particular.
Yeah, which will be great, by the way. That'll be deflationary because then I can hire some of these people that don't need the government pension, and it's just what's happening right now has never been done at scale before.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I don't want to go into too much detail, but they're already across all the agencies already getting ready for just dramatic cuts. I know Peter said the budget doesn't go into effect till next year, Peter St. Ange, but they're already ready for huge cuts, and they're already cutting as we speak.
Man, it just feels like a dream team, and going in with a congressional mandate. I mean, the first 100 days, it's going to be interesting, to say the least.
I'm telling you one thing: they're going to have to cut rates. I feel like this is like I feel like the Fed chairman is not on board this plan, and I feel like there's going to be a major confrontation between Trump and Jay Powell come January.
100% agree, Fred. It's going to be a major.
They can't just cut rates though, because they've been cutting rates in the longer side of it. It's not,
no, but I think they need to cut. Look, if they are going. But look, if they start really cutting back on the government, and there's a lot of fat to cut, I agree with Elon Musk. There's a lot of fat to cut, and if they start doing it, I think it's going to have a chilling effect on growth, on GDP, on jobs numbers, and the only way they can, they better start cutting rates at the same time. Because this is not going to be one of these things where you're going to want to wait 6 months and start waiting for the job numbers to crater, because they will crater, and so they need to be proactive in this and start cutting rates. And I unfortunately do not think that I feel like this chairman just doesn't seem to get the memo, and I think. I think it's a major problem, and I think we're going to have to really revisit the entire role of the Federal Reserve in Q1, Q2. I really do.
He will be fired.
Well, he can't be fired, but he can put a lot of pressure on. He did the first 4 years. He had tremendous pressure on the Fed. So anybody that thinks the Fed's independent from the executive office is just whatever it says in the Constitution, great, but it's not. And he is a 0% interest rate guy. He loves low rates. you get rid of government jobs. The amount of government jobs we have right now is crazy. It's just insane. And when you get rid of those, they're going to go to the private sector. They're not going to stay out of work. Guys like me can now hire them. That's deflationary. But in the meantime, look, we added 12,000 jobs last month. That is a depression number. That is not a recession number. That is a number that I don't know when the last time we recorded a number like 12,000 jobs with 350 million people and 10,000 people leaving the job force every day. That number is depressionary. And what's December going to look like? Same thing. Who's hiring in December? The retailers are hiring part-time people. Why? Like, I just think the other nations, I don't understand why our interest rates are where they are right now. The only way you unlock housing in this country is you lower interest rates, because until the mortgage rate, long-term rates come down, I'll be made in this country.
We're going to go back to below 2% interest rates.
Yeah,
I 100% agree.
Man.
I wish I could bet money on it. We're kind of making some money off this. I mean, I have the long end via TLT and TMF, but totally agree. I totally agree.
I think Joe Carlosali, I hate to like always jump on Joe because everybody knows that I just love arguing with Joe, but he's like sitting there saying that interest rates aren't going to go down. I think he's absolutely smoking weed, because like, I think the number one thing that we need to get housing going to get again. This is part of the engine of this economy, and we need low rates. That's going to be bullish for everything, for assets. We need to have these much lower rates.
And Fred, not to interrupt you, but to interrupt you, low interest rates, and I'm happy to have this conversation, do not necessarily mean inflation. Because I believe when interest rates come back to 4% or below, people will actually reduce the price of their homes in order to sell them, because they can be sold now and they have a place to go and they can get a 3.5% loan. If there's no motivation to move from one home to the next, people will not unlock the price on their house. So lower interest rates, and I know I'm a contrarian on this because everybody else says lower rates mean higher prices. I don't believe that.
No, I agree with you, Grant.
Huh?
I 100% agree with you, and it drives me nuts that nobody else can see this.
It just means activity. It just means things can happen again. Just because rates go to zero doesn't mean I want to go buy a company or buy a piece of real estate. Now, can I pay a little more for the real estate? Yeah, but there's plenty of real estate to be sold as long as there's supply. Supply controls the pricing. It's not, if there's one left, okay, good. Then everybody wants to pay up to get it. But that's not the problem right now. We got plenty of homes. There's no fucking housing shortage in America. There's a shortage of houses in Miami and New York City.
And
maybe.
if you look, the number one contributor to the inflation problem is shelter. And it's like we can't unlock the supply because of the high rates, because people have the low rate, they can't afford to move. I don't know. And also, you have a better experience with this, Grant, but also doesn't it disincentivize building because the rates and input costs of building? Therefore making the supply even worse?
In 27, there will be no homes built in America. Virtually all the multifamily will be completely stopped. In a year and a half, the construction projects in this country will be nulled.
What is the reason for that? I don't know real estate that well. Grant?
Let me get out of this elevator. Sorry. So all the construction projects started back in 20 and 21. Those projects are now, the debt's due. It was a 3-year loan. The debt's all due right now. There's $2 trillion of it sitting out there in multifamily. Single family homes is not a problem. The problem there is 70% of the loans are under 3%. So nobody's going to sell their 3.5% loan for a 7% mortgage. Like, it's just not going to happen. You can't do it. Now, all these apartments that are being built, which is the housing of the 1950s today, is 300 units with a Whole Foods within, a half a mile and a Starbucks across the street, and your jobs within 3 or 4 miles. That is the housing of the 21st century. what we were building in single family homes in the 50s, and then became duplexes in the 70s, and became 16 unit complexes in the 80s. So you can literally tell me how big the property is. If you tell me it's 16 units in San Diego, I'm like, oh, it was built in 1982, because everything was being duplicated across this country at scale. If it's a single family home with an 8-foot ceiling, oh, it was built in 1958. Like, it was all done at the same time. So we don't have a housing shortage in America. We have a shortage of housing in desirable locations in America. Because if you're willing to pay, no problem. Then when you come to a place like Miami, you got the houses, but they're old. They're 60, 70 years old. It's not a shortage of housing. It's like, I don't want to live in a house with an 8-foot ceiling and popcorn up in the ceiling and old refrigerators. I want new shit. That's why condos have been so successful across the beaches of Miami. So same thing for Houston and LA and across the country. But my point is, on the construction loans, all that stuff that was being built in 1920 or 2020, it started in 2020 because rates were low, construction went through the roof, we started building. All projects now have stopped. So what they're doing now is they're having trouble stabilizing. Rents in Austin are off like 15 or 20%. Occupancy's going up. I'm sorry, vacancies are going up. Austin's got a severe problem, but it's only going to last a year or two because there's no new buildings coming out of the ground. So by 2027, we're going to look up and say, we didn't build anything because the rates are too high. Nobody can do a construction loan. Nobody can pencil it. You'd have to have rents. Rents would have to be $4,000 or $4,500 or $5,000 to pencil a deal today, and you just don't have that kind of support for
it. Given these aren't mortgages, what's the duration that mostly affects the construction loans?
Well, you're not going to get more than a 3-year loan with
maybe
off
the short end of the curve.
Yeah, and that money's going to exactly, and that money's going to cost. Construction loan's probably going to cost 8 or 10 today, and if you can even get one. I mean, the reality is you can't get one because you can't pencil the deal. So there's no affordable housing. That's why, like, rents are only $1,800 in this country. Now Americans think that that's a terrible rent, but the truth is, go to Europe, go to Tokyo, go to anywhere in England, go to Sydney, Australia. Fucking rents are nothing here. Rents are gonna go through the roof. That's why when we're buying stuff in Miami and we're renting it for $2,300, we know those rents are going to $5,700 one day, because the mortgage would be $12,000. So it's like, the thing to do, and Trump could do this, by the way. Trump will come out and say, hey, we're going to 0%, Jerome. Jerome just picked up where Fauci ended, by the way. They couldn't sell the Fauci program anymore, so they brought fucking Jerome Powell in and said, okay, look, you're going to be COVID. It's invisible. Inflation's invisible. We're going to terrify the public, tell them inflation's here forever. That was all caused by COVID. It wasn't caused by interest rates. Interest rates.
Totally agree.
Yeah, and Joe, when I hear Joe in these rooms, I'm like, God damn, he scares the shit out of me, because I'm like, the world will come to an end if we continue at 7%. He's like, 7% is normal. It used to be 15 and 18. I'm like, yeah, but Joe, the problem is those houses were 28 grand. The average house in America is 440. The average mortgage is 416, and the average mortgage payment is about 2,800. That could go all the way to $4 grand with insurance. That's what's not affordable. It's the mortgage. Jerome Powell created inflation.
Well, the other thing is those high rates that Joe's talking about, they happened in a period when America was running, 30% debt to GDP, right? So we're not running 30% anymore. We're running 125% debt to GDP. We're spending more money on interest payments than we're spending on defense. And we've got this bloated government that's making us completely unproductive. So, I think right now having high rates is absolutely moronic. I think they need to slash the government, and they need to slash rates. That's what they need to do. And the other thing, that we need big investment in is power, and we basically torpedoed that for the last 4 years. Now we need to reinvest in nuclear. We need to reinvest in a lot of things. We need to get much, much more power, especially with AI going the way it's going. We're going to need a lot of power. And so that's also another thing where we need lower interest rates across the board. And I think we're going to see lower interest rates in the long end too, as long as people are insistent on having a zero interest rate or a very low interest rate policy. And I think that just has to get set by the president. And we have to really, the idea that Jerome Powell is somehow in charge of this stuff has got to change, I think.
Yeah, and why doesn't America? We're supposed to be the greatest nation in the world. Why wouldn't we have the cheapest money in the world? Why would money in Japan cost less than here? And look, I don't have the answer. I'm asking the question. I just don't understand why everything would
Well,
not
the
better.
one thing that Japan has more savers traditionally, right? So Japan, they've saved like crazy. Their corporations have tons and tons of excess capital, and they have so much excess capital that they're investing it in the U.S., right? Or they have to a large extent. We don't have that much excess capital. We're more consumers of capital in the U.S. And I think we've gotten very, very sloppy especially over the last 20, 30 years. We've gotten very sloppy. And, and I think there's too many Americans are just sitting at home watching Netflix and taking payment now for doing half a day's work. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I just look at the average amount of time watching streaming media is up to 5 or 6 hours a day now. So I don't know. It's not productive. I feel like we've forgotten how to work, and the government has sort of told us that that's not important. What's important is to be really socially aware and to be to focus on DEI and ESG and all these things. But we've forgotten like the basic lesson of how to go to work.
Fred, do you
And
think
all
it's
those things are bullshit, right? I mean, the country's got to get back to work and start making stuff. And apart from all the things that Trump's going to do on this, that, or the other thing with the government policy, it's going to change the attitude of the country to start making stuff here and consuming less. Bring the jobs back here, and that's really our only way out of this mess is to grow out of it. And if we don't do that, we have no chance.
Yeah, Fred,
I think our values have to change where we look. Elon Musk in California is viewed as some kind of villain. I mean, honestly, he's viewed as like this kind of neo-fascist villain, type. People are not into making things anymore. They're into like, celebrating Kim Kardashian and Cardi B and all these other people, So I don't know. I think we got to change our value system a little bit.
And Fred, do you think it's possible to overstate the importance of the cheap energy? Because that's what President Trump has been saying, and that we're going to have a glut of cheap energy. I mean, there's going to be an inevitable clash between Bitcoin mining and AI. So it's absurd to me that so much of that is moving to places like Ethiopia along the Nile River. I mean, you can buy power so much cheaper there than you can here when we, with the technology we have, there's no excuse for that.
But isn't that deflationary?
Yes.
And so you got jobs coming off from the government. You got a spender that can't spend. You got credit cards tapped out. We know the Biden administration has been lying about all the economic numbers. I think come January, all the headlines are going to be big R and big D. Recessions here, unemployment numbers going up, and deflation becomes becomes Trump's biggest concern. Deflation, not inflation. Oh, there's Joe. Joe's in the room. Okay, we can get it going now.
Did somebody say the 3 words, magic words, over and over? Because I think somebody might have said the incantation.
Joe hasn't requested yet. Doberman, you've got your hand up?
Happy Friday, folks. I had one initial question, but Grant just brought up another quick question. And Grant and Gary, love what you guys do. Grant, you had a big impact during the election. Thank you. And I've been buying lots of Bitcoin lately. My 2 questions are: one, as I finished up my workday and jumped in my car, I noticed the announced resignation of Gary Gensler. I don't know if you guys have talked about that, but I was wondering what your thoughts were. And then the second is Grant, do you just brought up the interest rates on credit cards? I've been watching that pretty closely through the year. What do you think the likelihood of President Trump, getting that done quickly as far as capping interest rates at 10%? I think that would be huge for our country. Thanks, guys.
My brother would be a better person to answer that question than I would, but I don't know how he would do that. I don't know how it's legal. Like, I don't know how we even allow for somebody to pay 28% on a credit card.
What are you guys' thoughts on Gary Gensler resigning today?
Did he actually resign today?
I'm seeing it's effective the 18th
After
of
Thanksgiving.
November.
I thought he said he'll step down after Thanksgiving. That's what I see from an hour ago.
Can you post that in the nest, please?
Yeah, all the posts, I'm in my car, but all the posts I saw a little while ago said the 18th. Now, if he's come out and said something since then, regardless of whether it's the 18th or the end of the month.
Okay, so just to be clear, guys, you're citing Eleanor Terrett, who I know, she's a very good reporter. She is saying that sources tell her Gary Gensler is going to retire following Thanksgiving. So
Thanks, Joe.
he has not stepped down. He will, right? He's on his way out, so it's kind of a nothing burger either way.
But even then, like, isn't he just going to get replaced with another puppet? Does it really fucking matter?
No, the chair of the SEC matters quite a bit, and Trump's chair, who my contacts all tell me it's going to be Gallagher from Robinhood. He's the lead. That's going to be great. It's going to be really big for the space, really positive, and definitely a good choice if it comes through.
Don't let the door hit you on the way out, Gary.
Hey, Joe, what do you think the future is like for somebody like Gensler, post office?
He's going to make way more money than he did in office. So, I mean, to be honest, he's going to find refuge in some think tank and give speeches like they all do and wait for the next, hopefully, Democratic administration, try to raise money for Democrats and do what he needs to do to get back on the radar for whoever is going to be campaigning to against Trump's successor in 4 years, which will be here before you know it. Time flies. He wants to be Treasury Secretary, guys. It's no secret. He's told everybody in Washington. He's been lobbying it for years. One of the reasons why he had his campaign against crypto, despite having a knowledge of the subject and understanding what the true revolution is behind it, is that I think that he has always tried to curry favor with the far left and with the hopes that he could succeed Janet Yellen at Treasury. Well, we know now who's Janet Yellen's gone. And somebody else is coming into Treasury, and he has to wait for a Democrat to take back the White House for him to have another political future.
He's probably going to go work for XRP.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Larson did give a ton of money to Kamala, right?
Hey, Joe, tell me, Joe, why interest rates have to go up? I have to understand this.
Okay. So when you're calculating long-term interest rates, it is a rather simple calculation. You got to factor in consumer price increases. In other words, the actual the valuation of the money supply, and you have to also factor in the growth expectation, which are somewhat related concepts, right? Because the faster the economy is growing, the hotter it is. that technically results in depreciation of the currency. Most of emerging markets, they're running at really high rates of growth, and their currencies debase alongside that. So if you are a bond trader, right, and you're particularly a long bond trader, it's a very simple calculation you have to do. You have to say, like, what do I think the current pricing is, expectations of future rates plus a risk premium? Because the longer instrument you hold from a balance sheet perspective, that is harder to hold. So, like, it's very easy to hold 2-year paper, right? Because worst case scenario, in 24 months, it just rolls off. You get your cash plus the yield back. It's a done deal, right? If you're holding 20 years, okay, you have a much bigger calculation to make, because if you do not correctly forecast where inflation's going, in other words, if it goes higher, then you, in fact, are going to be ripped apart with holding that paper. You're going to lose value because rates have to correspond to that additional inflation expectation. So let's make it real simple. Let's boil it down. Inflation is the cost that you have of just carrying paper, carrying any paper, whether it's short term, long term, doesn't really matter. And if you don't forecast inflation correctly as a bond trader, you're going to lose your shirt. It's that simple. So I didn't answer your question. I'm sorry. The reason why they have to go up is unless you expect inflation to crash, unless you expect it to go, negative, then if you expect it to remain higher, then bond traders are going to demand to be compensated. They have to. You have to get a compensation. Otherwise, why hold the paper? Now there are some actors in place, Grant, that are going to hold paper regardless, like pensions, people with fixed obligations. They're all about asset liability matching, right? So they basically know, like, okay, if I've guaranteed all my people in my pension, 4% cola. If I buy 20 years with 4% with the existing, money that I have, I can have that liability asset match. But there's a lot of actors that aren't. There's a lot of actors that are more sensitive to where rates are going in the future. So you have to do this calculation. So if you expect inflation to tick higher from here, you should expect bonds to sell off and rates to go higher. If you expect inflation to crash, in other words, if you think we're going to get and I heard you saying significant deflation, which is possible, right? Then you're absolutely right. If you think that inflation's going back down to 0 or 1%, the official stats, obviously we know those are bogus, but that's what the bond traders use. If the official stats go down, okay, if that is the case, then I would agree with you. Interest rates come down rapidly. They fall really hard. But you basically need a recession. And this has always been the Fed's goal, right? The Fed was trying to jack up interest rates to slow down the economy so that long run they could manage their debt easier by keeping rates lower. And the idea was, if we shock the system with really high rates at the front end for a short period of time, then we can crush certain industries, we can crush housing, we can bring all these industries to a grinding halt, thereby slowing down demand, thereby trying to keep inflation under control. And it's kind of the evil, right? It's kind of like a destructive way to do things, because you're basically saying we're going to purposely put people out of work and purposely try to slow things down so as to manage our debt expectations.
Joe, how long do you think they've been saying that?
I don't know, 40 years.
It's
I mean, that's
crazy.
basically the answer.
As a blue collar worker, this is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, so I'm a Bitcoiner, right? So I have problems with the system. That's different to say, like, it will collapse or I think it's going to fall apart. Like, from my standpoint, I think there's way too many tools in their arsenal that they haven't even tested out yet. Some of this stuff. I mean, just look at what happened with Silicon Valley Bank, and like suddenly we have a new facility, the BTFP, that can just buy or the debt and hold it for a year and give you a loan, and then give it back the paper, which is what they did. So, like, they can do a lot of things. They can play a lot of games. They can force people to buy things. At the end of the day, there's a problem, and it festers and gets worse over time. And it's anyone's guess when it all comes to a screeching halt. Could be 5 years from now. Could be 35 years from now. Anyone's guess.
Is there any chance we've been in a recession for 3 quarters now? I mean, if we pulled out the employment numbers, because didn't they redefine recession to include employment numbers suddenly? My whole life, recession has just been about GDP.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's just talk about that. Well, we had two prints of negative. When you're talking about GDP, you got to talk about real or nominal. Okay. We had two prints of negative real GDP. Okay. So if you were to use the Wall Street back of the napkin, two consecutive prints of negative real GDP, then yeah, we had a recession. It was in 2022, and they would say it ended. It ended in Q2, Q3 of 2022 when the stock market bottomed. But then since then, we've had rip roaring growth. I mean, the official stats. Again, I know you don't like the official stats, but the official stats are we're running close to 6% nominal growth. If you adjust for inflation, you're running 2 to 3%, which the Fed is going to say that is above trend. We expect advanced economies to grow at about 2% a year. So we're growing, roughly somewhere between 50 to 100 bips higher than we should, given our debt levels and our demographics. So, like, here's the formal definition. If you go to the university explanation, the MBER, who is tasked with deciding whether a recession actually occurs, they tell you that a recession is a widespread and diffusive slowdown in economic activity that results in a contraction across all sectors, across all industries at the same time, and causes a rise in unemployment. So, what's the problem with that? The problem with that is the official statistics, whether they're to be trusted or not, they show, in unemployment levels at roughly 50-year lows. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. That's like, go look up the chart. It actually shows that, if you believe it. And then, in addition to that, the growth is way higher than you'd expect. Significantly higher. So they'll say, yes, at any given point, you could have different sectors. You could have real estate slow down. You could have this sector slow down. But there's this term that people on FinTwit talk about, like a rolling recession, that it has taken out different parts of the economy at a different basis. Well, traditional economists, again, emphasis on traditional, they'll tell you there's no such thing as a rolling recession. The whole point of a recession is that it's widespread and diffusive across the entire economy. So it's like a long-winded way of saying they have this definition that's in place. It has been in place, to their credit, for many years, in 30 years. And from their standpoint, they don't believe it is a recession formally. That doesn't mean that, like, certain people and individuals and businesses can't be really struggling. But what they're trying to categorize is where, like, the entire economy is feeling it at once, which it's not.
Hey, Joe, I see we have Gary in here with us too, Gary Cardone. Joe, all of the legal action that the states are bringing against Gensler, what does that mean when he leaves office? They're not coming after him personally, right?
No, because he was acting within the course and scope of his agency. So he as long as he didn't exit the scope of his employment, there's no allegation that he did. There's a doctrine in the law called respondent superior, and what it means is the master will answer. So effectively, the SEC has to answer for these states filing this action. I mean, my view is that this, it takes a tremendous amount of time to organize 18 attorneys general to file something like this and approve it and go through different mechanisms. I think they were working on this, and actually, I know because I talked to one of the persons yesterday after somebody clued me into this. They were working on this for the early part of the year. They actually started talking about filing this back in March and April, and it took that long to get the actual thing filed. And I think even though we're going to get another chair, they said, why not? Let's just put this on record right now, sort of as a final, warning shot to Gensler and the SEC not to double down on the paths he has if you get somebody else in there new. Keep in mind, when they were drafting this and putting it together with the different states, they didn't know if Kamala was going to win or not. So there was a realistic possibility, maybe not a high one, but some possibility that she would win the election and they would need to file something like this.
Got you, Joe. Gary, are you with us?
I mean, if there was a recession, what's the likelihood they would have admitted to it? I mean, the reality is they had control of the media. The propaganda machine was full tilt, including they're going to win Iowa. the job revisions were like 10 out of 15 months downward. I know
Well, look
Google's
at this.
doing
Let's
great
just
and
throw out.
Facebook's doing great, but like, are you guys talking to regular people on a daily? Because I do.
Well, I think regular people are really struggling, and that's partly the reason why Trump won. He did so in a convincing fashion because regular people said they had enough. But, and this is the big but, we have an economy where the top 25% are responsible for 60+% of all consumption, and those people are doing great. They've got real estate, they've got housing, they've got crypto, they've
Is
got.
that any different than it's ever been?
Yes, it's more concentrated than at any point in the last 40 years. You have increasing wealth and inequality gap, and you have some gains at the bottom level that are dwarfed by the massive gains at the top level. And as the economy, they call it a K-shaped economy, as it continues to separate in this manner, right? That has real repercussions to the data. So one thing just to think about, Grant, you throw out entirely, let's just say all the numbers about employment are bogus. Let's throw that out. Let's throw out all the numbers about growth in the economy. Throw it all out. Basically everything the BLS puts out, let's just assume it's all wrong. One thing that's not, that I find very difficult, is tax receipts. The tax receipts don't lie. That's people paying taxes on earned income. And I don't believe that data is fudged. I don't think it's just made up. The tax receipt data shows growth that's basically exceeding any point in the last 20 years. So if you were to just look at
But
money coming into.
Joe, that's from 10% of the population.
Joe, does
But
that include
that,
some capital gains from houses and stocks and crypto and everything?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, that's why, right? So it's distorting the view.
Sure. I'm not. Listen, I just try to explain. All the economic data is distorted because of the K-shaped economy. Because you have, as I just explained, you had upper income earners doing very, very well, and because they're going out and eating and spending and traveling and buying houses with cash because they can afford to. That's most of the sales in my area, all cash sales. Because they're doing that, the data is all skewed. It's skewed by the haves and the have-nots. So if you were to just look at aggregate data, meaning you're just measuring the aggregate, yeah, growth looks pretty good. You got 3% growth, you've got low unemployment, you got these things, but your working guy, he can't afford to take his kids to, fast food restaurants because that's how, look at the McDonald's data. He can't do it. He's just completely tapped out. But economists, they're not looking at like the micro data, at least not enough of them are. They're looking at aggregate data. So it's kind of like the old adage, like when they always tell, if you go back to like university, one thing that always stuck with me, if you're explaining like mean, median, mode, if I put, one of my feet into boiling water and into a bucket of boiling water and one into a bucket of ice water, right? From a mean standpoint, I look good. I feel fine. It's a comfortable temperature, but both legs are on fire, right? Or dying either way. So like aggregate data is like, I think, confusing the situation. Nobody's saying like everybody's doing well. I think they're saying aggregate on an overall basis, it's enough to pass muster and present a case that things are going okay.
Wouldn't 80% of the people be in the side where they're struggling as opposed to maybe 10 or 20% of people be in the side where they're doing really well? So wouldn't that skew the data?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's exactly right.
Yeah, but to say we're doing well, it wouldn't make sense based on that
I
because
suspect half the people can't hear him because I can't.
Yeah, David, you might have to go down.
Yeah. And then the other night I was in here. I forget who suggested, because the credit card debt is at the second highest levels in history. And I think I made a statement that it was the highest levels, and they're like, "Oh yeah, but not adjusted for inflation." I'm like, "Okay, but dude, it's still $1.2 trillion. Like, it's still a problem." So
Doesn't
how
that
much?
make it worse? Doesn't that make that
Well,
worse?
no, they were suggesting we're not at the highest levels. 2008 was the highest levels when you adjust
Oh, I
for
see.
inflation. but we all know what happened then. And back to what I think, I forget who was saying it about, like they got to get ahead of this. And Jerome Powell's completely checked out. I mean, I don't know what his goal is, or who is the beneficiaries from these high interest rates. Who would have benefited? What group would have benefited the most?
Bondholders. Bondholders.
Well, they
That's the
didn't do it. They
easiest
didn't do
answer.
it. Like, who would be the largest bondholders in the world?
Pension funds. They're the largest in the United States. Pension funds own a ton of bonds. I mean, there are pension funds that are probably going to be like Illinois, right? Like some of the Illinois, they were expecting some of them to be insolvent in the next 5-10 years because they've been access to lock in higher rates and they have defined benefits that they have to pay. It's literally saving some of these pensions by having high rates. I mean, you want to lock in high rates because from their standpoint, like that all they're trying to do is asset liability mismatch. They're not trying to maximize your return on capital. We're trying to say we want a 10x or we want to do many returns in Bitcoin. That's how like a retail investor thinks, or how I think we think. They think, how do I make sure I have enough money in the coffer to pay out what I've promised to owe?
Mm-hmm.
I call it the 60-40 coffin.
Yeah, I mean, because at the end of the day, if inflation, this is why the single most important thing, if you're talking about the economy, and this is the question that always I come back to, where does inflation go for you? Where do consumer prices go? And there are people, right, that have come into the Bitcoin rooms. I know a lot of them. They'll tell you inflation's about to take off. Well, if that's true, if inflation is going to take off, your rates are going to go higher too on everything. I find that very hard to believe. I think that's very unlikely. I don't believe we're going to get to a point where the 10 years paying 10%. I think that's crazy. But I mean, guys like Larry Lepard say that all the time. So
Yeah.
I don't see
What
it.
prices on what products can afford to have prices go up?
I agree with you, Grant.
Home
I don't.
prices can't go up. Rents cannot go up. I have 15,000 units. We're not pressing rents right now. If anything, we see rents softening across 42 properties. Car prices are not going up. Used car. Toys aren't a problem. So what? AI is free, basically. This room is free, unless you guys are paying more than $10 a month. So what prices on what asset class? Gym memberships aren't going up. Like what? Maybe the cosmetology or
Well,
facelifts.
I'll tell you one
Jeez.
price that's going up because I deal with it professionally all the time. The price of insurance is going up all over the
Yeah.
place. I see that everywhere.
Which
Okay.
is going to depress. The pricing on houses. Because now
Agreed.
you have to
Yeah.
include now. You cannot just think the house is 440,000. You got to think it's 440,000 and potentially. By the way, you might not even be able to get a mortgage on that house because it might not be insurable, which means it can't even be traded. And number two, the house could be 440,000, and it could cost another 36,000 bucks every year just to insure it. It could be more than that. Gary, what was your insurance premium? I think my brother's premium went from
Yeah,
5,800 to 20
it
grand.
was no, it was 54 grand a year. They called me last year, 20 days before, renewal, and said, "Hey, we're not calling 10 days." Anyway, they wanted to triple the rate. Last year, I said, "Hey, screw off. I'll go buy a weather derivative and make my bet there." They came back, gave me the same offer. I'm this year, right after the two hurricanes. I was terrified. They weren't not terrified, but my rate's now 75. To make a long story short, 75. I just ripped their offer out of their hand because, to Joe's point, there is a point where you start can't even afford a home, right? I mean,
Which
you're
which
not.
which Joe is really deflationary for the overall system, right? Because if
Yeah,
I'm
I
forced to
agree.
buy
I agree with
insurance,
that because most people shouldn't own a home. I was Joe. The point I was trying to make about your.
Gary, you're going in and out.
Oh yeah, about the wealth transfer. or the the amount of wealth held. I question whether the delta is really different between the poor and the wealthy. I agree that there's been a great consolidation, but is it really different?
Different how? Different in the sense that
The, 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 the
It's going to
doesn't
go
matter
percentage,
as much.
down.
the haves to the have-nots.
We're both getting lied to. The rich and the poor and the wealthy are both getting lied to.
Totally. But I just don't think that the delta between the super rich and the poor is that big. And I think all the poor have a better life than they did 50 years ago, for sure.
Yeah, but that's
So
generally always
if
been
they do
true
the
through
insurance game
history.
forever, Joe, guess what's going to happen? They'll break the market. People will rent. They'll consolidate insurance packages, and insurance will fall again. So,
Right.
man, let the market do whatever it's going to do. They're right to price Florida right now expensively, or California, in my opinion. But I don't see anything else going up.
Well,
I mean, we got
I don't agree with that. I don't agree
okay. You guys
because
did a great job bringing Kennedy in, and he should be able to help lower prices. And you know what? Even if you don't lower prices, but your food's better.
you're breaking up, Gary. My brother can't afford
Beginning
his
for him,
connection.
I'll
He
admit.
sold his connection for Bitcoin.
Yeah, he probably did.
I can't find.
Yeah, Gary, you need to find a different fucking location. Jesus,
Yeah, he keeps
Weeks
cutting
ago,
in and
the only
out.
thing I
you're
was worried
making me
about was
look bad.
nuclear war and quantum computing. And nuclear war is off the table unless somebody just does something really stupid.
Quantum computing has been the Silicon Valley's longest running scam, though. So I don't really feel threatened about that.
Dude, if they can attack Bitcoin, they've attacked the Treasury, the FBI, the CIA, and every other prince before they get to Bitcoin. I mean, we just don't hold enough money for that to be the first target of attack. It's stupid.
Go ahead, Petro. Oh, we can't hear you. I don't think your mic's
Is
working.
there a bunch of silence or somebody talking?
No,
No, there was silence. I was thinking about
That's
how the
crazy.
Department of Defense, they basically they didn't allow Jason Lowery to keep selling his book, and then the price of his book skyrocketed. What do you guys know about that?
okay, I don't really understand this. Everybody keeps repeating this that you can't get a copy of
I
the
don't know
book.
anything, but
I
the administration should be this new administration will probably bring them in. They should and give them a good position.
So here's the deal. I there's on two websites I've seen full PDF of Jason's book. Okay, multiple times. So anybody who wants to buy a book, I'll have my assistant print it to you. Just send me $100 worth of Bitcoin, and I'll print you a copy of Jason's book because I've got a PDF of it. So I don't quite understand this. Everybody keeps repeating this.
Joe. No, but I get you can print the PDF, but what I'm saying is, why would they not allow him to keep selling his book?
How do you know that? Because he said it.
Oh, okay, good point. Fair enough.
I mean, the PDF's on the
Yeah,
website. It's
he
not
said
like
it.
they
He did say
but
that, Joe. So are you saying he's being dishonest? I'm just asking, since that's what you're
No,
saying.
I don't accuse people of dishonesty unless I have good facts. All I'm saying is that the basis for the DOD didn't want it being printed is that apparently he said it. Take that for what it's worth. And then beyond that, I have the PDF. I could right now. Anybody who wants the PDF, just DM me. I'll give you the PDF. It's right on the web.
Ditto,
It's on
Joe.
multiple
Ditto,
websites.
Joe, will you
Joe.
send me the PDF and $100 in Bitcoin?
So Joe, ditto, but the market, that's the only thing. It's like, why would the market react so crazy then? Like, I mean, whatever, dude. I'm not trying to, this is not a
What do you
hill I
mean?
want to
What do you
die
mean the
on.
market? What do you mean the market?
Well, people, it's just like, it's gone up to like $300 a hard
Yeah,
copy. It's
so
freaking ridiculous.
there's this thing, we all know this in Bitcoin and collectibles, right? I have an original copy of Spider-Man, the first comic from 1963. It's worth like $25,000, right? It's because it's a collectible. So I'm sure
Yeah,
Jason's book's no different, right?
I have two
yeah.
copies, man.
That
I'll
doesn't.
have both
That the
copies
price doesn't
autographed
mean
before I'm done.
the price doesn't mean anything. If you look at Fred's big Bitcoin book, It's already on eBay for like $1,500 if you have the original copy.
Because it's an original first printing, right? Go look original first printings of Stephen King books, okay? Even though he's kind of gone off the deep end with TDS, he is his books are like insanely expensive.
Fair enough, Joe.
I
I'm not
bet
going to
their
argue
price
you.
went down, bro. What do you want to bet in the last 6 months?
Well, he left Twitter, so his career is over, right?
Oh, I saw Twitter prices just collapse because of his leaving. No one cares. It's amazing.
Well, let's talk about really important here. Okay, this is
Okay,
the
we'll
most
talk about
important
Tom
thing.
Lennon.
No,
We'll
I
talk
want to
about
know
Tom.
who's going to win the fight. That's the whole reason I joined in here,
Hey,
because I
Yeah,
was going to
man.
bet
Let's
against
talk about
whoever
that.
Fred picked.
Tyson,
I don't know anything
Tyson
about
all
this fight,
day.
but Joe, do you know? Can we bet on Kalshi for this? I'm up like
I don't
tons of
think
money. I want to use some of my
I don't
winnings on
think
this.
so, but I'm pretty sure you can bet on DraftKings. So just use DraftKings.
What the hell is
I got a
Draft?
question for
What's
Grant.
DraftKings? I've never heard of DraftKings.
Grant, hey, Monday you put out a competition to see who could get the closest to the Bitcoin price today, Friday. They were going to get a ticket to your event.
Yeah. What
Who?
number did you pick, bro?
I'm over, bro. But it was not going over, correct? I picked 101, so I'm a little off.
Oh yeah. Well, you're not close. Shit. I wanted to give it to you too. I mean,
Okay, well, at least I brought it up, so maybe I'm
okay.
the only
Okay.
one that brought it
Give you,
up.
David. I give it to you. You're the winning. You're the winning. You're the winner.
That is
All
absolutely
right.
ridiculous.
Well, what'd you pick, Gary?
I gave. I
Gary.
thought you were keeping a list. You don't run it on the blockchain? What's wrong with you, bro?
I can't spell blockchain. No, I
Joe
need to go. I
Tyson.
need to go back and look at that and see what that was.
Saying the closing price was tonight at 8 p.m., right?
Yeah, you think we're gonna hit 101 by 8 p.m.?
No, I'm not thinking about your price, dude. You're out of the game. I'm thinking about mine, but I think it was what's the price right now? Oh, it's about $40 above what I talked about, like, I don't know, 4 months ago. But it's 91, right? 90 and 5. Nobody's got a chart in front of them. Got to be kidding me.
91
Wow, you guys are too
467.
mature.
91 467.
I got 91
I think
412.
I think I said something in the 90s, actually, 91 or 92.
I think you
Anyway,
said
I'll
91
have to look.
412, Gary, something like that.
Maybe I won me a ticket. I want a ticket to
Isn't it
my
like the
brother's.
Price is Right though? You can't go over the number. You gotta stay under. I think that's
I don't think that was defined. I think the guy closest to it, and then Grant clearly has the ability just to change the rules at the 11th
Yeah,
hour
David, you
and
win the
award it
ticket,
whenever he
David.
wants. I don't
David, you
blame
win
him.
the ticket.
He'll probably award the right one too.
If you want, David, come on in town. It's
Joe, what's
Sunday.
going to happen this weekend, buddy? I think the market, I think the arbitrage between the market when it's closed and the market, mainstream market when it's closed versus Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin runs this
Hello.
weekend, and they try to front one Wall Street again.
Hello.
Anybody disagree?
I do not. I think that's the best way of attack now.
Sorry, Grant. Or Gary? What did you say? You think we're gonna pump this weekend?
Gary, you're being asked a question.
He's in the elevator right now, so he dropped off.
I think we're gonna hit $100,000 before Thanksgiving. I don't know.
You think?
This
You
just
think
looks like
what? What do you think?
I think we'll hit
Oh,
$100,000
I keep having
by
to
Thanksgiving.
bounce out of here. Sorry, because I can't hear people. But do I think we're going to move this weekend? Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I think it's gonna rip. That's because
I don't know about rip. I just think you're going to have the crypto bros, the smaller money front running the legacy money, and then Monday morning they come in and go, okay, I gotta buy $1 billion worth of Bitcoin this week. So let's roll.
It was a payday Friday, so we will be front running.
Oh, most certainly people will do it this weekend because they've been getting beat up on the weekends. So when you have the momentum, it just would surprise me very much if we didn't go 91.3. Grant, you should check your numbers. I think I came pretty close to that, actually.
Gary, when do you think we hit 100?
I think we do 102 by December the 15th.
Is that
Okay.
because of
Yeah.
FASB? Is that because of FASB?
No,
Not
has nothing to do with
really.
it.
I don't really believe in the whole narrative thing, dude. I actually think now the narrative, every time I hear all these narratives, I'm like, what, why are y'all having to rationalize Bitcoin? This is merely supply and demand now. And there's not a red flag on the course. There is fucking open your throttles and rock and roll. I mean, look, XRP is probably going to be okay. That's unbelievable. Okay. I mean, so
Yeah,
I think
especially after Gary Gensler becomes head of XRP. Yeah.
yeah, whatever. I mean, that'll be hard on XRP, but see, I just think it's more narrative, dude. I don't like whoever becomes the czar of whoever. Like, do you really need to know at this point? I'm not so certain. I think that there's so much tailwind here that show me one red flag. Give me an example of something that could happen to take the pedal off this play.
So I'm gonna stick my neck out and say my pretty little lines that are totally made up have pointed to somewhere around 138,000 for the end of this month. So, if that happens, first of all, I don't expect that to be a straight line. Second of all, I really think that this has to do a lot with a $42 billion number that has been thrown around. I think that's got people salivating.
Where'd you get that number?
For it's what MicroStrategy is going to buy, dude.
Didn't you
And
say that was over like 4 years though?
What?
Or 3 years?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. If you stack that on top of what the United States, if that passes, the two combined buying sprees on top of what MicroStrategies is likely to start doing when they start adding more convertibles beyond that is going to drive the price.
The convertibles will be endless. He could probably do 10 billion this weekend, man. The spread between the convertibles and the options, I mean, it's just so clear what's happening here. And quite frankly, I don't even think you need both.